get to hear David Haynes and the Adventures of the Bear, which, I'm sure you see it as well as I do, Nathan. It seems like that bear is more well-traveled than some of us this season.
Certainly is. A lot more trouble than I am, I've got to say, for sure. No, I've traveled about 20 miles in total this year so far. I'll make it outside my city and straight back in.
Yeah, I was able to finally get across the country and get to Europe for the first time, so that's probably the extent of what I've been doing so far this year. But still, battle for position in second place is I finally get to do some real-life racing in person instead of doing the real-life racing stuff from home. I'm excited. It's going to be fun here in June. I actually get to travel 15 minutes and sleep in my own bed for the first race of a touring series that started when I was in Europe. So that's absolutely fantastic. Here's a Martin Kadlecek with a close battle that we've seen throughout the stint. They're on lap 2 of the stint working. And this has just been the great battle throughout. And it's gone tooth and nail since all these drivers have come out of the pits. 0.7 of a second separate McEwen from Spets, and 0.3 of a second from Kadlecek to Spets.
Yes, indeed, the gaps are starting to still come down between the three teams, and yeah, it just seems like they're all in a stalemate. Nobody can make a move for some reason. They're just stuck where they are as they continue their way on, and this is a great onboard here of Martin Kadlecek at the moment, on the back of Alexander Spets, who, yet again, these three teams are doing a perfect job. I think Luke McEwen, with the issues he's had, and he's still kept P2, I think he's done a superb job so far to somehow hold on to that P2. I don't know how he's done it, but he certainly has.
No, he's definitely done a great job to, hold on to that P3, and McEwen, really, with all the troubles that he has had, I'm just surprised that he's doing as good as he is here. With that contact where they lost the rear deck lid, able to get that back on with the faster pair, and now he's got to run the rest of the race and really the rest of that 3 car without having any sort of damage, because once you use that faster pair, it's regular repairs throughout the rest of the race. You see Charles Mikel coming into the pits, the number 5. In 5th place, I should say, as Mikel, the number 15 undercut, will stay in the car for the time being. Sitting now in 5th place in class.
Indeed. So McQuelly's in. They'll make their next pit stop. Looking at stint laps here. So you've got Blue Mercure that'll have to pit in 1 lap time, because they went in 5 laps ago. They're really out of sync compared to others, of course. Their issues they had earlier on, they had to pit earlier. So they'll be in soon. Then everybody else has got a good 5 laps before they need to go in. And then looking a little bit further down as well, you'd imagine maybe 2 more laps for the Cups cars to go in. They'll make their pit stop. Looking at gaps, it's getting close between Bilike and Gerrick, between P2 and P3. Only 5 seconds separate Coanda and Grid and Go.
Like we mentioned, that that's not a gap that you really want to sleep on, especially this late into the race. But Rankin running quite nicely here throughout this event. You're on board with the 4th place team still. Tam coming into the pits in the 808, 6th place in the M2 class. It's just watching how close these drivers are getting. Of course, you also see a Soar car up ahead, right ahead of our 2nd place car of Luke McEwen. So McEwen's going to have to do some sort of balancing act here to see if he can catch him at the right time, because that's the one thing that I will say McEwen has had problems with. There's another one. Oh, wow. That's just how fast that they come at you. But McEwen trying to get around that Cup car up ahead. They've just caught the drivers at the wrong time, but at the same time, they've been able to make an easy pass without really damaging anyone else's cars.
Yeah, despite catching up so quick and getting them caught in the wrong places, they've all 3 have made it through quickly, and that's the main thing, isn't it? And that's also why they want to stick so close together. When they catch a lapped car, they all can make it through, as that's McEwen going through there on one of the Cup cars, and then of course you see Spets and Kadlecek closing, and they're stuck behind here all the way through this corner. and that's lost them a good 4 or 5 tenths there, and then they've got to do a bit of work to get back on the rear of Luke McEwen. So this is going to get dicey, especially when they start to catch a couple of battles as well, because there is some cars closing in. Once you start to catch 2 or 3 cars within, who might be separated by like 10 seconds, for example, that's where it gets scary for the team, because they need to kind of make their way through quickly because they want to stay on the back of the 2 ahead. But of course, you don't want to get yourself into a risky spot of forcing your way through, because some of the slower cars will let you through, others won't, which they're entitled to do, of course, or entitled not to do at least.
Well, and also, by the way, we're talking about how these GT3 cars are coming up on the Cup cars. You got to stop and figure too. The Cup cars don't have the aerodynamic bits that the GT3 cars do. So catching those GT Cup cars on a straightaway is absolutely difficult, because now you have the factor where these Cup cars, they can go a little faster because they're a little bit more aerodynamically sound on the straightaways. You just got to get out of the way before they get into the corners, because that's when things get a little dicey for those 992.2s. As you see the second, third, and fourth really closing in. That looks like 0.7 of a second separating all 3 of those drivers. And a little bit of dust getting kicked up there as they enter into the quote-unquote DRS zone. We don't know what DRS zone is here in sports cars. But, so you've got Verstappen Sim Racing number 3, Drago Racing White 1, and WSR Esports 6. Just nose to tail through here. But that is definitely something to think about when it comes to these GT3 cars catching up to the Cup cars. It's going to be difficult for them on the straightaways to make any sort of pass, but with ease, they'll be able to make it on the corners.
Yeah, definitely. If they do it right, they will be able to. That's for sure. But of course, they've just got to be precise, which I've got no doubt that these 3 aren't precise. I've got no doubt at all. But of course, it's easy to make mistakes and easy to misjudge, or even sometimes the car itself doesn't do what you expect it to, and that of course can lead to contacts and lead to incidents, as we have 12 hours and 14 minutes to go here, so very close to hitting the halfway point of the R-Racing 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and it's been a very eventful race so far, and I think it's still one of those where I think maybe P1 could be done and dusted, just based on the fact of Gustavo Avriel and Sebastian Job and others that have been in number 4 haven't made any mistakes, but P2 and below is still very much on the cards here to change about quite a lot here.
Okay, so I have the minute-by-minute schedule for tomorrow for Miami. They've canceled Porsche Carrera Cup North America, so they're going to have to make up that race somewhere. I'd imagine Watkins Glen is where they're going to have to make that up, but McLaren Trophy America will have their race. FIA Formula 2 will have their feature race at 9:25 Eastern, and then the Miami Grand Prix gets set lights out at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. So, shame for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, because they always put on a good show there, but unfortunately something has to give, and unfortunately IMSA's at the short end of the stick again.
Again. Again is the key word. Yes, so 3 hours earlier to avoid the rain, or the thunder or something. Yeah, I think it's more the thunder than the rain, isn't it, that they want to avoid. Understandable, but it's a bit of a shame that other championships are cancelled for it.
Yeah, Porsche Carrera Cup's the only championship that's been canceled for it, and that's why my screen's black, because they're flying over trees. That's the only championship that's, like I said, the only championship that's canceled for it, but it seems like here in North America we're pretty happy, because now that doesn't conflict with the Monterey Grand Prix, which WeatherTech Sports Car Championship will be having, and I can't wait for that race, because prototypes going down the corkscrew, yes please.
An interesting sight, one I'd love to go and see in real life, because I still can't fathom the fact that corner works. It's such a weird corner. You think, how can a car get down that perfectly fine? I don't know what it does. I've drove the track in the Mazdas, and the Mazdas at the corkscrew are something else. Yes, for a moment you can't even see the floor, because you go over the crest and you just disappear for a minute, and then you see, oh, there's the floor, as you end up going like what feels like a 90-degree angle down.
Yeah, it's like where's the corner? Where's the corner? Okay, there's the apex. Oh, there's the corner. There's the wall. That's what it is with me, at least.
Yeah, the wall appears out of nowhere. That's my excuse. I can't see beforehand.
Hey, by the way, we want to thank Thrustmaster for sponsoring this race. If you look on the YouTube chat, you can discover the ultimate iRacing setup by clicking on the link on the chat. Lots of chat talk about fastest lap times. We've been mentioning those all throughout the race. They really haven't changed because really, why would you push in the middle of this race except if you're these three, because you want to have a little bit of fun in the middle part of the race.
Exactly. Who doesn't want a bit of fun? I would at this point. When you're tired, overtired, you just want to kind of make your way through, don't you? Get through the midnight hours and have a bit of fun on track. And these three, I think, are really having fun at the moment. Only half a second separating P2, 3 and 4, which at the midpoint of one of the most chaotic races on the calendar, I don't think many people expect to see about for second, third and fourth like this today. But we get one, and I think the drivers are very happy. Well, they're not happy that they're stuck behind cars ahead, but I think they're happy that they're not just driving around alone here.
Well, and let's just mention that, yeah, we are almost halfway through this race, and second, third, and fourth place are covered by less than a second. It just goes to show you not only about how well the BOP works, because you've got two BMWs and a Ferrari sitting back there in this battle, but you also have, three of some of the most talented teams battling with each other, with BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Drago Racing White, and WSR Esports. While we're watching this battle, let's talk about our class leaders right now in the Cup class. Elvis Rankin holding on to a 29-second lead over his Coanda Esports teammate, Nikolai Pedersen. We'll call Pedersen because that's what he's told me. That's what it is. Sid goes into the pits from 5th in GT4. Mate Varga taking that Sheza Esport number 190 BMW into the lead, 35 seconds over Kieran Harrison in the Sim RC number 76. Let's see what Pedersen has as he is on the Jackson. He will stay into the car at this time. As you take a look at, let's take the TCR real quick. Scherer Esport with Eric News leading over 10 seconds over Michael Polsek in the WSR Esport number 23 Civic. And in M2, Grid and Go Esports with Johan Royer leading Mark Perez in the Simify Esports Orange number 7 by 17 seconds.
Yeah, that gap had really shot up between Scherer Esports and WSR in the TCRs. It was around 7 seconds at one point. It's now back up towards 10 seconds. So yeah, Eric New putting the pace down in his Civic, and then looking in and around. Obviously, you've got that battle for P3 now, as here is Kadlashek right on the back of Alexander Spetz. Is it this time going to be a move for P3?
I don't think it's going to happen as of yet. If anything, it might happen for P2, as once again you're seeing Spence all over the back of McEwen, but in the same token, Kadlachek tried to do what he can. It might happen into the Mercedes arena as they are just nose to tail, close within each other. You already see McEwen taking a defensive risk going through the 1-2 complex here, so they will still continue. Line of stern, second, third, and fourth, with McEwen leading the train.
Still leading the train in P2. And at the bottom of our screen, you can see the onboard of Martin Kadlachik in P4. Of course, a great view of the action ahead there between Spetz and McEwen, who are just, yet again, sitting comfortably together. Nobody's keen to make a move here. They just want to run the race, just sit behind for now, and of course wait for things to go their way. The gap to the leader is 1 minute and 31 seconds. It's really stagnated now. It's been like that for quite a while. So they're on leading pace now, although second, third and fourth. Looking further down, that gap though between Williams and Falcon has really come down again. 2.5 seconds now between P5 and P6. So maybe there's something to keep an eye on there as well.
I've been watching that P5, P6 battle with Alessandro Bico and Damon Woods in the 150 and the 44. And Woods trying to do what he can. Yeah, that gap definitely has shrunk a little bit as Belastosis is into the pits for the number 32 Blue Mercure Esport. That's a team that I guess coulda, shoulda, woulda, but I have a feeling that that's going to change here in just a little bit of time, because once we get to the sunrise hour, once we get to the light, the things are going to change quite drastically. And this nice, kind battle that you see for second place, if they're still together, I don't think it's going to be oh so kind.
No, definitely not. I think this could get scrappy. Someone could come out in a really bad position out of this as well, because I just feel like how are those three somehow going to make it through together? Because I don't know. Yeah, it's getting really, really dicey for those in second, third and fourth. And I mean, this would be great if it was last hour of the race. Imagine the sort of action we'd have. I mean, obviously, this isn't like their maximum pace. It's not like this is how they normally race. It's just there's no point battling, there's no point fighting. And I think the thing is, all three of them have realised that none of them are actually quicker than the other.
Well, like we said, it's basically the same BOP, no power adjustment out of them. The only car that really had the power adjustment is the Lamborghini Huracan. It had a 1% fall. Actually, the Mercedes also, the Mustang had a drop of 1%. Lamborghini with a gain of 0.5% of power there. But yeah, you know, it just goes to the discussion that we had at the end of the last stint, where I think we're at the point now. Here's a replay of a spin from, what we assume a spin from Manti Racing as they hit the curbs there. And yeah, that's definitely going to be a spin. The contact, no, saves it from the Armco barrier. And something we haven't discussed much as much as how these curbs, if you hit them wrong, they can come out and bite, because they're not like most apex curbs that you see in motorsports. Is Radix Racing Red finds out that the curbs, the race ones, they do come out and bite.
Oh, they certainly do, and that's not what you want. The curbs around here are lethal, and yeah, like I said before, I've never done an endurance racing around here, but I have drove the track once or twice, and yeah, the curbs are a killer. So please, whatever you do, don't get on many. Well, some of the curbs it's fine, but a lot of them don't get onto them, because it does never end well. It is safe to say. I mean, these drivers know that, but some of those at home watching along, please be careful of the curbs around this track, as the second, third and fourth continue on in the same order they've been for a very, very long time, as they're now just passing one of the Mercedes GT4s, and hopefully they don't get in the way.
Well, let's see what happens as Luke McEwen gets around, as Spets gets around, Kepachek gets around as well. Does he? Yes, he does. So all three of them looking pretty good. Of course, the leading BMW Verstappen sim racing driver, Gustavo Ariel, doing his best to hold the position that he has. Again, it's a 91 or a minute 31 second gap between Ariel and McEwen. So Verstappen 1-2 so far in this race, and it's been pretty much dominated by them in GT3. You go back to the Cup class, and while Rankin and Belka have a decent gap to one another, Granda Esports really showing that they want to defend their win from last season. So they're sitting there 1-2 in the Cup class. Sheza Esports showing their hand as well, as Mate Varga is your leader by 34 seconds. Isaac Price with a mechanical black flag. Let's see. Nope, just saying, it's just a meatball flag there on timing. So let's see what happened to the third place team in TCR. Eric New, your leader by about 9 seconds over Michael Polasek in the WSR Esports number 23. Nathan, I think that gap there between New and Polasek has shrunk a little bit.
Yeah, definitely has. It was up to 10, then it went down to 7, then it went up again to 9, and then it's just fluctuating a lot. And I'd imagine that it's because they're quite involved in the traffic in terms of having to slow down and go off their line. But yeah, not sure what happened to Isaac Price. Looking at his gap though, he's got a decent gap ahead of Sherrett Esports, so he should be fine in third. I think if it's a little bit of damage, we'll have to see the severity of it. As here's Yes Motorsport, so this will be Isaac Price. Oh. And that's somehow an avoidance as they head their way through, and that's the Sherrett Esports car.
George Tyler with evasive action, threading the needle right there. But yeah, Isaac Price just getting loose coming off the carousel, and that will do it to you every single time. I've got about a minute and a half left to go, and Nathan, I've got to say once again, always a pleasure to work with you. And by the way, thank you for filling in for me with WSR the past couple of weeks.
It's my pleasure. You've missed out on a call. Oh, that was so close between those two. But you've missed out on a couple of good races. Where was we? Sonoma. Oh, that was something. That was one of the best races I've seen in the WSR. So,
no, you lie.
Pleasure
You
indeed.
lie. You lie because Sonoma does not put on good races. Come on now.
Well, all I say is go back to the YouTube and watch.
That's my plan for tomorrow. But as for me, I'm going to step aside here. What a fantastic race that we've seen. Of course, this battle for second place in GT3 has been nothing short of tantalizing as Spets and Kadalik decide to employ the snake that McEwen has started off. So we'll hang here for just a couple of seconds as Kadalik going around the outside, not going to make anything happen down the straightaway. And actually, they're going to go side by side for position near the halfway point. Spets still has that third place, but for the time being, as they're working their way through, Spets shuts the door on him, heading out into the corner, and that's going to close him in for McEwen. I hate to leave this race, but man, what a fantastic battle for second place. You guys are going to be in good hands here as we head into the second half of the race. Thanks for letting me be a part of your past 3 hours. I concede over to the great David Haynes.
Jeremy Scott's loss is David Haynes's gain. Hello, and hello, Nathan. Perfect timing with second, third, and fourth in the GT3 field, crossing the start-finish line to start our new lap of this fearsome, ferocious, and gigantically scaled racetrack right at the halfway point of the race. And it is so good to be with you, Nathan.
Indeed it is. Hello again, David. It's been a while since we've been in the box together, but it's a pleasure. And I think the last time we was in the box together, it was like 3 a.m. for me, and it's the same again. I don't think I've actually been in the box with you when I'm actually fully sane. It's 2 a.m. at the moment in the UK, getting very late, and I suppose over in Australia it's, what is it, like 2 p.m? I don't know what the time difference is.
No, you don't, but that's okay, and we've got to stop meeting like this on the Grand Prix circuit right now with our battling GT3s, and then soon to make the quick chicane and turn left onto the Nordschleife. Turn 1 on the Nordschleife at Sabine Schmidt's curve, and there is more than 170 on this configuration. The drivers have got to know all of them like the back of their hands, not just during the day, but in these nighttime conditions and in these weather conditions. 4:25 a.m. in the sim, 67 degrees Fahrenheit on the track, just a gentle breeze blowing, and as we go into the Hudson Bach section, you can see the difference between a GT3 and a GT4 BMW. I think it's a difference of protein, workout, and maybe supplements, because the GT3 is beefy.
Indeed it is. A very beefy car, and well, it's not had to use much of its beefiness on track at the moment, because P2 and P3 have been involved in barely any battling with WSR behind. They've just been sitting there together for the last hour of the race, just comfortably behind and just continuing on. I mean, there's been no move for P2, P3 with P4, despite at one point McEwen hitting the barriers and somehow holding on to P2, managed to have a fast repair in the pit lane and held on ever since. And of course, he's got to do some great work, but Ned, maybe there is a battle here for third.
Yeah, so going into Schwenkreuz towards Arenberg. Kink to the left lets you decide whether you want to brake on the right-hand side of the road, left-hand side of the road to try to defend the corner, but not much defence done. We're trying to presumably make sure that that second place doesn't get too far away, and third and fourth start battling, always the way. Downhill there through the compression of the foxhole. Can't cut as much of that curb there in real life now as you can in this version on the iRacing sim. And one that always used to catch me out on PlayStation 2. A corner that still catches out many, many people, if the YouTube videos are to be believed, of people on their Nürburgring track days. It's so good that a track like this is as accessible to the public, to the everyday person, as it is.
It's great. I've never been able to go here yet, and I'm hoping in the next couple of years I can do. I don't think I'll be taking my 2010 Vauxhall Astra on the Nürburgring, though. As much as I'd love to, I don't think my mother would let me. I think she'd somehow get the tyres off the car and not let it move. So maybe I'll have to rent something a little bit quicker out. But no, I'd love to go at the Nürburgring or the Nordschleife. It's such I mean, you don't even have to like racing to know what the Nürburgring is. I could show my nan a picture of the, all the chalk on the floor and the right, and she'd know exactly where it is.
Exactly. Absolutely not diminished in its awesome stature and history by being so available for everyone to just bring a car, rent a car, maybe hitch a lift with someone, and tackle this racetrack on a day-to-day basis. Not on a night-to-night basis necessarily, though. You're still always watching the conditions and waiting for the sunrise to set us into a new phase of this race. That's still a little while away. Luke McEwen is no longer a little while away from this. Back within 1 second as Drago Racing and WSR Esports climb up the hill. Slipstream is so powerful in this part of the racetrack because you reach your VMAX and then start facing uphill, and it multiplies the effect and the bonus, the advantage of sitting in the slipstream, and it seems to be working. BMW catching BMW as they go over one of the other little crests of the racetrack into this long right-hander. And then on the exit, you're facing straight at the one that you would put on the postcard to show your nan, the carousel.
Indeed, as it seems that car 808 with Silver Joffa at the moment, they've got into some sort of issue. They've been in the pit stop now for nearly 10 minutes, which of course means they must have got some heavy damage. I mean, in terms
I think
of
we
other
could get a replay of that one, if it's the same incident.
I think we had one earlier, but I don't think it was 808. I think we had a replay of what happened to Yes Motorsports, which are still in the pit lane after their meatball flag. But no, there's been quite a lot going on in terms of crashing and cars going off the circuit. Of course, one of the main ones is the fact Luke McEwen earlier on went off the track, hit the barriers, got a slight bit of damage, had to use his fast repair, and has held on to the P2 ever since, but of course has went from having a 30-second deficit to Gustavo Ariel to a 1 minute and 34-second deficit to Gustavo Ariel.
So, maybe a little insult to injury for the 808 Radix Racing Red in the M2 Cup class, because I think their incident also put them maybe over an incident limit, and so damaged car, but there's also a black flag showing for them. 10 BMW M2s in that class. A few of them out of here, a few of them damaged now, still being led by Grid and Go Esports, Simify, and then Team RSO.
Of course, I think looking in terms of gaps at the front, so GT3, as long as no issues come through, you'd imagine car number 4 here has, I say, a good chance of winning, but at the moment they have a good chance of holding on to it. So you look in the Cup class, it's 26 seconds, so that's still heavily to be decided for. 33 seconds in the GT4s, and then it's 11 seconds in the TCRs with a large gap in the M2s. And this time around, look at all that weaving from second, third and fourth in the GT3s. You haven't seen this much weaving from them. And now, David, maybe they're trying to make moves.
Well, they weaved, they wove, and they ducked, and it's done precious little. Luke McEwen drops back into 4th place. Alexander Spets takes Drago Racing White into 2nd place. Winner and least ridiculous looking in all of this, Martin Kadlacek gets to follow through as well. Long Zottinger straight. Then immediately followed by a long version of the Grand Prix straight too. So coming out of the chicane onto the front straight, and another lap completed 8 minutes and 1 second later. And it all looks very much the same for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Indeed it does, and of course, after a very long time, Luke McEwen does drop down to P4. It's been a very long time waiting for him. Of course, Spets and Kadlacek were just sitting behind him the whole time, waiting for something to happen, and they just decided to bite. And of course, once one went through, the other decided to go through as well, and now they can control this P2 battle and see what they can kind of come up with. Looking at gaps in and around as well, Williams F1 Team Gaming with Alessandro Bico. He's ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue by 1.5 seconds. That gap has also came down heavily. So P5, there's a battle on there. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. So a lot going on here in the GT3 class. And like I was saying to Jeremy earlier, it's what we look to see, isn't it? Battles all through the top 6.
Almost thought you said this is how we like to season it. And I was like, yeah, this is at least 2 chilies spicy.
Maybe 3 if they can get into some sort of contact somewhere.
Oh yeah, 2.5, or putting just a little bit of extra hot sauce on top if we come across just a little bit of traffic in one of the places where it's challenging for a GT3 car to get around them, because then if Drago Racing White need to check up, then WSR needs to check up, and BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing would need to check up, and this is bottled up, ready to deliver a little bit more action, and so the circumstances could contrive it. Fast and flowing through this part. One of my favourite parts of the racetrack. It's early in the laps. It's also one of the parts I get to practice more before I inevitably crash halfway around. Some curbs you can ride, some curbs you've got to stay off that apex one, get that exit one. And here you can climb them both as you leave Honeichen, Fiddlebacher, reading the track map. Flugplatz to come up here. Double apex and always tempted to try to carry lots of speed in. Make sure you get that second apex, because another long straight follows. Heading down the hill in the slipstream. Whenever you get to about 6th gear in these GT3 cars, you can guarantee that you're picking up speed on the leading car at those sort of speeds. And then the landmarks, the bridge there. It lets you cross part of the racetrack to get to some of the forest and towns and everything that are contained within this massive racetrack. Gain the compression at Foxhole, up the hill to Adenauer Forst. Place it with prioritising the final exit through that change of direction chicane, because another long-ish straight follows. The track up ahead of them. The leader from the Cup class is pitting. Rankin brings the 08 to pit lane, and of course he's followed in by 2nd and 3rd in that class. So the machinations of a long endurance race playing out in this class of 5 that make up the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by Thrustmaster. Rankin, Garicka and Eilica. 3 cars that you see on the lane, and then they'll leave in about the order that they came in. 43 seconds of service for Orlando with 08. Service still ongoing for the other 2. Bottom of picture, GT3 podium battling. Top of picture, the Ferrari 296 GT3 sandwiched between the BMW M4 GT3 Evos, the updated spec coming to iRacing, different mirrors, different tail lights, slightly updated headlights to match the facelifted road car and the updates that BMW Motorsport wanted to bring to their GT3 platform. There's the podium from Cup class in pit lane, 40 seconds for Grid and Go, 43 seconds for the Coan 018. So pretty similar pit stops across that class. We are bumper to bumper heading up the hill again. This plays out, it looks like 5th and 6th get slightly closer in this very same class. So with more than 12 hours, more than half of the race under our belts, we still remain very close amongst the GT3 field. With so much time and so much track, it would feel natural for the field to spread out, and it does. We still get these sections of action for high placing positions on board with the number 3, Luke McEwen, in the dark, in the middle of the night. He's got 2 race cars ahead, lighting the way for him. You, being from the UK, Nathan, might drive in fog more than I do. How good is it when there's another car just up the road from you and you can see what their headlights are illuminating rather than your headlights illuminating the fog 1 foot in front of your face?
Not fun at all. Yes.
But it's better to be following someone else in those conditions.
Oh, a lot better. But fog in its own is horrible. I think in some aspects I'd rather drive in snow than fog. Because in snow you can see. In the fog, ooh, that was a Soul Pet car that went off, number 12. No, but in fog you do exactly what the Graham Sanders did. You don't see where you're going and you drive straight into a barrier. No, hate the fog. But luckily, in most of the UK, especially like on motorways or highways, is what other people call it, you have a lot of like cat's eyes in the middle. You have like big lamps, obviously car headlights. So on the motorway it's not bad, but on small roads it's a killer. I hate them. I really, really do. Well, hate them? Hate fog, I should say. Do you not get any over in Australia then at all?
Oh, for sure, but not much where I live. It's more of a Melbourne, Sydney, Tasmania problem than beautiful tropical Queensland, God's country. Perfect one day, beautiful the next. On the Dottingahua, and this is one of the longest full-throttle stretches of racetrack you will find anywhere in the world. Longer than the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. Now it's been broken up by the chicanes, and it means super slipstreaming. It's how they got past Luke McEwen a lap ago, and it's what he's hoping will bring him back into contention, battling second and third. Certainly closed it. Fair few car lengths there. Pit entry is to the right, but we're not going to need it. We're back onto the Grand Prix circuit once again, or as they say here, Guten Morgen, and welcome to the Grand Prix Strecke.
Yes, I've not got very good German, so I'm not going to try and pronounce that myself. But yes, no, a long track with a lot of corners that I can't pronounce, and I don't think I'll ever be able to. I can barely speak my own language. Never mind anybody else's. So no, David, I'll leave you to the expertise of German. Because to be fair, I'll be honest, it doesn't sound that bad. I don't know how it's meant to sound, so that's a good thing, I suppose.
Thank you for telling me that I sold it convincingly. Here is a little bit of that traffic, and if you're going to catch other classes, your absolute favourite place, probably on the Grand Prix circuit. More room for mistakes, a little bit wider, corners are just a little bit more open, but you don't catch a car that quickly in GT3, and that becomes one of the problems. The difference in closing speed and pace makes it a big effort to be able to get around them. You'd be hoping, in Alexander Spetz's case, that you could do it maybe before you get onto the Nordschleife, but I'm not sure that's happening, because at the same time, you're catching an M2, that's top of screen. Bottom of screen is second place, closing in the Cup class. We know that they just had their pit stops. And it's the battle between Coanda and Grid and Go there.
Yeah, that battle's really shot down. It was around 5 seconds earlier on that gap, was it really came down. So now maybe Grid and Go have a chance. Of course, Adrian Gerrick in the car on the back of Louis Bielicke, so we'll see what he can do in terms of trying to make a move for second. Of course, the battle for second, third and fourth in the GT3 took a long time before it really brewed up. I'm hoping these two get a little bit on the batting a little bit earlier in their endeavours out on track. And the gap at the moment is still around 4/10, so a big opportunity for Grid and Go to split the two Coanders who've been leading ever since the start, really.
Important moment for that GT3 battle as going over the top of the hill past Flugplatz. They do end up with the Cup car between second, third and fourth place, so not exactly how Luke McEwen wanted that one to play out, and it's still not quite playing out how he would have hoped as they get to over the crest at Schwedenkreuz. Another M2 car from Simify for our leaders. Around the outside leaders on second and third. And Simify's like, I want none of this. But that BMW M2 is actually very difficult in traction zones. Plenty of horsepower, not a lot of grip. And it's going to become another problem for Luke McEwen to try to work his way through. He has. So approaching that Noah Forst, he'll try to close up with this group. Approaching, I think it's Metzgersfeld, and that's where I believe that Cup car went off in our last replay. So up here, into the braking zone, you've got a couple of these little kinks, flat out easily, maybe a little lift there, yeah, a fair bit of a little lift there before this braking zone. I think the Cup car got in a bit too hot, got that grass on the outside, and then found the Armco just on the right back there. I've done that before. We've all done that before if we've driven too many laps here. And that's one of the challenges of that section, is the little kink going into the braking zone challenges you to carry speed, but if you carry too much, then you're braking on the grass, which means you're hardly braking at all. Oh, contact for second place! Spets into the back of an M2 car, both of them into the Armco, and that will be big damage for Drago Racing White's BMW, massive damage for the other BMW, WSR Esports Red, Ferrari through into second place, Luke McEwen for BMW, M Verstappen, Sim Racing up into third, and drama in the dark on the Nordschleife.
You'd imagine there's heavy damage, or at least some sort of damage, on Alexander Spets's Drago Racing car, and me and Jeremy were saying earlier on, it's very easy just to get caught off guard by other cars making their way through, or at least trying to make your way through other cars. And, well, Spets got to the back of an M2, did see him pile drive right into the back of it, and will, I'd imagine, have to go with this lap and pit. I don't think that he'll be able to continue on because he's already lost over a second to Luke McEwen, so WSR will be very happy with P2. McEwen back up into the top three, and if all goes well for teams behind, Falcon, Sim Racing and Williams might have a chance to move their way up as well, as we do see Gruden go in the pit lane from P7.
Yep, 7th place in the Cup class is in. Okay, so take a look. Blocco Motora, they are in one of these really high speed sections of the racetrack. Miss, hit, miss, and it was hit, hit, hit. Seriously avoiding action from the following GT3 cars as well. Everyone's perspective in that is worth watching, and my, oh my, yeah, they, I think they thought they could go a little bit wide and the GT3s would go to the inside, but the GT3s expected them to hold their line, and then they both met around the outside of the corner. And it is, again, one of those places where the speed difference between the M2 and the GT3 is at its greatest. They're actually not that far apart in speed in a straight line, at the end of the straight sometimes, but in the sort of 4th gear, 5th gear corners, really high speed stuff, that's the difference, and that's where the meeting of minds takes place.
And that's an example of things happen. And it's one of those where no team can be blamed on that, because obviously the M2 took a wider line, and that's the line that Spets wanted to take as well. And obviously with the closing speed, you're not going to slam the brakes on in time to slow down. And it's just, yeah, it's a bit of a shame for both teams, of course. Big damage on both, as we do have the leader in the pits.
Yep, Gustavo Ariel brings the number 4 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing M4 down the pit lane. Got to go all the way towards the end of the lane to find your garage if you're a GT3 class car, and immediately service begins. Don't hit that M2 safety car. That's probably one of the few that are left undented in today's racing. And then also love the Volkswagen Transporter ambulance back there. You find plenty of motorhomes in that body shape. Tyre change is done for the number 4, and then we've got 2nd, 3rd coming around, and 4th limping around. Alexander Spets having been involved in a big incident this lap. Bottom of your screen is 018 and 002 closing in. Leader's pit stop is done. That car is full of fuel again. Gustavo Ariel has stayed behind the controls. Look at the podium battle in Cup class, now that the podium battle in GT3 has, for at least a little moment, been scattered.
Indeed, so we've got another podium battle, and this is between Coanda and Grid and Go, this battle's been brewing for quite a while. It's been a big gap, and it's just slowly made its way down to the point where it's at half a second, and there's a chance for Grid and Go maybe to split the two Coandas here, as Kandachik is in as well for WSR. I imagine McEwen and Spets and Woods and Pico will all be in as well, because they've done 6 laps on their tyres, and that's a replay on board with Drago Racing.
Oh, yeah, exit of Miss Hit Miss there, or as I think the German name is, Dreifach rechts or something. There's a bunch of corners that have an English and a German name, which is great because there's already so many corner names to deal with. 0.6 of a second is certainly slipstreaming range for a car like this, particularly on the longer full throttle sections. Coming up to the next one after Bergwerk, when you head up the hill. Again, I've said that always feels like such a powerful slipstream there specifically, because you click into 6th gear and then the track begins to head uphill. It becomes even tougher pedaling for the lead car, which is advantage the following car. And then things get twisty for a lot of the rest of the back half of the Nordschleife until you get onto the Döttinger. Here is pit service for more GT3s. Williams F1 Team Gaming, Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. G'day mate. And David Toth also bringing car into the lane, one of the few Mercedes AMGs we've seen. Replay top of screen for Tech Sports Sim Team. Oh, in the dark, they hit one of the curbs. And now I can't even see where we are, because then hitting the Armco knocked the headlights out of that M2 Cup. I have a feeling like that was either Hutzenbach or Flansgarten.
I think it was the backside of the circuit. I'm sure it was. It was in that second half for sure. So I know exactly where it is. I just can't pinpoint it because it's such a long track. I know exactly where it is because I've drove there a lot and I've done the exact same mistake. Then again, a lot of the time I don't ever make it to the second part of the track because I've normally crashed by then. So I've only made it down the final straight around 2 or 3 times in, I think I did 11 laps. Yes, Nordschleife isn't my circuit, so I prefer ones that aren't as hard. And I prefer shorter laps as well, because it also means I'm not as far off the pace. I think my best lap was like an 8:15, which is 13 seconds off the pace. Maybe even more than that, actually. Maybe more like 16 seconds off the pace.
Can always count on drivers like you to help bolster my I-rating when the Nordschleife comes along in any official week. Just seeing Damien Woods run off the track in the GP circuit. That was one of those cars that we've just seen taking their pit stop and taking new tyres. The track is still very, very cold, but there's finally a hint of light in the sky at 4:51 AM in the sim.
Yes, a little bit of light. Not much, but there's some. Give it half an hour. I'd imagine it'll be a lot lighter than it is now. It won't be fully light, but it'll be, what is it, dusk? No, wait, it's dusk. Dusk or dawn? There we go. Dusk's night, dawn's in the morning. That's things I should know, but I don't. Yes, it's my fault for being awake at 2:30 AM. My brain just seems to forget everything that it should know. As the battle continues on for second in the Porsche Cup class, and still Coanda holding on to that P2, but certainly under pressure here from Grid and Go with Adrian Garrick in the car. So we'll have to see what he can do to spice things up here and charge for a move. But it's a little bit similar to what we saw earlier on, where it doesn't seem like he's too keen to make the move. Whereas we saw that again with the GT3s. They just was happy to sit behind each other unless he's got a good enough run to make a move here.
So, two north of 10,000 I-rating drivers, 20,129 I-rating here. Coanda versus Grid and Go, Lewis Balake versus Garrica. days ahead. Might be a bit of fuel saving happening from that trailing car. Do you get that sense?
Yes, could be. I don't know what they're going to gain that much from it on this track, though, because there's not much margin for pitting later than the others because of how long the
I'll
lap
put
is.
this to you. Do
Yeah.
you see different pit stop times at the last stop for these two cars? I get the sense 002 may have short fueled by 1 or 2 seconds to cut that gap, to get the slipstream. Now they've got there, they're in that spot, they've got to save a bit.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, 3 seconds. Yeah, could be. They were 3 seconds slower. Quicker on the last pit stop. So it could be the case for sure. I think you might have the your hand on the money on that one. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose, once they come into the pits. Whether Adrian will be shorter in the pit stop again when he goes in. We'll have to wait and see on that one. They've done 2 laps on their stint, so a long way to go until they need to pit in again. I think about a good half an hour before they will be in. And then, of course, those at the top 7 of the GT3 class, they'll also be in around 45 minutes to an hour. And then Stint 1 Motorsport have gotten into the pits with Dennis Menz, as this is full risk, no push, also making their way back out onto track in P7 in class.
Porsche Cayman GT4. I drove past Porsche Centre Brisbane yesterday, and they have got a Cayman GT4 in the window, which was very exciting until 1 block later I drove past the Ferrari dealer and they had a 488 Challenge car in the window. And I felt very, very poor, and I still do, but it was cool to see those.
Exactly, you got to see it at least. When we were speaking to Jeremy earlier, he said that what was it? Someone he saw on YouTube or Instagram had a Porsche 992 made road legal, which I still can't imagine. I wouldn't know what to think if I saw a 992 cruising down the road. I think my first thought would be, how's that legal?
Now, I know it might get confusing, but 992, with all the numbers, so many numbers when you're trying to understand Porsche models. But 992 is the generation code of the 911, so that is a road legal car, unless we're talking about they did some kind of conversion on a cup car. All right, I think Manthey sell a kit to put GT3 Aero on the road cars as well, and lots of performance bits that you can get out of them. And then, of course, there's Roger Penske's one-of-one road legal Porsche 963.
We've had a black flag as well for Team Bennick. So, 537 with Remy Gilbert have been given a black flag. Now, that is not what I like to call ideal. Of course, David, they're not in any good position. They were in P11 already, but yeah, it's not ideal, is it? With 11 and a half hours to go to get a black flag. And I think we've only seen a couple of teams get them. I think there was about 2 or 3 near the back of the field that have got a black flag so far.
Yeah, so we think that was speeding on pit entry possibly for the 537?
Could be, yes, because they've only just gone in.
Here they are. They're serving that black flag, and then they'll serve their pit stop. I think that's what's happening right now, because they've been stationary over a minute. Normal pit stop in this class would be 40 seconds. The penalty for a black flag is only about 40 seconds too, which means a minute 20. And they're out of here. So just a straightforward black flag hold, meant to be about equivalent to a drive-through penalty, and probably speeding on the pit entry. Looking at GT4 pit stop taking place right there. The Aston Martin Vantage GT4 pulls away with its 4-litre turbocharged V8.
Looking else in the pit lane, so that's a driver change for Matias, and then we saw Baptiste Jimenez as well in the car for RDV competition, and then Corentin Guinez in the Sim RC car in P2. So that was close to the Verstappen Sim Racing car, and nearly a bit of contact that I don't think that Diogo Pinto wanted there, was it?
Yeah. No, that's for sure. So, that Drago Racing white car is actually not looking in too bad of shape. The car that we just saw ahead of him was Diogo Pinto. He's up into third, and Solpec Precision Racing, the number 12, too much curb coming through Vipperman? Yes. Oh, and they have ended up hard into the Armco, so they've cut one of the curbs that you can't cut. They almost high-sided the car reversing over the curb. Horrible feeling when you get stuck on one of the curbs. It's possible to happen, and there's no way around it other than to tow. One of the other cars coming around hits you, which you're probably not hoping for.
They were up in the top 5 earlier with Solpec, so their race has really fell apart, hasn't it? In this one, they're over a lap behind the leaders, 4 minutes behind the next car ahead being Grid and Go. It's all fell apart for Graham Sanders and Solpec at the moment, as this is the battle for P2, the second of the Grid and Go cars. This one's up in third, and it's Adrian Gericke in the car at the moment, with Commander just ahead by 0.6 of a second. But of course we did notice as well a driver change. McEwen's out of the car and in is Diogo Pinto. And McEwen was in the car for, I think, nearly quadruple stints. So he's had a long time in that one. Switched over to Pinto, and we'll see what he can do in terms of trying to pull away from Alexander Spets. But I'd imagine with the damage, he must have used a fast repair, surely. Because there's no way that car was still at full pace after hitting the barriers like that.
No. So we keep an eye on what happens there. Keep an eye on what happens here, second and third in the Cup class. Saw Grid and Go get close and then appear to fuel save. And now 7/10 back is still catch the slipstream range. We're approaching the Dottingerhur, so entering Schwalbenschwanz now to the Kleines Carousel. And then the exit out of here over, I'm going to guess it's Galgenkopf, and if it's not, I'm not so pressed about it. But it's this exit right here that you need to absolutely nail, and then see how much you can gain in that tow down the incredibly long straight. 0.75 seconds behind. Entering the straight, Coanda sort of move a little bit one way to the other, but not as ridiculous as we've previously seen down here, and already that number is closing. It's closing. There's more momentum for the trailing car. 1/10 gained. Hold your breath. 2/10 gained. 3/10 gained. It's the easiest lap time you'll ever find.
Indeed. Flying day, and that's 5.5 tenths nearly. Yeah, 6/10 gain there down that whole back straight. The slipstream is very powerful down there for Grid and Go, and you'd imagine that, you know, if this is the last lap of a race, if you start in the lead at that point, you're probably going to miss out on it by the time you get through here, because you get such a good run. It's easy to make a lunge then up the inside into the final corner, and then of course come across the line in the lead, as this is the Grid and Go car on the bottom of our screen, making its way towards turn 1 and closing in very quickly, but of course not making a move just yet. And it seems again that they're either fuel saving or just not too bothered about making the move at this specific moment. And I think that's because they don't want to battle too hard, because they know that with Elvish ranking only 25 seconds ahead, there's still an opportunity there for maybe a win on the cards. You never know. So I suppose there's no point sitting here batting and losing all that time when maybe something could go your way with 11 hours to go.
You know, back in the opening hours of the race, when I was watching, there were a few incidents, cars that got damaged, cars that had sort of 30 minutes of repairs they needed to be able to get back on track, and some of those cars retired, or if they didn't, it crossed their mind. And I always think, you could be 3 laps behind the race leader, and all it takes is they crash with 3 laps to go and you're back in this. It's such a challenging track. It always feels like something could happen, that you could be dead last and several laps down in the opening hour and still get to a podium in your class. If you take your licks early, but the track bites someone else later on, 24 hours of racing around this place, just about anything can happen. Now, you might be out of contention for the win if you are losing laps that early in the race, but you just never say never on what else can happen.
Certainly not. I mean, I can't sit here and say from experience I've managed to capitalise off people making mistakes, because last time I did an endurance race, as I said earlier on as well, 24 Hours of Daytona 2024, and we finished the race. We did finish 88 laps behind the lead. So I didn't capitalise off anybody making mistakes ahead. I think it was the opposite way around, because we did qualify on pole, because we had a really quick driver. All the others of us were really poor. Someone went to bed and didn't wake up, so we had a 2-hour stint of not being in the car. And then we had multiple crashes where we actually had one driver of ours who crashed into the same car twice, and they thought that we were griefing. But no, we was just bad.
So you are the mistakes that other people capitalise from, and you're
Yes.
also the stupidity that shouldn't be attributed to malice.
Yes. And put it this way, I haven't done an endurance race since, and that was 2 years and 4 months ago. So put it that way.
Producers brought up the flags, and of course, this being an iRacing special event, it's open to everyone all around the world, and this is the top split of many. I think I saw over 50 currently in operation, so it always adds up in these iRacing special events to often thousands of cars, multiple thousands of drivers, and the participation grows year on year. And what makes these events so special is knowing that at the same time, thousands of other people are doing the same thing you're doing. They've got their teammates together, they've done their practice laps, they've worked on their setups, and they are taking on the massive challenge of 24 hours of sim racing. And some of them are taking on the challenge, like my co-commentator here, of challenging the night. You'd see lots of European flags here, drivers who are struggling with that. But the beauty of it, these international teams can pick and choose who drives what stints based on their body clock, where they are around the world. It's still good times for racing for drivers like our Americans, our Brazilians, and of course our Australians, and you can see all of those drivers out there at the moment. The Brazilian leading the way, Aiden Matas here with the flag of the USA leading GT4. I see my fellow countrymen out there, but we are not short on British flags, German flags, Dutch flags, people who should be tucked up soundly in bed, but this weekend is for motor racing.
Indeed, it certainly is, as this is a move for P3 here in the GT4s. It's closing in, and of course, I think you've also got some of the drivers near the top of the GT3s trying to work their way through as well, and this is where things get dicey, and oh dear me, that's a lot of blipping for one of the drivers there as they head down to turn 1, and that is not what you want heading into that braking zone with two different classes around you.
Again, on the GP circuit is one of the easier places with less friction for this multi-class stuff to happen before it then becomes very difficult on the Nordschleife, particularly that first section on the Nordschleife you come up to. The corners are unceasing through Hatzenbach and Hocheichen, I think it's called.
I don't
GT4.
know. I need to learn the coordinates. It'd take me, I reckon, a week, and I could probably learn them all. Whether I'd know where they all are on the track, but I think I could read them all out and pronounce them properly.
Well done. Well done. Third and fourth, we saw pit stops from these cars not all that long ago. Yeah, basically a lap ago, so 9 minutes ago. Third and fourth in the GT4 class at the moment. Also had pit stops for first and second, so there's not a whole lot of strategy offset in the top four of the GT4 class. And slipstream, powerful for the GT3, often even more powerful for classes like TCR and like GT4.
Certainly. I mean, if you had to pick one class, what would you drive out of these? Because I'd love to give the TCRs a go. It just seems like something a little bit wacky, something a bit different to what we normally see on track.
Forever a soft spot in my heart for the Porsche Cup.
Yeah.
We won second split of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 so many years ago that I can't remember if it's 2017 or 2018. And that was with the previous generation Cup car. So I really enjoyed that car here and found just a little bit of success with it. We completed as many laps in second split as second place did in top split, so we'll take that too.
Of course, yeah. I think Porsche Cup car, the old one, was that the one with the ABS and traction? It was, wasn't it?
Yes. More numbers for you. 991.2.
Yeah. All these numbers of Porsches go over my head, but the Cup car's horrible.
But
the
Peter
old
Mackay
one
lives in these numbers. He's made a career out of swimming in the Porsche numbers, you know. Well, the 991.1 to the 991.2, you know, they moved where the radiators were in the wings, and we're going to have a move for the podium spot in GT4. The BMW, fiercely forward, I think it is, goes ahead of RDV competition. No, other way around. Fiercely forward back into fourth in their Aston Martin. They'll now sit in the slipstream of the big BMW that takes third place.
Indeed, a great move there, up into third, unless the Aston can fight back. But then, of course, at the bottom of our screen, it's the battle for P2 between Commander and Grid and Go once again here, as we have 11 hours and 14 minutes to go, so comfortably over halfway. Starting to get lighter here around the Nürburgring, but of course they've still got their headlights on, but the lights are starting to slowly peer through from the sky. And of course, for many drivers on track, maybe it's a bit of a symbol of them getting awake. You see the light and you immediately get awake. When it's dark, you're going to feel tired. That's how I feel anyway. When it goes light, I feel a lot more awake and with myself.
It's dinner time. I feel a little more alive. There's the GT3 Mercedes going past. A couple of car lengths through these continuous twisty sections begin to open up between RDV Competition Unity and Fiercely Forward Red. At the same time, 7th in class, a meatball flag appears next to the 670. Uh-oh.
That's not good, and the 670 I think have already had a meatball flag earlier on. So that's their second crash for full risk no push, and that's certainly, I suppose, full risk no push. They've crashed twice, as this is a bit battle for 5th. And Williams are back ahead of Falcon Sim Racing, so this one is still chopping and changing.
Alessandro Bico for Williams F1 Team Gaming and Damon Woods for Falcon Sim Racing Team, both BMWs heading up the hill towards the Bravery corner. Not a big braking zone, requires just a little feather of the inputs to make it around. You get yourself in trouble if you get in there too quickly. So you've got a powerful slipstream up the hill, leads into not a massive braking zone to be able to seal a pass. Damon Woods remains behind, and every moment just a little bit more brightness in the sky. It's beginning to illuminate just a tiny bit of, not fog, but it's haze hanging low in the forest in a cool morning. Just a little bit of moisture around there. Taking a look at the replay, this is full risk, no push, and this is about to end poorly.
That's 8.5.
Compared to what we saw a few minutes ago in M2, I'm not sure they did a whole lot wrong there, our GT4 drivers. That is the race-leading GT3 that was coming up on them, flashing the headlights in no small amount either. So if you're going to complain about the GT4 not holding their line, I'd flash my headlights less if I didn't want them to react.
I think we've had a lot of incidents in this race so far, at least since I've been in the box for the past 4 hours, where it's kind of like nobody's fault. The track's that tight, drivers just running into each other, and there's nothing they can kind of do to stop it. They can't just slam the brakes on because there's cars behind, and Of course, that's what happened there with Drago. They can't put the brakes on heavily because you've got two behind you, but the one ahead, he's kind of thinking, oh, I'll go this way, but they end up following them because they also want to go that way. It makes it difficult when it comes to overtaking around here because it's not mini track, is it? It's difficult to drive on your own, never mind with other classes around.
Yes, so let's see what happens for this group, 5th and 6th, once they enter the dotting Ahua. They switch for position as identified by Nathan Richards, but could very well happen again, separated by just 2/10, coming over the crest of the hill, picking up speed, and once you get to full throttle, you don't lift it. Moving one side or the other, but once you're this close, 0.3 of a second, that's very much an action taken in vain. The initiative belongs to Damon Woods to either lift, coast, fuel save, or pick up momentum and move one side or the other and try to take that 5th position. And he'll move to the left, heading underneath the bridge, a little kink heading down into Tiergarten. Falcon Sim Racing almost a full car length ahead, moves across onto the racing line. Their BMW M4 will take position at the end of this lap. Could be one of those that this whole stint just swaps once per lap back and forth between these two.
Indeed, as this is a replay here of the Capivara Racing team. What's happened to them? Have they been hit by GT3? Oh, they certainly have. Oh, somehow the GT3 kept it. That's a WSR car, number 6, who continue on. They're the one that's running up in the top 3. But unfortunately, the Capivara team were sent off hurdling the barriers. That is not what they want. And of course, very lucky that WSR themselves didn't go off, because that could have easily ended a lot worse than it did, as Damon Woods and Alessandro Bico having a battle, and once again, it's Falcon Sim Racing back up into the top 5.
Now some traffic for them as they work their way around the far hairpin. Alessandro Bico's like, hey, there's 2 GT3s here, just hope you know. To head up through the Michael Schumacher S. Just compromise the entry a tiny bit for Bico, but not too much. Now you can take so much curb here, one of the few places on track that you can, with the apex and the exit there, that green painted concrete, you can get all over it. You're not going to catch a cup car as quickly as you think in a straight line.
No, certainly not, and that gap's now at half a second as they make their way through. And I think this is a great battle here, because these two are chopping and changing each other, but they're also battling hard as they're just making their way past one of the Porsches. But no, that's a great thing. A lot of teams have just been sitting together. They've just been following each other along and pulling together, whereas we can see that, of course, Woods and Bico, every lap are chopping and changing, and they're just having a bit of fun on the track. I suppose when you know you're battling for the top 5, have a bit of fun, why not?
The low downforce, low grip of those M2s makes it so difficult for them to hold a tight line through some of these sections, and that's also leading to some of the incidents I see. But we've managed to do it cleanly this time around with this group of drivers, Damon Woods and Alessandro Bico. Now another big slipstream down the hill, and then picks up again. You get very light over that crest, hit the tabletop, and then light over this crest of the next corner. Not as bad in the GT3 cars with the amount of downforce they've got compared to some of the other classes. Straight line speed, nowhere near as much downforce, like this Mercedes GT4 from SimRC.
Great run here, and of course Bico jumped into the car about 2 hours ago. And I think under Parker White as well, Williams were really quick, and Bico's jumped in and kind of matched the pace that White had. And I think the issue you get with other teams in and around each class is that you don't always have drivers that are kind of on the same level, and that's when issues come in terms of trying to hold on to a position or attack, where it then ends up fading you out. Whereas here with Bico, because he's jumped in and done the same job as what Parker White's done, it's made Williams' job a lot easier in terms of holding on to where they are, which has just been P5/P6 all race long as they make their way back down the hill once again into this corner here, which I never ever take flat. I don't know why. Not this one, I mean the one before. Because I just kind of seem to forget what the corner is, and I know it's that corner because it is always the one before this sweeping left-hander. And it's a good thing I didn't do the 24 hours, isn't it? Because if I'm lifting off through there, that surely isn't ideal.
This is a track with so many corners like that. A handful where you don't brake heavily going in, but you can't quite take them flat out. The far section of the track through parts like, Vipperman, and where we just saw some of that contact earlier. It's got so many of those. Natural shape of the road where you're carrying as much speed as possible means you just got to feather the throttle a little bit to get the car to rotate on the way in, and then speed is created by how much speed you can carry through and how early you can get back to the throttle, and it's different for every class of car and in different weather conditions. So the track has remained dry, but it remains cool in the very early hours of the morning, about to cross 5:20 a.m. in sim. The air is 18 Celsius, the track is 19 Celsius, and it'll take a long while before that might change. But the power of the sun, if it clears up from overcast, could give us a much hotter track temperature. That changes how much grip you have, it changes how hot your tyres get. Oh no! PCR car muscled out of the way by 5th and 6th place.
That could have ended a lot worse than it did. A lot worse, but somehow they'll make it through. And that's what I said earlier. With these GT3s, even though they know it's risky going for moves in those corners, because they are GT3s and because they are the quicker car, they will just barge you out the way. And if they hit you, so what? They've hit you. They don't care. So that's why sometimes when you're coming up against your GT3s, just keep an eye on who barges you out the way and who doesn't, because then you can kind of plan accordingly. If you know that the leading car's always going to hit you, you know to move out the way when it comes by. As that's a crash into the barriers there for car 808, Radix Racing Red, and that is not where you want to land your M2 at all. And the M2, I think, is a difficult car to drive over the curves. At least I noticed that on some of the more traditional tracks. So I'd imagine on these curves it's also the same.
The RSO also pull up short of the barrier, but yeah, you hit those curves. This car is just a little bouncier. There's not a lot to plant the back down again. It's basically devoid of any downforce. It's road car aerodynamics. Radix Racing Red, the 808 continued, but I think no. Yeah, I was about to say don't show this if they're just going to blow turn 1 and retire themselves, but that car is not road legal with no headlights. Thank goodness it's not as dark as it was. Ouch.
In second C, I suppose.
And the road car traction control on them, you go quicker if you switch it off, but it does make the car way more leery. The GT4 car at Geldenkopf goes wide here, touching the grass, trying to let Falcon Sim Racing and Williams F1 Team Gaming through. No harm done there, but for that M2 car, the way that you make it fast is you make it really, really sketchy, and you switch off the stability control and things like that. So once you get out of control, you remain out of control.
So it's basically game over at that point then, in that car, which means I need to get it back to the pits. Did they tow back, or did they decide to continue on? Yeah, they towed back in the end, I think. They got a meatball.
No, I think they've got a meatball, but they've continued. I see the 808 as on track 30% of the way around the lap. So onto the Nordschleife with no headlights. We didn't see a swap this time, perhaps because of the GT4 traffic entering the Döttinger Hohe. Falcon Sim Racing remain ahead of Williams F1 Team Gaming, starting another lap.
Indeed. Still Williams trailing behind the back of Falcon as they make their way back down through the GP circuit, which I've drove quite a lot on iRacing. I did a couple of the weekly races I have here, and I do enjoy the GP layout. It's quite smooth, it's quite flowing. I do love the Schumacher S, but I hate going onto the Nordschleife. I think I've only ever gone through. Most of the time I get about halfway through before I bin it, because I get too confident with myself and think, oh, we'll push through here, and I end up hitting a curb and spearing off into the barrier. Because then if I don't push, I'll get an order myself then.
This track, as much as any other that hosts endurance racing, is, I think, like a mental challenge. Not a skill technical challenge. It's one of the most difficult to persevere with. It's one of the most fatiguing mentally because there's so many corners to remember, so many times that you're right up against the limit of just throwing it away with how close the Armco is. Tracks like Le Mans often has a little bit more runoff, Spa a little bit more runoff, but the Nordschleife is way less forgiving. There's way more of it, and as we race in the dark in races like this, it's way darker as well than many other circuits, certainly than Daytona.
Yeah, there's no light in all is there really, apart from a couple of sections on the track, which in the night time means you've got to keep an eye on the track at all times. You can't relax or, take yourself out of concentration for any second, which of course around some tracks you probably can get away with it as long as you're still focusing but not 100% on it, whereas here you've got to be all stint long watching ahead, and also in many cases watching behind, because you've got to see what cars are coming through to try and lap you, especially if you're like an M2 or a TCR where you are the slower car. You've got your Cups, your GT4s and your GT3s trying to make the way through, and of course with it not being such a closing speed disparity such as an F1 car compared to a sports car, it's not like a GT4 is going to be right behind you then instantly make a move. You've got to keep an eye on it as it'll be following you and slowly bringing the gap down to the point where they've still got to go for a bit of a lunge in some corners to make the move on you, but they are quicker anyway, so they're going to force it.
So we're past the top of the hour, another hour complete in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour for 2026. Race rolls on, but it's time that we put Nathan Richards to bed. I'm going to give you a fuzzy little hat to wear and tuck you in, and hopefully you have some very restful honk shoes. Thank you for your service and your contribution to our coverage of this year's Top Split. Very shortly joining me will be Lorenzo Bonda as producer Ramiro continues his great work, giving you uninterrupted 24-hour coverage of this year's event alongside Hugo Lewis. This is the closest cars in GT3. We had a three-way fight for second, third and fourth, the podium positions, before they had a collision with one of the poor, bullied and beleaguered M2 Cup class cars just in this part of the racetrack back there at Miss Hit Miss. And that split up the field, put a little bit of damage on the number one Drago Racing White. WSR Esports Red get through for that second place, and it splits the BMW M Verstappen sim racing cars that are currently first and third in class. So fifth and sixth is where the GT3 action is at the moment. A little bit of Porsche Cup action still brewing, with some fuel saving going on for third place as they slipstream. Second place, GT4 led by Cesar Esport at the moment. Scherer Esport lead the TCR class, and there are many damaged M2 Cup cars on the pit lane. Out on the track, Grid and Go lead by about 13 seconds over Simify. Morning is coming, and you can see it in the sky, but it's not going to brighten up too much more too quickly with these overcast conditions. A lot of cloud around means we're not quite going to see the sunrise. We're just going to see all those clouds brighten up. Here is your M2 leader. Let's run through everyone on track in the M2 class. So grid and go lead, Gabriel Streitmatter behind the wheel. In second place, Simify Esports Orange. Lucas Perez is driving. Like I said, I think he's about 12 and a half seconds behind the lead. So a lot to play out here. If you can find a little bit of speed, if you can save some pit stop time, if you can have a clean race while your competitors don't, it's all up in the air for M2. And in third place, on the same lap, but about half a lap behind, Lucas Purple for Team RSO. We might have seen them get into a little bit of trouble, but keep it off the wall earlier on, so they did lose about 30 seconds on their last lap, and we did see a replay of that one. In fourth is Blocco Motore. Lennart Block is driving in fourth place. They are 3 laps down to their class leader at the moment. So competitively, it's a field of 3, but you never say never, and for reasons that I pointed out earlier, anything can happen to anyone with still 11 hours to go. The famous carousel goes fourth place. Fifth, Radix Racing Red, trying to persevere with a damaged car. They are back on pit lane for some repairs. They've only just arrived in pit lane about 30 seconds ago, so it's the normal service of fueling going in at the moment, and then a few more of the mechanics are going to have to, I don't know, crimp some wires, tyre changes done, but surely some more repairs have got to happen to the front of that car. It has no headlights. As that transpires, we take a look at a replay for Solpec Precision Racing. Unfortunately, in the last hour, every time we've gone to a replay of this car, there have been 2 big incidents, and that's in the Hudson back, a big bounce over the curb at the apex, and they spin 180, 360, but mostly keep it off the Armco. So that is going to be an underwear change more than a panel change for them. The other car that we might see back on track in the BMW M2 Cup class is Tech Sport Sim Team, but unfortunately their repairs, which are not done, have been ongoing for a little while now. Do we have a broadcast statistic for that one? Because I think mine is incorrect. I was going to say an hour. That's not quite right for the 951. But 7th is on track and circulating. Capivara Racing Team. They had at least 20 minutes of repairs at some point, but they're back out on the road. They're 3 laps behind Tech Sport Sim Team, so if they can keep going, they can move up into 6th. And I think those are the only cars with drivers in session. The retirements are Team Fraudline, Kostek, and Eclipse Sim Sports. Moving up to TCR class, the leader is Scherer Esport in the Honda Civic Type R. John Atkinson Jr. driving at the moment. His lead is 11 seconds over WSR Esports white Konstantin Stolzenberg in the Hyundai. Hyundai are a big fan of bringing their Hyundai N products to the Nürburgring. They're going to have at least 3 cars with some testing parts and development engines and pre-production stuff on them in the real 24 in not too long. So they're one of those manufacturers that sees this race as the true challenger of not just drivers but also machinery. A great place to test and prove some stuff. 10 seconds behind the race lead is WSR Esports. Scherer Esports' other car, the 416, their other Honda, is in 3rd, a little bit further back, almost a whole lap, about 7 minutes. But that car looks good, and it's still running, about to complete another lap. Martin Aschert behind the wheel. Fourth is Smart MC Dital 600, another Honda Civic. They are in fourth. I'll get corrected by my South American producer if I'm wrong, but I think that's the flag of Uruguay. If not, it's Paraguay, but I'm pretty sure that's Uruguay. Yep. He'd know. Big sporting rivalry. Big sporting rivalry there between those nations, but also on the track here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24. Next in class, fifth, is LMR Esports. Daniel Robertson tracking around 2 laps down on the race leader in their class at the moment. Still running, and that car looks tidy. Next is BZR Racing. JD Rodriguez in the number 14. Not too far behind LMR. Here they are, just entering the Nordschleife for another time in a little bit of traffic, so heads up about all of that, and I think they've got second in class just behind them there. Last car running in TCR is 7th place, Yes Motorsports. Joni Katsala is behind the wheel of that Hyundai N. And that's the 7 cars running in TCR, led by Shera Esports at the moment. Move up to the GT4 class, actually very similar in pace to the TCR cars, but in some slightly different areas. It's Sheze Esport that leads. Mate Varga is driving at the moment, and he enjoys a modest race lead of 21 seconds, but there is a big back and forth going on. In second place, Simasi's Cotentin Guinea is driving at the moment, trying to hunt down that gap to his race leader. You see exactly where the differences in pace are between a GT4 and a TCR. They're not that significant, and that is going to be a source of frustration for Corentin Guinea until he gets some very, very nice service right there, letting him by as he enters Metzgersfeld towards Cullenhard. Third in class, RDV Competition Unity. This is one of the battles on track at the moment. Baptista Jimenez is running in third, just ahead of Fiercely Forward Red, who you see behind. So the BMW and the Aston Martin contending for the final podium position in class at the moment. Aidan Matas is driving that Aston in fourth at the moment. You can see his rival. He's going to try to hunt them down. Fifth on track in class is Undercut 009. Mael Gain is driving at the moment, and he just enters turn 1 for the moment in the BMW M4 GT4. Falcon Sim Racing are in 6th. Luca Wunsch behind the wheel at the moment. You can see he's just the length of the front straight behind 5th position. So also hoping that if things go well, he could close a spot for his team. And the last car running in class is only just back out on track after some significant repairs. Full Risk, No Push, copying a hit as they looked to enter Flansgarten, or it was just a little bit before there. 12 minutes of repairs on the Porsche Cayman GT4, and Michael Kaibach has taken it back out on track. He's the last car running in class. He is 2 laps down to everyone else who are on the lead lap, so a good class to keep an eye on for some small margins, and 7 cars running. We've had plenty of eyeballs in the last hour on the Porsche Cup class, as battles for the podium have raged and strategy is playing out. The leader at the moment is Coanda Esports 08. Elvis Rankin is driving at the moment, and they have a about 20-second lead. It's 22 seconds per hour timing to Coanda Esports, their teammate, the 018. Lewis Bielek able to extend the lead and break the slipstream to Grid and Go, who we believe needed to make some fuel saving, and I think on the basis of that may have actually stopped 1 lap short of their rivals. This looks like an outlap for Grid and Go, and it's been a driver change too. Hadinoa Mimasi gets behind the wheel of the 002. So they did short fuel to get the slipstream, but weren't able to save a whole nother lap by the appearances of things. And a pit stop and driver change for 002. Other cars running in Class Door Esports are in 4th, just off the podium. Lewis Woods flying the flag of Scotland on the door. I didn't mean to say that like that. Currently in 4th position. In 5th, Shera Esports, George Tyler. That's the flag of Norfolk Island. And I'm only a 1.5 hour, 2 hour flight from Norfolk Island. Very, very interesting place. Small and separated island in the Pacific Ocean, north of New Zealand, off the coast of Australia. And only a couple thousand people live there. They are an Australian-administered territory. Maniti Racing in 6th. Yashel Yunus is driving at the moment. He's ahead of 7th place. The other grid and go car, Jeff Giassi, in the 003. We saw not long ago an incident for Solpec Precision Racing. And it seems like they are in pit lane at the moment, have been for a number of minutes. Yep. So, if that remains the case, in a couple of minutes' time, this car in 9th, Impulse Racing, need to complete at least one more lap to move ahead of the currently stationary car in 8th. Ross O'Connor for Impulse Racing. If he keeps his head down, there is another spot that could come his way. And the fastest class of cars in our race, GT3, is led by BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. The number 4, Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel. They have been, I think, slowly extending this lead that currently stands at over a minute and a half. It was very close for 2nd place, but WSR Esports have that at the moment, have about 3 seconds in hand at the moment. Martin Kadlicek driving the Ferrari 296 GT3. Then it's a lot more BMWs, because there's another one in 3rd place for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. Car number 3, Diogo Pinto, driving at the moment, trying to pursue that 2nd place, trying to keep behind the car that is currently in 4th, Drago Racing White, Alexander Spets. We think this car might have picked up a little bit of damage. And Alexander Spets, though, if he has any damage, is only losing a second or a second and a half per lap. They might just tidy up the front bumper at their next pit stop. That's your top 4. Falcon Sim Racing Team in 5th had our attention earlier because they were very close with Williams F1 Team Gaming, but Damon Woods seems to have blown out that gap as they've continued and as they've passed a little bit of traffic. Just passing some traffic now is 6th place Williams F1 Team Gaming. Alessandro Bico gets ahead of one of the Porsche Cup cars at Arenberg and is trying to hunt down the slipstream of 5th place. Cheza Esports in 7th, and another different make, mark and model, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo 2020. David Soth driving in 7th place at the moment, not that far behind 5th and 6th, and doing alright pace in that Mercedes. 8th, Blue Mercure Esport, Gabriel Moretto driving at the moment in that BMW. 9th, Stint 1 Motorsport, Dennis Menzer is about 3 minutes behind his next car for position. He's on the Nordschleife at the moment, just exiting Brunchen or Ice Curve, or whichever one that is, around that twisty far side of the racetrack. Top 10 is completed by Fiercely Forward Gold. Connor C.K. Franson in there at the moment. And GT3 is the most numerous class of cars, and they're also proving pretty repairable and sturdy. So we continue with 11th place, Team Bennick on the road in the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo with the current model facelift and the Endurance Light Bar. You'll love to have that for a race like this. Solpec Precision Racing are next in 12th. Kevin Desnoyers taking the Mercedes around just passing Arenberg, about to get to Klostertal, I think that is. And it looks like the last car running is Solpec. Yes, indeed. So, still a tightly packed field is GT3, with the leader on lap 97 and the last car running on lap 96. Here comes the pit stops from the Cup class. So we had the short stop from third place a lap ago. Grid and Go are going to hope that the pit stops now for the two Coanda cars will bring them back closer. Pit stop's done for the leader. Xander Reed drives out of the lane. Mitchell de Jong gets in the 018. And here comes Grid and Go. The battle is back on. One lap apart, now reunited. Looking at the pit stop times, trying to get a gauge on what kind of tyre strategy and tyre changes was going on. There is a world and a possibility where there are some warmer tyres for Grid and Go that could give them an advantage right now. Certainly looked like new tyres for the race leader. Xander Reed was weaving, exiting the pit lane. Certainly looking for a little bit of extra tyre temperature. Flash of the headlights from third place. He thinks Mitchell de Jong might be a little off pace. Could be new tyres. Nose to tail. Porsche Cup cars on the Grand Prix circuit, battling for podium positions with 10 hours, 40 minutes to go of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring on iRacing, the community special event for 2026. And there is still a little bit of feeling going on here. This is not Hold Station. This is the British driver, Hadi Noah Mimasi, putting pressure on the American. Incredibly accomplished sim racer in multiple disciplines is Mitchell de Jong. Also accomplished in some real-world motorsport too. Google it if you don't know. And that almost looks like a bump draft coming towards the fast chicane, letting him know he's there. And this class, fourth place, hits pit lane, following the same strategies first and seconds or esports. Get a driver change too. As the sun rises, so do some of the drivers. And we are getting a lot of driver changes at the pit stops right about now. Let's take a lap on board with this third place Cup car. board with Hardy Noah Mamasi and Grid and Go Esports as he pushes second place Coanda Esports down the Dottingahur. As we rode on board, certainly a hint of fuel saving there on board the 002, who are one lap shorter on fuel than their Coanda Esports rivals, who currently occupy first and second place in class. Up in the GT3 class, we've just had a flurry of pit stops, and it also seems to be the hour for a flurry of driver changes too. While Gustavo Ariel stays in the race leading car, second and third has closed up. Lucas Prada, I think, has gotten on board the WSR Esports Red recently. Diogo Pinto still with the number 3. Alexander Spetz still with the 4th place Drago Racing White. So, if you'd like a battle for second place, I can offer you one top of screen in Porsche Cup, bottom of screen in GT3. It's a second helping of second place battles. Oh, nearly contact with the RSO M2 for Mitchell de Jong as they came up through the Michael Schumacher S. He tried to run that one very close and nearly ran up the back of the BMW. Still manages to hold on to second place in his class. Ferrari leading the battle bottom of screen. Prada ahead of Pinto. Obviously forward Gold have a pit stop in GT3. Norby Kiss has gotten into Sheza Esport. Benedict Vader has gotten into Williams F1 Team Gaming 150. James Bomey taking over from Damon Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing 44. Seeing some other pit stops and driver changes. Looks like Kyle Boss gets into Fiercely Forward Gold. For Team Bennett, Remy Gilbert is driving down the lane, and we'll see if he gets a driver change once he reaches his pit stall. Through the Kleiner Carousel for the GT3 battle. They're about to hit the Dottingahur, and we'll see the full power of the slipstream in these cars could lead to a change of position. The slipstream didn't lead to a change of position in Porsche Cup, as Grid and Go looked to affect some fuel saving. So bottom of screen, onto the Dottingahur. The Ferrari leads BMW. Closing in the slipstream comes Diogo Pinto. Does he lift, bump, or pass? And this looks like he'll pull to the right-hand side, gather some side draft, just as the end of the straight arrives and they go underneath the bridge. Side by side for second place, but the momentum is with the BMW. And BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing go back to a front of field lockout. It's first and second for their number 4 and number 3 cars with that move. So the front bumper of Mimasi is very acquainted with the rear bumper of Mitchell de Jong at the moment. What Grid and Go would very much like is if this meant they closed up on the leading 08 car. The gap, as you can see from the timing on screen, sits at just under 20 seconds. So keep the top 3 close up. Elsewhere in Cup class, Scherer Esports Blue going into the Kleiners Carousel, pop out early and slide and spin Daniel Longereich. Hopefully staying off the Armco, but in a very awkward spot at that time. Now, I thought I was going crazy, but Drago Racing White have pitted again. My timing said they left pit lane on wet tyres, and it appears they've come back in a lap later, and it says slicks, and it says a driver change to Atse Kalpinen. I will try to get some kind of confirmation on this that I'm not going crazy, but the 4th place GT3 may have mistakenly left the pit lane on the wrong tyres. Atse Kalpinen rejoins in 8th place, just behind the battle for 6th and 7th between Norby Kiss and Gabriel Loreto. This car had some damage earlier, so maybe they needed the damage repaired, but I'm also seeing only a 32-second pit stop here, which is the tyre change time, not the full fuel time. Taking right on board with 7th place, Blue Mercure Esport, as they are right behind Sheza Esports. Pit stops have just taken place a lap ago, so this is their first flying lap into this new stint. Kiss ahead of Moretto. So a lot of BMWs in this GT3 field, but we do have Ferraris, Mercedes, Aston Martins. This is one of the best of the Mercedes. Sheza Esports in 6th at the moment. 7th place, hot on their heels on board with the BMW. And if you like the steering wheel, you can have it. Available for real cars and sim cars, that one. Through this continually twisting and turning section that opens up the Nordschleife they go, and then finally it opens up and you get to go up through the gears, 5th gear, 6th gear, the slipstream comes into effect. GT4 race leader is on the pit lane, so that cycle is playing out. Simasi and Kieran Harrison hit the lane, exiting floodflats at massive speed, downhill, the slipstream so powerful. Gabriel Moretto has decisions to make, but usually the decision is to sit behind, and that's the option that Norby Kiss is going to try to force him into with some defensive placement, but not enough. Across the crest at Schwedenkreuz, Gabriel Moretto moves up into 6th place, and now through Arenberg seals the deal. Blue Mercure back into 6th, Sheza Esports into 7th, are now going to have to follow in the slipstream of the BMW. Battle in GT3 for the moment, as 2 seconds separates 2nd place from 3rd place, and it's under a second here between 6th and 7th. Race leader still enjoying a nice little margin. 3rd place from GT4 comes in. Sheza Esports' other car in that GT4 field holds the lead for the moment. Tim RC having just made their stop. Kieran Harrison. Fiercely forward red. Looks like they might get a new driver. Felipe Cabrera Loyola. That's the flag of Chile. And just as they finish their stop, RDV Competition Unity go past them, so they battle for 3rd and 4th. In this class will continue, taking a quick look at the BMW leading GT4 at the moment. And everyone's still got their headlights on, but I'm seeing orange in the sky, not just a little bit of wispy light. Really getting into the morning. Just crossing 6 a.m. in the session. No rain about, but it is overcast this morning. On the Grand Prix circuit are Coanda Esports and GridandGo.com Esports, 2nd and 3rd in the Cup class. Now 20 seconds behind the race leader, the Coanda 08. So 1st and 2nd still for Coanda Esports in the Cup class for the moment. Sander Reed with the race lead. Mitchell de Jong, plenty of experience with a Porsche Cup car. So a lot of strategy considerations at the moment for Grid and Go. They are a lap shorter on fuel than the car in front. This is the kind of racetrack where fuel saving a whole extra lap borders on the impossible. If it was some other racetrack and your rival was doing 30 lap stints, you think you might be able to fuel save to 31, but much more of a challenge here. One of the longest permanent racetracks to be found anywhere in the world. iRacing stats say it's a 25.95 kilometre racetrack with 170 turns. Over the crest of the hill, approaching Schwedenkreuz, where we saw that amazing move in GT3 earlier this lap. No such move will take place in the Porsche Cup class. Dion gets in hot at the top of Adenauer Forst, pushes out wide, touches the curb, puts himself on a compromised line through the chicane. Little things like that absolutely keep Mamasi in touch. I think Mamasi and the Grid and Go team would probably rather de Jong didn't make those mistakes and that he closed down his teammate who leads the race. But that wouldn't benefit Coanda so much. It might benefit Mitchell de Jong. It might benefit the crew of the 018. But in a broad, holistic, whole-of-team sense, if this car tows Grid and Go up towards the race lead, it just injects more jeopardy for Coanda, who currently have a light grip on the control of this class in this race. So top of screen, TV, bottom of screen, on board for Mamasi. It says Luca Kita's name on the windscreen. One of the quirks of these endurance races where the car will get branded with the driver's name, but only one of the drivers. Dramas for fiercely forward gold in the GT3 class. They're currently on pit lane and dropping. Big moment for everyone right now who loves naturally aspirated, high-revving Porsche cars. It'd feel silly if the next Porsche GT3 was turbocharged instead. To the highest point of the racetrack at Tor 8. Now descending. My favourite part of the racetrack, Wipperman. Don't hit that curb. Hit this curb. Don't hit that curb. Take a little bit of the exit curb. Flowing so much speed. Blind corner over the crest here. Tightens on the exit. You've got to get to the other side of the road. Double left-hander descending. You've got to stay tight to the left for the final right-hander. Don't go too wide there. There's an off-track before you trail the brake uphill again through Ice Curve, one of the places where you can climb a little bit of the exit curb. Oh no, that's Brunchen, and this is Ice Curve, another one that tightens on exit with a little switchback. Got to take your line through here, approaching Flunsgarten. You get airborne into that little dip, then the road comes up to meet you again, and you get so much grip through this 4th, 5th gear sequence of corners. Get airborne, don't touch that inside curb, getting super airborne in the slipstream. Does Mamasi. trying to stay close through this high-speed section up into 6th gear. Turning in before you brake into Schwalbenschwanz, trailing the brake and the speed, changing direction back into the left. The Kleines Carousel, it hugs you on the way in, but the banking lets you go early on the exit and you can go flying off like a kid on some playground equipment if you're not careful. And then one of the most critical exits of the whole lap is over the long crest of the hill here and onto the Dodinger Hohe, the longest straight in motorsport. 6th gear, full throttle, in the slipstream, picking up speed, closing the margin. Sits at 2/10, sits at a 1/10.5, sits at a 10th, and bump drafting, no margin at all. That's top of your screen, the battle for second in the Cup class. As GT3, after these pit stops, has closed up in a couple of places. We've had a few driver changes. We've had, looks like a double pit stop from Drago Racing White. And he gives us a battle for what was 5th and 6th, is now 4th and 5th. James Bomey, recently installed in Falcon Sim Racing, ahead of Williams F1 Team Gaming. Benedict Vida, recently installed their first stint. First laps of this stint for those two drivers, battling for 4th and 5th. As they climb up the hill in the GT3 battle towards the Bravery corner, it's hardly a touch on the brakes for these cars, but you cannot take it flat out. Nothing to separate them in the next braking zone, kicking up dirt and dust in a few places as they absolutely maximise everything. Driving like it's a sprint race, and they haven't done thousands of kilometres already in this race with 10 hours still to go. The race leader just completing lap 101. So, quick maths is easy to do. It's 2,625 kilometres so far. Plenty more to come. Still got Fiercely Forward Gold in GT3 on the pit lane. Not sure what went wrong for the number 13 car, but for about 13 minutes now, they have unluckily been on pit lane, losing positions. They're also losing positions to the 992 Cup class in the outright standings. 99 laps completed for the leader of that class. And up in third place, WSR Esports Lucas Prada, the Ferrari. Taking it to what feels like all BMWs in the rest of the top 5. He currently sits about 39 seconds ahead of this battle for the next positions behind him. We've seen passes happen on the Dodinger Hohe in GT3 almost every time. Not a whole lot of fuel saving or bump drafting happening in this class that we've noticed. So you sit tight as they are about to fire up. Already 220 kilometers an hour as they exit Galgenkopf and onto the straight, and it only continues to rise from there. In the slipstream, Williams F1 Team Gaming doing 271 kilometers an hour, 3 more than the car in front, walking that gap down, pulling out to the right-hand side of the road, and about to get their nose in front, but it's still level, heading into the braking zone, a twisty one-line braking zone. It looks like James Bomey lifts out. Benedict Vida goes through into 4th place. Williams F1 Team Gaming gaining that spot. Battle for position behind them. A repeat again. So do you want to see GT3 cars slipstreaming down the Dotting Ahur? Cast your eyes from the top of screen to bottom of screen. Gabriel Moretto currently leading in the BMW, Norby Kiss in the Mercedes, not as close, and remains behind. They're approaching the GT4 car just ahead. Almost a little check-up on the exit. Yes, a check-up on the exit, because they're heading for pit lane. So Gabriel Moretto couldn't pass left-hand side, or he wouldn't be able to get across to pit entry. So he had to sit behind the GT4, compromises his pit entry a little bit. Sheza Esports through into 6th, but might be not too far away from a pit stop either themselves. Moretto's been in the 32 for a little while, so as he drives towards his pit stall, which will be garage number 3, I think, eyes on a potential driver change. Italian Moretto in the car at the moment. No sign of change just yet. The only thing that's changing is the tyres. That's done. And the fuel. 40 seconds would be a full tank. We saw 32 from Drago Racing White at their last stop. And from bottom to top, Blue Mercure Esport fill up their fuel tank back onto the Grand Prix circuit, back into the race. And into the commentary box comes Lorenzo Bonda. We know you're such a massive fan of these special events, these endurance races. And how good is it to be back at the Nordschleife again this year?
It's good, you know. I was wondering, David. I think this is... I was trying to do the math. I think this is our 4th time doing together, the N24?
I don't know. Possibly more. I believe
maybe
more.
Insane. But it's good, especially with a race that has so many unknown variables and everything. So it's always great to see great racing around the green hell, and it is good to see that we still have some good fights around in some of the categories. It's good to see Quinn and Grid and Go fighting together. And still close after 12 hours. So it's great. We're looking forward to this end of hour 14 as we transition to hour 15.
That airborne section never stops looking sketchy when these Porsche Cup cars are at full speed. Battle for 2nd and 3rd, getting a little airborne. A check-up for Mitchell de Jong through the Kleinis carousel. It's one line through there in the banking. Full risk, no push. Now going to get in between, though, in Gulgenkopf. So both lose a tiny bit of time to that. That's how multi-class racing goes sometimes. For Grid and Go, though, they want to be as close as possible here. A sense that Mitchell de Jong, one of the best drivers you'll ever see in a Porsche Cup car, might have just been pulling away through the twisty sections, close to breaking the slipstream, but not quite. So onto the Dotting Ahur we go. I'm looking at the speed guns, and Mimasi in the slipstream has 6 kilometers an hour more already, and he carries that for 1 kilometer and more. So wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is. It's insane how much grit this car has, and if you are within the slipstream, it's so hard to break away. And now the M2 just blocks Mitchell de Jong. It opens up the way for Grid and Go to go around the outside, but the move is probably not going to stick way too much. But Grid and Go is still gonna go for it. They're gonna give it a shot. Try to go on turn number 1 to attempt an overtake.
Ricardo Zonta is what I always call that move. You've got 2 cars approaching. The lead car has to decide which way to go. On the balance of probabilities, the best option for the other car is to go the other side. You know, if you follow the driver in front passing the traffic, you'll end up behind them. If you pop the other side, there is a chance. There's always a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. But in that case, no, did not end up seeing a pass for position. Overall, this last passage of events in the last 5 minutes have been positive for Grid and Go, as they've stayed attached to the incredibly powerful slipstream of Coanda Esports. And Mitchell de Jong has kept the gap to the race leader level, if anything, maybe trimmed it down about half a second. So race leader is 20 seconds up the road, and then their teammate in second, and their rivals Grid and Go in third.
Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to look if there's something else happening on the racetrack which might catch our eye, which the only thing I was looking in terms of battles might be P4 in the GT3s, as I think we saw that already, but Falcon is just close to Williams F1 Team Gaming, so it's, of course, still a numbers battle of sorts, and we always know that in the Nordschleife, this is more of a patience race because you have gaps and everything. Then probably proper battles you would see in other racetracks in the whole world, or the other special events that we have in iRacing, where the probability of you seeing tighter gaps would be much more than like around 30 seconds max between cars.
Another battle on track in GT3 for fourth place. You've got a battle between the leading TCR and the fifth place GT4. Lorenzo, those two cars can be very close on pace. The GT4 slightly more powerful, the TCR a little bit more aero.
Yeah, but you know what surprised me a little bit? I was looking through some of the officials on TCR thing last weekend, and it surprised me how much the top speed that car has. It doesn't sound like it, because you think, oh, a TCR on the front straight is going to be a little bit slower. The GT4 just powers through it. It is nothing, because the GT4 has basically nearly the same horsepower performance a street car would have. But the TCRs, I think in this current generation, they have grit, man. They have a lot of power to give. So they can even match, depending on circumstances, even some of the GT4s and potentially even some of the Porsche Cups. So if you get slipstream and everything, you just get the opportunity. But it's kind of like the slightest chance. But it's good to see that people will still try to go a little bit strong on those TCR cars. It's good to see that we're still having solid grids and everything there.
By all accounts, every update that's come to the TCR and the new Audi RS3 has rejuvenated it a little bit from a driving perspective. Drivers are enjoying it more, giving them a little bit more feedback. And for a front-wheel drive car, that's so important that the driving dynamics are nailed down, because if they're not, it's just a bit boring and numb potentially. But when it's right, the car can feel very alive. I've raced a front-wheel drive car once, and it wasn't boring.
You know what's interesting? I've seen some of the feedback, because in my team, where we have some drivers that already raced in the 24-hour esports series. As we look,
just have a look at full risk, no push. Just had a bit of a slide there, trying to stay ahead of one of the TCR cars. I think that was for outright position with MC Dital 600. Bruno Reales from Argentina. It's Michael Kybak. Had a little bit of a moment. I'll let you get back to what you were saying in 1 second, but just to say that the fastest lap of the race in GT4 is an 8-minute 43, and the fastest lap of the race in TCR is an 8:47. So around this gigantic 26-kilometer, 170-turn racetrack, the difference in absolute peak performance only comes out to 3 to 4 seconds. Driving dynamics of the TCR car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so basically, from what I got in terms of feedback, the car is it changed a few ways. Of course, it's still understeery if you try to push the car a little bit more than usual and everything. But right now, the feel of the car just feels so much natural. I think you do truly feel the grip giving up when you truly don't have grip to give on the TCR cars. Apparently, there was something that was happening on the previous generation of physics that was going around in the race car. So it's more natural. It feels more TCR for some of from what I got the feedback from some of the drivers. So that is good to know that you are getting more into natural grips of racing, and this proximity between the paces. I was trying to remember which race, or which racetrack it was. There was the gap between the TCRs and the GT4, I think, was about a full second. As we look, what happened to Bruno Reales? Ooh, the piff path and just gone. Nothing
So
much
just
you can do about
as
that.
they had seen Full Risk No Push. Oh my goodness. What a horrible lap for Full Risk No Push. They spun on the Grand Prix circuit ahead of Sart MC Dital. And then Sart MC Dital on the Nordschleife section hit the curb, blocked the track, and Full Risk No Push have driven into it. So those two cars, impossible to keep apart. Full Risk No Push's Porsche Cayman GT4 has continued. Sart MC have had to tow that car with the damage. The front fell off, the back fell off,
Oi.
the door nearly fell off.
Yep, that's a little bit unfortunate to see that. Meanwhile, I'm getting reports that our race leader has damage. Sorry, has damage in the car.
Yes,
It might
the number
be a
4.
meatball.
BMW M Verstappen sim racing car, the leading car, has a meatball. The car is on track. The car is continuing. They still have a minute 46 lead. It is dropping slowly. So let's take a look at the 808 Radix Racing Red from BMW M2 Cup. There comes the race leader behind them. One way, the other, hits the BMW that bounced off the Armco and into the passenger side of the GT3 race leader. We have seen this many times. Miscommunications between GT3 and M2 Cup. We've seen that the M2 Cup struggles to hold a line sometimes through these twisting sections. It just doesn't have anything like the grip or the ability to react that a GT3 car has got. This has given a meatball flag required repairs to the race leader, but it doesn't look undrivable, so you hope that that could be a quick repair, a repair that happens quickly at their next pit stop, that it shouldn't be too much damage. They enjoy a still 90-second race lead, but it's dropping quickly now. So I wonder if they're losing more straight line speed than cornering speed in the race leading car.
That is a great question. I'm just shocked because it probably happened more in the twistiest section of the racetrack. It happened right about Wipperman or going to Asbach, so which happens to be the 15 kilometer of this racetrack as Ariel now reached the pits, and I can tell you for sure this is gonna be a lengthy pit, a very big lengthy pit. I'm actually gonna try to get the information because they were streaming, so we're only gonna know the true damage assessment.
And now they've overshot their pit stall with damage and a meatball flag required to come into the pit lane. The race leader just puts a little bit of vinegar on that wound as they lose a couple more seconds, overshooting their pit stall. The car service begins now. The meatball flag is still displayed. So, normal service, 20 seconds for the tyres, another 20 seconds for the fuel, and after 40 seconds, if the car is still holding there, we're in extra time of damage repair. Here's the onboard from their perspective.
Right after a while.
I can see how that happens. So, taking the racing line, the M2 is going to the left a little bit, but then, so the leader thinks I'll try to go to the right here, but then the racing line for the M2 brings them back there, and by the time anyone can react, I can see exactly how that happens. So,
Yeah.
a new race leader, the number 3 car, as repairs are ongoing, now into their 20th extra second, the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team and Gustavo Ariel. Diogo Pinto takes the race lead. Lucas Prada, the Ferrari 296 GT3, comes through into second place. Another 40 seconds, and 4th and 5th place will go by, and this car will drop out of the top 5. Meatball flag still displaying. Do you have any idea, any learnings, how long this might be?
I've
Stream
got
sniper.
looking at the stream sniper, sniping, I got about 6 minutes of repairs, minimum apparently. Yeah, so basically nearly a full lap.
I think that will drop them to about 8th place, is what I think. This group of cars have now gone by. So Williams F1 Team Gaming, Benedict Vida now into a podium position. Falcon Sim Racing up into 4th. As the 1-2 stranglehold that BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing had over this race unravels. Traffic.
Yeah.
Traffic has absolutely taken away.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can say with the safe assurance here, David. No, it's awkward, and Gustavo, I'm actually gonna say this in Portuguese, desculpa, but I think now we got a race in our hands because let's just say from 1st to 5th, which is Nürburgring, current. I can even put a joggle racing of sorts. The gap between 1st to 6th is just 1.5 minutes. For Nordschleife standards, that's not a lot. In a 10-hour race, well, less than 10-hour race, that is catchable. If you adjust your strategy, something happens, you got an open race. This is open season to everybody. You can feed, you can go ahead and feed, go for the feast. Try to feed yourself.
So the 1-2 stranglehold on GT3 comes undone, but Coanda Esports still have 1-2 in the Porsche Cup class. This is 2nd place. They hold that 1-2 by just a small margin over Grid and Go.
Yeah.
And coming up to the scene of that accident that we were just talking about for the GT3 leader. So the racing line brings you around to the left just before you go into the braking zone there. And this racetrack is like that. It's a very organic, natural being that follows the hillside through. It's not dead straight lines into perfect radius corners into, Herman Tilke designed designated overtaking zones. It feels like a roller coaster through the forest.
Yeah, now they're going to be held up by the Grid and Go M2. But still going to remain into close contact racing. So it's still good racing providing between them. And can we say, as we're about to open the Porsche Esports Super Cup global qualifiers, we might see some of these guys going in together really soon, in about 2 weeks. So looking forward to that as well. For a little bit of a scary, jumpy moment for the Grid and Go car.
Every lap, dude. It's like that every lap. But in the slipstream, you're going just a tiny bit faster. You've got a tiny bit less front downforce. We'll take a look at GT3 off the road. We're doing the mowing here for a podium spot. James Bomey off the road a little bit there. Williams F1 Team Gaming still holding on to 3rd place. both go off the track.
Synchronized off tracks. This can happen in Nordschleife, just kind of like a smidge.
Well, both cars look okay. Both are on the road at the moment, and their battle that was once for 5th and 6th moved ahead of Drago Racing when they had either a driver availability or pit stop issue. They've moved ahead of the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing BMW. So these cars battling for 5th and 6th becomes a battle for 3rd and 4th. Here's what happened. So the leading car has a snap, runs wide, giving space for the rejoin. James Bomey also sympathetically runs off the road. So it begins with Benedek Vader, and then James Bomey's like, well, if you're going to rejoin there, you're not going to drag me into your incident. And he might have liked a little bit more space, but they all avoid a bigger problem and carry on.
Can you say that in this situation, sharing is giving, David Haynes?
Well, they say a problem shared is a problem halved, but not if you double the problem by crashing into someone else instead of just crashing into the wall. We're okay. We carry on. But we go to a replay of action in the M2 Cup. Uh-oh. Don't hit that curb. That is a nasty curb. It knocks the front off Capivara Racing Team as the number 54 BMW just cut a little bit too much of that corner there in Flansgarten. Youch.
Youch. Just a little bit of a heartbreak for the Brazilian team. Did you know that Capivara actually is meant to be Gustavo Ariel's Racing's academy team of sorts? The majority of the drivers are composed are Gustavo Ariel students, basically.
Well, they shouldn't study every lesson because Gustavo Ariel is still on pit lane 7 minutes and 40 seconds later. This is about when stream sniper Lorenzo Bonda said the required repairs would be done, and indeed the meatball flag is gone, but there very well possibly may be other optional repairs, and if they knew they were missing a lot of straight line speed after that hit, you might want to get all of those done, otherwise you'll be stuck lugging a painfully uncompetitive car.
Yeah, pretty much. It just makes the car. If you do not have a drivable car around the ring, it's the best approach. You simply don't take it. Even if you get a lap down, this is arguably one of the most crazy racetracks where getting your lap back and probably being back in the race would be the most doable. But then again, of course, we don't have the same rules or the yellow zones that you probably would have in a real life race, like you would have in the NLS or the N24. So you just have to manage your race a different way for you to get back into it. But still doable race, as they are just past kilometer 5 here in this P-Cup battle.
Yeah, indeed, went over another couple of those crests that can be scary in this car. I think Mimasi might have run a tiny bit wide on the exit of Arenberg there, but it's the crests at Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz that really make the steering wheel feel light in your hands until the car lands back on the ground with its full weight, and you trail the brake into the Arenberg corner. You trail the brake plenty, trying to make the car turn into this sequence of ever-tightening corners at the top of the hill at Adenauer Forst. And then, a surprising amount of action at this next braking zone, Metzgersfeld. GT3 cars, M2 cars, Porsche Cup cars. You've got that kink on the way in where they got to tap the brakes, and sometimes they run wide onto the grass. We're all good this time through.
Yeah, I think for now, the race at this moment between both these guys and the guys in the G3s, still going to be a little bit more of keeping toe with the other driver and trying to make it out to the end. And when you come the crunch hour battles, then they're gonna get it themselves and get their gloves up and try to duel it out. So looking forward to see that. And apparently we're looking into this timing of Gustav Ariel's time in the pit lane, but apparently he's already at Hatzenbach. Stream sniping.
Okay, because I'm seeing him as only just leaving the pit lane now. I've got the number 4 car as our graphics.
It's on Diogo. It's on Diogo. Yeah, you're right. I was stream sniping going wrong.
Yeah, your accuracy at anything past 1,000 meters is terrible. I worry flat of the damage on that one because the number 4 car rejoins the race in 11th position, 9 minutes and 49 seconds behind their teammates who now lead. 11 minutes in the pit lane, 10 minutes 36 seconds of repairs, and they are still hoping that will have been enough to tidy up all of the damage and give them a car that was as fast as it was before the incident.
Yeah. I think, hopefully, for Aero, the car is going to be okay now. Usually for GT3s, unless you get the most bizarre of accidents, everything can be fixed in the GT3 car and you're back within pristine conditions, like pristine racing conditions. Like the car, it's just straight out of the factory, so that's a good indication. So looking forward to see that as Yishao Yunus is in the pit lane for Manini Racing, who happens to be 6th in the Cup standings.
Yeah, we're not too far away from getting more pit stops again for this Cup class. So that's Maniti in. We might get Grid and Go quite soon. We think that they're still a lap shorter than the Coanda cars. We had Impulse pit 4 laps ago. They're 8th in class. So Yashal Yunus stays. Fuel goes in. And then, what do you do about tyres? I'm thinking nothing.
Nothing. If I'm me, I'd probably go just put some fuel and come back at the racetrack. I think the track conditions are its Codas where I think you are able to do a double stint.
So we've moved on now, 6:39 a.m. on an overcast morning. It's getting a little bit brighter out there, but it is not getting sunny. It's also not getting hot. That's 18.6 Celsius in the air, 18.9 Celsius on the track, 12 kilometers the breeze, so about 6 knots, gusting from the west. I'm David Haynes. This is live coverage of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 with RaceSpotTV.
That was smooth.
Thank you. I don't want to get on TV though because that's a dying media, so I don't think it pays well being a weatherman anymore.
But imagine, I'm still remembering some of the YouTube memes and like Instagram memes of some of the weathermans and weatherwomans. They would get the reporting and they would basically just stay in the green screen and it's like, oh, you can do this, like zoom into the whole screen or spin around and doing everything. I still remember there was one from the US. The guy got so amazed that he could spin, zoom, and everything that even the other casters didn't know, and they decided to join on the action. So maybe imagine you might not work full time in TV, David, but imagine you get at least one day with that kind of type of technology. You'd be immersed, man.
Well, I reckon I'd love to do the weather on April Fool's or Halloween or something, and wear a partly green suit in front of a green screen. That could be fun, like a green neckband, and it looks like I'm headless or something. Something to think about. Leading M2 Cup at the moment. Is Grid and Go and Gabriel Streitmatter. Leading TCR Scherer Esport, Erik Noy of Norway, the Honda Civic TCR leading that. Leading GT4 continues to be Scherer Esports BMW M4. They've had a driver change in the last 2 hours. Mate Mihalides is in. Apologies to all of our Hungarian friends. But they lead the way in a little bit of a battle versus SimRC for control of that class. We know Coanda lead the Porsche Cup class. Xander Reed driving at the moment. 20 seconds, only 17.5 seconds ahead of his teammate Mitchell de Jong. But Coanda always strong in these Porsche Cup cars. A big well of really talented drivers for them to pull from. And in GT3, we've had a change in the last 30 minutes. Big damage for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Gustavo Ariel in the number 4. Their teammates take over. The number 3 car, Diogo Pinto, up front. What's your feeling then, if you're any of the drivers on the number 3 team? You now lead, you are now closer to winning the iRacing Nürburgring 24 top split, but it's your teammate's car there that has encountered trouble. They're going to encounter the pit lane from the race lead.
At least they're going to get their lap back in the number 4. But if you're the number 3, I think you just pretty much continue doing what you were doing the whole race, right? Just try to keep it calm, control the pace, control the tempo, as we're gonna see WSR Esports coming in as well. So I think for Diogo and whoever gets in the car as well, I don't think it changes much. It is just making sure that you are as mistake-free for the remaining 9 hours and 40 minutes. And pretty much you get ahead. The problem is, of course, you would say, there is still some M2s and still some TCRs. You don't want to catch them in the wrong spot where you'd probably find yourself into trouble, as now basically every other GT3 that's still in the lead lap comes in. The Williams comes in, Falcon comes in for their service, and just be safe until the very end of your next stint. That's pretty much just take every stint at a time and avoid any issues, avoid any hassles.
No driver changes here. We got a lot of driver changes last pit stops just under an hour ago. On the replay, that's a different incident. Oh no.
It is.
For Tech Sport Sim Team, losing the front of the car, losing control in Flantsgarten just before the Stefan Baloff S. Goodness me, yeah. So that's a problem continuing. Diogo Pinto continues. Lucas Prada continues in second. Ate Kalpinen cycles back through into third for Drago Racing White. They are severely off cycle now. They'll have to pit shortly too. They're not out of this by any means then. If when the pit cycle comes along, they jump some spots back up. Benedict Veda stayed in the Williams F1 Team Gaming car and actually put a bit of a margin on Falcon Sim Racing Team. On the in-lap, Falcon Sim Racing either had an error or started to run short on fuel because they lost 4 seconds on that lap in the battle for third and fourth.
Which, in my opinion, would be a little bit odd, running into that kind of situation. But that can happen. Just be overly conservative. But what surprised me a little bit more than that is not even in the GT3s, is more in the Porsche Cup, is the fact that Grenigo just went into the pit lane, and both Coendas actually are still one full lap ahead in terms of the strategy.
Yeah.
Unless it is something that I missed out. But
so two pit stops ago, Grid and Go short fueled. They cut the margin to this. They cut the margin to the second place Coanda car, sat in their slipstream, but didn't get the lap back, is what it seems like. happen. So Grid and Go are able to put a little bit more pressure on, but then are now offset by versus the Coanda cars.
Okay, fair. This is the point I probably missed out. Okay, fair.
Looking at Draco Racing White, they had an odd couple of pit stop decisions as well. I stand by, it looks like they left pit lane on wet tyres on a dry track, came in the lap after, had a driver change to Ate Kalpin and put slick tyres on, and it put them off cycle. It cost them about 30 seconds or maybe a tiny bit more. So they're going to have to come in shortly. We're getting pit stops from TCR, including our leaders, Scherer Esports, but we're getting a driver change from WSR. Konstantin Stolzenberg gets back in. Oh, and looks like a rear deck lid goes back on that poor Honda Civic from SART MC Total 600. They've been having 25 minutes of repairs, but looks like they are getting some repairs.
No, that car is gonna be in the pit lane for a little bit longer. Much for Ramiro Sadness is gonna be the Argentine or South American team, because I know there are some Uruguayan drivers in one of the strongest TCR environments in the whole world. You know, it's insane. If you look nowadays, David, it's if you look into TCR officials, I would bet 9 out of 10 or at least 7 out of 10 drivers that you see in the officials nowadays are practically from Argentina or from somewhere in the vicinity of Argentina or Uruguay, because the scene right there is just very strong and it just doesn't stop.
Other cars rolling down the lane from GT4 as well, and our leaders from the Porsche Cup class, Xander Reed and Mitchell de Jong, both got into the car about 7 laps ago. You expect they'll stay. The question is always, does the set of tyres stay? How long do the tyres stay? And in these cars, they take fueling, and then when the fueling is done, the car can go up on the jacks for 2 tyres, 4 tyres, or drive away with none. I think their last stop was fuel only, from what I recall. We're about to find out. 40 seconds into the stop for the 08. Fuel done. Driving away. No new tyres.
Yeah, pretty much a normal double stint, isn't it, David? We saw the same thing with other teams doing it. We saw that with Maniti. So it's just the conditions of this racetrack that makes the tires be able to go on that double stint length, as now Mitchell's out.
I think the driver stints also play into that. You're very likely to, when you put a new driver in, give them a new set of tyres, then they can double stint that, maybe do more, and when it is time for new tyres, it's probably also time for a new driver, so you sort of tie the drivers to the tyres when you're organising your stints and strategy.
Yeah, pretty much. What I liked also to see is the fact that, and I think we talked about this as in some races in some leagues, isn't it, David? That the fact that nowadays in iRacing you see cars, the GT3s rather, doing pits, fuel, and tires at the same time, following the IMSA rule set, kind of takes the strategy aspect away of what the cars are going to do. Makes I think this class more compelling, because you have to rely more on the old school strategy, on what do you do in each and every pit stop. Do you risk putting more tires in the trade-off of, okay, got new rubber, but at the same time, that rubber is gonna take a while. Might take a half lap over here. Over here might actually take about 2 of the 3 sectors of the Nordschleife for you to get properly some heat in the tires done. So, what is the strategy approach for some of these guys? And plus, we didn't even have rain, so what would be the strategy moving forward if we had rain in some of the sections of this racetrack?
Well, the GT4 leader comes in. SimRC had pitted earlier. They go through into the lead of the race, but will only hold it for a lap or two. No driver change here for Cheze, eSport 190. So there is still a cat and mouse back and forth between first and second in GT4 on some slightly different pit stop laps. Door eSports fourth from Porsche Cup in as well. Gregory Hoverson stays with the car. That's Solpek leaving the lane as well, alongside what was our GT4 leader. Their big Mercedes GT3 just managing to win that battle.
Good to see still a Mercedes in this race. Of sorts.
Yes.
We haven't seen quite a while in special events, haven't we?
Well, Cheze Esports Mercedes is the best running one in this race at the moment in 7th place. Might be about to become 6th place as Drago Racing White are on the lane for their pit stop. So you've got 2 running here, at least, with Cheze and Solpek. Kalpinen got in last pit stop, so again, he looks to be staying at this stop in the number 1 Drago Racing White. 37 seconds, yeah, that's just a little bit short. That's sort of 2 seconds short fuel there as well. Either they saved a lot, or they stopped 1 lap short, or something.
Yeah, compared to the other teams, it's about at worst about 4 seconds more, right, in terms of fueling the car and everything. I was looking through the seconds over here. I think the team that went longest in the pit lane was Team Bennett with 42 seconds, and then after that it was Blue Mercure with 41. And so I'm wondering if they had basically, let's just say, half a lap of fuel left, and they didn't need to overfuel the car way too much. So that could be a thing. You know, that could be a thing that happens in this racetrack for sure. As the number 16 of Share Esport Blue and Daniel Longarek is in the pit lane.
Yeah, Porsche Cup's one of the categories that has mostly managed to stay all in alignment. Grid and Go being the outlier from 3rd place amongst that, stopping a lap earlier. But then you've got Scherer, Grid and Go 003, and the Lucoanda cars come and stop the same lap every time. I note, though, in this class, that as we've gone through the pit cycle, Mitchell de Jong has broken the slipstream to Hari Noah Mimasi. So those two were together. Then we've had pit stops a lap apart, a slightly quicker stop for Mitchell de Jong. He's probably driven like hell on that in-lap. Just after Grid and Go will have stopped, he will have been separated from them for 1 lap, and he's sort of overcut them pretty severely there. Puts a little bit more pressure onto Grid and Go and makes Coanda's 1-2 fractionally safer. 3rd in GT4 is this Aston Martin Vantage from Fiercely Forward Red. We saw the pit stop from the BMW of Cheze leading this class. And we have SimRC as the other contender amongst the top 3 in this class. 4th, RDV Competition Unity they had been in a bit of a back and forth battle with Fiercely Forward Red. But I think Fiercely Forward Red have broken that in the last little bit. Well, no, we're still expecting a stop from Fiercely Forward Red. That'll put them back together. Okay, so RDV Competition Unity, their job is to undercut here. We had the sunrise a little while ago, but not much is changing since then. It's gotten brighter, but it's still overcast everywhere, and it just looks like a slightly sad little morning.
Some would say your traditional German morning, or your British morning. You could argue that. It's still quite overcast around the virtual Nürburgring. So, I still look forward to see the rain, if there's going to be any chance of rain, because when the server was actually set up for this week, there was a chance of rain. I would say right about at this moment where I think the percentage would be at its highest. So, looking forward to see if that is going to basically happen. So if that ever happens, I think we're gonna get a very, interesting race, because this is probably the only racetrack in the whole world where you would have a full sector that might be fully damped, but in the other sector, like about, let's just say 2-3 kilometers later, it's completely dry, and you still have a lot to contend with at the remainder of the lap, pretty much.
So, it's nearly 7 a.m. The highest chance of rain was 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. But as I look at the forecast now versus how it was at the beginning of the race, I still see 0% for the next 2 hours. So there's nothing really brewing, just a foggy, overcast, slightly cool morning.
Oh, at least we're not gonna get the Maroon 5, representative of saying Sunday morning rain is falling. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Is it raining down there in Australia, Mr. David Haynes?
Not on me, but
Good.
we're far too big of a country for me to assume it's not raining on someone else.
Maybe. Yeah, I know. Just wondering. Because over here in Portugal, in northern Portugal, it's not raining, but in southern Portugal, yesterday it was raining early in the morning. Not anymore, though.
Here's the M2 leader, Grid and Go Esports. So well represented across almost all of the classes, gridandgo.com Esports. Certainly trying to contend still in the Cup class. You'd definitely say contending in this M2 class. Not a massive lead though. 13 seconds over Simify Esports Orange. Lucas Perez still there. And the poor little things have been such a punching bag throughout this race. Speaking of, here comes a Verstappen Sim Racing GT3, and oof, okay, the BMW M2 survives.
Yeah. I wonder how much of a topic these M2s are going to get into, because if it wasn't the M2s, it could have been the MX-5s back in the old days, or the Kia Optimas. So it's complicated. I know the guys that raced that bottom tier car would get so much flack because of course probably the rating spread between the drivers probably would be the not the biggest, because that probably would be the car that would be driven the least out of the other four. But you gotta commend respect for those trying to drive that car. It's not an easy car, not by a chance over here in the Nordschleife. That car, that I think it seems easy just because it is the slower car to drive, but to drive it in such a fashion that makes it competitive and fast for what it is, it's not easy, man. I gotta give props for everyone doing those laps in.
We're looking at the race leader, Diego Pinto, and the number 3 car taken over the race lead after crash damage for their teammates who were leading. Pinto enjoys a nearly 19-second lead over WSR Esports Red Ferrari. Williams F1 Team Gaming are up into 3rd amongst all of that. And as we've had that pit stop for 3rd and 4th, Williams F1 team have kept the margin to Falcon Sim Racing team, inseparable through one of the previous stints. Inexplicably, to what I know, Falcon Sim Racing team lost a couple of seconds on the in-lap at the last pit stop, and the margin has remained 4 seconds into this stint. Slipstream broken. Probably pretty positive thing for this team, the 150.
Yeah, 100%. It's quite noticeable. 2 laps in. They are 2 laps in, so basically 16 minutes already of lap driven, pretty much, and gap stabilized at 4 seconds with like marginal gains or losses for them. It's kind of like 1/10 of a second. That's pretty much nothing in a racetrack like this, as the Hungarian driver Benek Vida just did an amazing second stint in that car. For now, in Kipibumi out of the picture for now.
Yeah, important to try to keep that margin. Otherwise, your gap evaporates. You've got more pressure on you for 3rd, and you give some strategy options to your rival to fuel save and then maybe cut a couple of seconds out of their pit stop and try to jump you next time around and put their thing down, flip it, and reverse this battle for 3rd place. Gabriel Morezzo has been quite quick in the last few laps, though, from 5th place. So, Blue Mercure, they're up into 5th now, kind of at the expense of Gustavo Ariel and Drago Racing White. So, looking for a top 5, a little short on fuel compared to some.
Yeah, they're the only car in the lead lap which is on a completely different strategy than everybody. So the Italian driver is slowly approaching his second to last lap, or the final lap of his stint. So he's due a pit stop, David. So that's why he might be a little bit faster than everybody else. But Blue Mercure doing a good job so far, keeping itself within the lead lap. The problem is because of this offset, once they come into the pit lane, they're going to be about 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes away from the lead, and I think they're going to be about, give or take, 30 seconds away from, 40 seconds away from what would be the closest car in the field, which probably would be Nürburgring in the Sheza Esports P7 car.
Unless you see differently, fastest lap of the race belongs to this car, the number 32. I see a 7:58.559. So anytime the lap times get to 8 minutes or under, you are motoring. Last lap was an 8-minute 00.5 from Loretto.
You could argue that anything lower than 8 minutes is just blazing quick, and it's nearly pod racing levels of racing. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Gustavo Ariel had an 8-minute 00.2, and so that car clearly has been repaired. Time heals all wounds, but only if they're properly tended to. So, number 4 car down in 11th spot, but only 4 seconds behind getting back into the top 10, and the pace that they've got, and the fire that's been lit underneath them, that could happen in the next 15 minutes. I could very much see that car getting back into the top 10 in the next 15 minutes.
I'd argue they're probably going to get back into the top 10 at the end of Ariel's stint, for sure. Team Benek, I think, is going to take a bigger effort. I would say give 2 hours to Ariel, or maybe 3, and potentially P9 is also in the books as well, because the gap is much longer to Team Benek. It's about a 25-second gap that Ariel would have on Henry Moore, that is driving the P9 car in Team Benek.
That corner that looks so frightening in Porsche Cup cars and BMW M2 Cup cars. An absolute breeze for the GT3 cars. You're watching 5th place. You can see a couple of cars are on their outlaps since their last pit stop, so they don't have a registered time on that graphic. But it's the top 11 that are running, it seems. You can see these lap times and maybe how they compare to your split or your teammates, and always shocked that not only the speed that these drivers and teams have, but how consistently they're able to do it over 24 hours. I think that's 2nd place in the M2 Cup, if that's Simify. There's a few red cars in M2 and I've been confused.
It seems to be. Unless it is also the Radix Racing red car they just overtaken, but I really want to believe that is Simify just by the gap between Steinmatter and Lucas Perez. But we'll know that in a little bit, because he's going to cross the pit lane and Perez is going to cross the line in a short bit.
Gabriel Moretto into the lane. Blue Mercure are going to have a pit stop. Moretto's been in the car a little while, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a reshuffle in the operation of this car. Drago Racing White go past. Shazza Esports about 20 seconds away from going past, so we're going to rejoin behind those cars when this stop takes place. Into their pit stall and into their driver swap. Out goes Moretto, in comes Thibaut Prévost from Luxembourg.
Yeah, former Williams Esports Academy and also former Williams Esports driver. So, or someone would say former Williams F1 Team Gaming driver as well. If we're going to buy the true name today, as Prévost is going to come out of the pit lane. 40 seconds on the dot for the Luxembourg driver, as now we see Ross O'Connor in the 915 car from Impulse, and then Michael Kaibach in the P7 full rest no push TCR.
Yeah, so I've got little pit stops happening as always. A few margins to keep an eye on. 3rd to 4th in GT4. 1st to 2nd in BMW M2 Cup. The back and forth for the lead of GT4 between SimRC and Cheze will kind of come down to exactly where the checkered flag comes out, because they're at least 1 lap split on fuel. So Cheze with 1 lap less, if they ended up that 1 lap short, needing to take a late splash and dash, SimRC would pass them from just 20 seconds behind, but that's going to become more like 23 seconds behind. Kieran Harrison has a slowdown penalty on the Grand Prix circuit. I think in the corners just after the Schumacher S's, he's cut too much of the curbing. It's very inviting to do so over there.
Yeah, the transition from the entry curb to the exit curb. As I said, full res no push TCR, but that is actually a GT4. The colors are pretty much similar, so that's why the confusion. But anyway, still on with the show, and also Martin Escher in the Share Esports car into it. So Martin now from Impulse to Share, from one strong team in what was Impulse TCRs to now another strong team in Share. Good to see.
I really like this livery. Relatively simple, but a real tribute to the sort of traditional Hungarian art and pottery, and there's the beautiful trophy for the Hungarian Grand Prix a couple of times, and it carries the same styles and motifs. So predominantly white car, but with the national colours and some other nods to it.
And also a breakaway from what we've seen today. Maybe some teams going for... it's kind of funny. We joked about... it is not going to... and I don't blame him. Is the Drago... is the Drago-esque liveries. Remember when I think we had... 3 or 4 teams when Redline was basically what is now BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing was Redline, and Redline usually had red and dark painting, sometimes dark blue, sometimes dark like the black, and you had like 3 or 4 other teams that followed the same pattern, and it was hard for us to recognize. So it's good to see that we're seeing a little bit of a breakaway from many teams using the same palettes of paint, and now make it easier for us commentators to recognize what kind of race cars are in the racetrack.
So this is the gap at the moment for the lead of the M2 class. Grid and Go, who lead, stopped on the same lap as Simify Esports last time. So the real and true difference is just this 12 seconds. If Simify could find 0.2 of a second per lap between now and the end of the race, they would catch and they could win. It's all in their hands to just go a little bit faster, and the lead of the race is right there, but still tantalizingly out of reach, and it shows how close so many of these teams are, that over such a long race at such a gigantic track, fine margins separate them. And they're just going to keep that pressure on the race leader for the moment. The biggest problem for these M2 cars is traffic and this curb right here. You see the GT3 cars get a little airborne. The M2s basically go to space. Artemis 3, battle in GT3 comes together. Solpec Precision Racing's Mercedes AMG GT3 and the recovering Gustavo Ariel. He said he was catching. I think we're about to see him pass in not too long.
Yeah, right into Tony Gahoa. So don't think Florian is going to make any fuss. Obviously the Brazilian go right in front of him and potentially try to save some fuel, even though wouldn't make much of a difference, as they are now battling for what would be the last running car in the GT3s. Ariel just trying to look for the perfect opportunity, as Florian is riding the backdraft of the Porsche Cup. I think that's 003 of Jeff Giassi that is right in front. So maybe two Brazilians that already fought. They fought together in Porsche tournaments in Brazil, and the sort trying to work together. Just gotta work the communication a little bit.
Given an opportunity to try to outbrake, you'll need better traction out of the chicane past Tiergarten. We might get 3 wide down the Grand Prix straight here. Solpec Precision Racing in 10th. Ariel still sitting behind. Now, that is a stonking lap right now from Gustavo Ariel. 7:59.1 has allowed him to close the gap. And now he pushes through into that position at turn 1. That is one of the fastest laps I've seen in a long time. A low 7:59 from Gustavo Ariel.
Yeah, it is so amazing that his lap is pretty much.
So, do you think they fixed the damage on the car?
100%. I'm 100% convinced by it.
Yes, that number really does speak for itself. No lingering damage on the number 4 after a comprehensive 10-minute repair.
Yeah, and he was just 0.2 of a second, actually lower than 0.2 of a second shy from his fastest lap of the race, or his team's fastest lap of the race.
Right now it's pretty good conditions because the air remains cool this morning, overcast, but we're no longer racing in the night. There is a little bit more visibility. It's not too foggy or any issues like that. So the track should be in decent shape. Overcast, the air should be pretty heavy and dense too for making engine power and downforce. And then to combat the other effect of that, Ariel got a pretty good slipstream down the Zollingahur, leading the Cup class at the moment. It's teammate versus teammate. This is another one of those battles where you can't see both of them in the same picture very often. But when you look at the margins and you say, you know, it's just a couple of seconds, it's just 17 or 18 seconds, then, you know something could happen. It might take a couple of hours to play out. It might take a dramatic crash or incident or mistake to play out. But you know that across the next couple of hours, it's something to keep an eye on. Mitchell de Jong quicker than Xander Reed, just fractionally in the last stint, the last sort of 10 laps or so. And in the last lap they just completed, you saw it on screen, 8:10.2 from Xander Reed, 8:09.5 from Mitchell de Jong, took 0.7 of a second out of the lead of his teammate. And the Coanda 1-2 draws just a little bit closer. Cutting from first to second, here is de Jong approaching the famous, picturesque, legendary and iconic carousel.
Yeah, like I said before, the majority of these teams that are driving the Porsche Cup are getting acquainted with, starting to properly acquainted or getting prepped up for the upcoming global qualifiers that are coming for the Porsche Esports Super Cup. So it's like some could say it could be a preparation for what's coming ahead in a few weeks. I think qualifier starts on May 13th, if I'm not wrong myself, if I do truly remember the agreement. So, and what has been brought on as Maloa is going to come in for the P4 BZR Racing TCR. So, but it's also good to see these guys are fighting, trying to do their best, fighting tooth and nail for these gap battles they have against each other in the field. And more impressively is that they're keeping Harino Mimasi away from drafting positions. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, and we know that the tyres are, doing a couple of stints here. So the kind of pace you're seeing right now between Xander Reed and Mitchell de Jong's combination of how they looked after their tyres, how the balance of the car moves on an older set of tyres, and it certainly seems like that is a strength at the moment for Mitchell de Jong. You called this one out, Lorenzo. Pit service for TCR.
Yeah, the Spaniard coming out, and I just noticed the plate, where would be the plate of the car just saying Ferroman, in allusion to Ferrari, to the Ferrari, graphic style of words, as the Honda is just out of the pit lane and still running quite strong. I was going to say, despite being, I think, a few laps back to the next car in the field of TCRs.
Here comes full risk, no push GT4. And as GT4 and TCR are quite intermingled on the timing, that's is for outright position in these standings. The GT4s are only just ahead of the TCRs. Some of the GT4s that have had a rough time or lost a little bit very easily fall behind the leading TCRs. So there are 2 GT4s running that are behind the TCR leader. It's full risk, no push. We've seen get damage in the last couple of hours, and it's undercut 009. They had stopped 3 laps ago, and they are right in the middle of the TCR field as a GT4. Now, the GT4 that we're going to get pitting is Falcon Sim Racing Team Lukavunch, taking service after 7 laps of the combined Nordschleifer. Pit stops are going for about 50 seconds in GT4. You can see that the tyre change is a little quicker than that. A full tank of fuel is a little more than that. As you go to a replay, Capivara Racing Team, Diego Nervi. Is this going to be traffic? Because there's a GT3 behind them. I don't know if they got hit, but it was close with Drago Racing White.
I think they did.
Okay.
It was just a slight contact, I think, coming from the Drago car, who I think pretty much on what we've seen in Ario's incident, as we see Isaac Price for Yes Motorsports, TCR in the pit lane in the Hyundai Elantra, just coming out of the pit lane. I think there was just a slight miscommunication because Nervi was coming into the transition from the left inside corner, I think, of Bürstein, going into the Bürstein, actually into Vasteiner Kurve, and unfortunately got spun around by the Drago car. But then again, is that thing, you're transitioning from one corner to the other and you're the slower car, where do you stay for the faster car to overtake you? And the speed difference that you have on a GT3 to a M2 Cup car, it's so big. Also, there, aerodynamically speaking, what do you do in that kind of situation,
Yeah, I feel sorry for the M2s at times, to be honest with you, in this race. Little punching bags that they are, unfortunately. Quite an interesting car, given how close they are to their road-going counterpart. So close that you need the key to be able to start them in the car for the push button start stop to work. It's exactly the same ignition system as the road car. You got to have the key fob to wireless push button start the car. So when you look inside the interior of the M2 Cup, a BMW key fob is velcroed to the center console so it stays put in a special little holder. They've also
Gotta
got big
find-
fuel tanks, big endurance fuel cell, and they don't refuel particularly quickly. So they've in fact got the slowest pit stops of everyone. It takes a minute 10-ish to fill that big tank slowly.
You could argue they're big boys who take quite a while to fuel up. It's kind of like a traditional everyday car, but it has more aerodynamic power and maybe a little bit more grit into the engine, as Jason Enrique is going to come out for LMR Esports. The Estefano Barrera for Colombia has given away his stint for the American.
So, only recently crossing the top of the hour in the iRacing Nürburgring 24, powered by Thrustmaster for 2026. 24 hours, a long time for non-stop racing, but for our teams, the finish line always gets just a little closer in sight. We've been through the night, we've had the sunrise, we're racing into the new day with 9 hours to go. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing lead GT3, Coanda Esports lead Porsche Cup. Sheza Esports currently lead GT4 in a close battle with Sim RC. TCR is led by Shera Esports. This car right here completing its pit stop 5th in that class at the moment. And in M2, it's currently Grid and Go, lead by just about 12 seconds over Simify Esports Orange. Across all 5 classes of car in this top split of the community event. There's something to keep an eye on. Battles, strategy still to happen. Weather, of course, always evolving. But what we don't see it evolving to, at least in the next 2 hours, is any rain. Yeah, unfortunate, but you can't have too much of a good thing. A light sprinkling would bring us alive in the back half of this race, but I don't think we need it to pelt down for too long, for too much. This is that gap in Porsche Cup. So across the pit stop, Mitchell de Jong was able to break the slipstream to Grid and Go. He's able to keep about a 3.8 second margin, and I think it's growing as de Jong pulls away from the car behind and draws closer to his teammate in the lead of the race.
Yeah, something like it. De Jong on the last lap was the only pickup in the 808. The only one. 808.946. Reed was closer, but it's still within the 809s. And Harino Massimili was about 2. It was a full second slower, but it could have been about 1.5 seconds slower if you'd gone into the 810s in a Porsche Cup.
60 cars took the start of the race, and at the moment it looks like about 40 running. We've got 2 cars taking long repairs that may rejoin the race. Fiercely Forward Gold from GT3 and Sart MC Dital from TCR. Other than that, everyone else looks like a retirement, and there's no one in the session from those teams. We're an hour into the repairs for the TCR car from South America, and an hour 30 into the repairs from Fiercely Forward Gold. So for the GT3 car, if they were going to get back out on track, I figure an hour and a half would probably do it, so we might have seen the last of a Fiercely Forward Gold.
Quite arguably. You know what's impressing me as well quite a lot is the pace that both Verstappen's and racing cars are inputting in the GT3s as well. We would have thought, okay, now that Aero is out of the picture, in the lead picture, maybe we could get some sort of racing going on, but the gap just keeps increasing between For example, the P1 and P2. Diogo's initial gap was standing right about, give or take, 20 seconds. Now he's nearly 30 seconds with the blistering pace of the Portuguese driver. Potentially pissed with the fact that Benfica lost the title today to Porto in the Portuguese football championship. So maybe drive a little bit of hatred and try to imprint his best pace as a way to cope with the loss of the title. I don't know if he's a Benfica supporter or a Sporting Lisbon supporter, but I just had to throw that out as a context.
Good, very important. We're talking about the perhaps sporting rivalry between Argentina and Uruguay sometimes.
Yep.
And I believe that's 2 of the 3 South American countries to ever win a World Cup.
Yeah, that's correct. The Uruguay won 2, Argentina won. Wow, I was gonna say 4, but they won 3, I think, and Brazil won 5, of course. Still the best. Catch up to us. Follow the leader. Hashtag.
I can remember where I was when 7-1 happened, though. I was with German backpackers, and they loved it.
Wow. You are still... You're going for the cheap shot, aren't you, David Haynes? To be fair, I was drinking. I was in between my. I'm not gonna say sword fishing, but my kenjutsu practice, and I was with the personnel, with my training partners, and we were just drinking beer at the bar right next to our training grounds, watching that whole thing unfold and laughing as everything just decided to unfold in the 7-1 loss to Germany in 2014. Insane that it's been 12 years already of this ill-fated day for Brazil.
The Brazilian Gustavo Ariel has pitted the number 4. And Sam Coetzert is going to take over that car. It had some lengthy repairs, off-cycle based on when they had to pit to take those repairs, but they did 7 laps and quick ones after the damage was fixed up. So Sam Coetzert rejoins the race in 11th, but at least the car is going to be in some decent shape.
Yep. Good sim for Mario, though. I won't lie. Of course, that we still are due to see Silpek coming in and Team Bennett coming in. But at one point, I think before Ario was coming into the pit lane, he was about 20 seconds away or close to 20 seconds on Team Bennett. So Harry Moore or whoever takes over the car during the pit stop might have to start looking behind over the mirrors, because there's a possibility of St. Coetzert, just being your back wing in a few laps, or at the end of the sim potentially.
So, from the wide open spaces of the Grand Prix circuit onto the historic and untouched Nordschleife. History in every metre, and there's nearly 20,000 of them, meters that is, around this massive circuit. One of the longest ones you'll ever have to learn, and 170 turns on this configuration that's used for the 24-hour race combined. We're going to take a look at a replay of Grid and Go 002 This is the car that was in third place. A slide coming onto the Nordschleife, a nose into the Armco at the exit of Sabina Schmidt's curve, going into the Hutzenbach. Not too much damage done, but boy, does that let Coanda off the hook with their 1-2 in class.
Yeah. What was a 4-second gap went to a 24-second gap. Just 20 seconds lost. Time loss for Harinomi Masi in the 002 Grid and Go Esports car.
Not seeing much damage on this car, but it is hard to tell. I think there's a tiny crinkle on the back, and the nose did go into the Armco relatively heavily. Fires, hey.
I think he got away with that quite easily. Maybe I don't want to say that it's potential there's damage, but I think the front right of the car might be a little bit dented in from what I'm looking over here.
Fourth in class is still a long way behind, though. Dora Esports by SX. Gregory Hoverson in the number 20 is about 3 minutes back. So the about 20 seconds lost for Grid and Go means that they're no longer hunting. But if they've not done too much damage, it might not cost them a podium based on the time in hand versus this car. Spark plugs on the side for Dora Esports by SX. And alongside me, another bright spark, it's Lorenzo Bonda.
Oh, you're so nice. Yeah, you're a bright spark as well, David. Every time. I still longing the day you come over here in Portugal and we have some caipirinhas.
Oh, I would
or a
love
good
that.
Australia.
Couple. You know, I haven't had one in like a long time. The guy who used to make them for me moved to a different bar, and they don't have the ingredients anymore.
Criminal.
That, or they won't let him make things that are off the menu.
Yeah, I feel your pain, man. To be honest, I'm actually kind of thinking. I think I haven't had a caipirinha since the beginning of the year. I think since February, man.
Like, it's not on the menu,
insane.
but oi brasileiro, can you make me one? And
Yeah.
and sometimes they will.
If they don't make you a caipirinha, you have to ask a caipirinha. You could try to go for a caipirosco or something like that, which basically is the vodka version of the caipirinha.
Yeah, so long as you've got lots and lots of lime, and they mush it, or I believe the term is muddle it in the shaker or in the bottom of the glass, then I feel like I'm getting something at least a little traditional.
Yeah, you're getting, as long as you get the juice, that's what matters. And it's kind of funny that we go away from talking about lines, and I know some people in Brazil, they like to mix with the different things, so they either use strawberries, bananas, or other forms, as Diogo Pinto comes into the pit lane for the leading car in the BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing. So you'd be surprised of how many flavors you could try to make a caipirinha in Brazil. Ooh, sketchy, but at least the car was gripped up.
So yes, the leading number 3 begins its pit service, inheriting the race lead after their teammates befell some misfortune, and it's feeling like it's about driver change time. So, Cooper Webster is going to take over. Super Cooper from the Land of Wonder, the Land Down Under. Following him in the rest of the GT3 leading field. The Ferrari's in second place with WSR Esports, and Lucas Prada, he's out. Driver change to Kamil Grabowski. Williams F1 team rolling down the lane. We'll have to wait for them to stop in their pit stall to know if a driver change is going to happen. Benedict Vida has been in for a little bit. So has James Buemi. So pit stop begins for Vida, who's out, replaced by Parker White. Buemi out, replaced by Damon Woods. Your whole top four pit on the same lap, and they will all take new drivers with 8 hours 42 minutes to go. Lorenzo, I'm going to send you a picture to look at.
Oh, send me. Looking forward to it.
All our GT3 drivers come out of the pit lane on their new tyres, new drivers settling into the race, and it's a pretty good time to rejoin. Your teammates have driven through some of the night, driven through the very early morning hours, and right now, you don't have to deal with any of the challenges of weather or darkness. You just got to go quick.
Yeah. By the way, I can tell you pretty much, David, if you ever give me that Mendioka, and you let my wife cook, she can cook you I'm trying to find the. It's kind of like a Mendioka flour with bacon in it. I'll tell you, it's a killer.
I went to a shop near me the other day, carries a lot of international food, and they had, in this picture that Lorenzo is referencing, various Brazilian ingredients marked down to 50 Australian cents each.
That's cheap.
So, what? Yeah, 42 US cents. Probably about 40 euro cents. I don't know any other currency conversions off the top of my head. But what were those things? One of them looked like it was kind of like cornmeal flour.
Yeah. So one is a cornmeal flour that you can kind of like do cake in it, which is you saw the one, for those who in Brazil would say fubá, bolo de fubá, which is kind of like can be of a very sweet cake of sorts. It's gonna be quite mushy, so it's kind of like a normal cake, but it's just made with cornbread of sorts or corn flour. And the mandioca is the traditional. Let me find the translation into this. I'm trying to find.
Well, Lorenzo does that.
The cassava.
Okay. Other pit stops in GT3. Shows at Esport, their Mercedes. It's the best running Mercedes at the moment. Takes a driver change to Daniel Olar. And I think we're probably expecting to see Stint 1 Motorsport and Team Bennett and Solpec Precision Racing in. But the Ferrari of WSR Esports Red, Kamil Grabowski, on the tow hook. Massive damage. Freshly installed in the second place running car. It's come undone for WSR Esports, and Kamil Grabowski has had a massive accident. We are going to take a look at what happens, but Williams F1 Team Gaming will eventually go up into second place and Falcon Sim Racing Team up into third on the basis of misfortune for our best Ferrari.
Oy. Not a full pot. Yeah, right after full pot. Oh,
just sneaking through.
Oh,
that would have been number 4. That would have been Coutert.
Yeah, I was gonna say Coutert just had a moment, and just watched that. Went back to the racetrack. Did he clip a little bit of the Kirby on the entry? Because it feels like it.
Does flashing your headlights help the damaged car not spin? Man, that is a massive crash for Kamil Grabowski on the outlap. Tyres potentially still cold. The rear of the car snapping at an incredibly high-speed corner, and nearly 250 kilometers an hour into the Armco has ripped apart the Ferrari 296 GT3. It's the in-lap for Drago Racing White in second place. Then Williams F1 team will go ahead, and Falcon Sim Racing team will join the cars on the podium. My goodness, this is why at the iRacing Nürburgring 24, we just never say never. We don't count anything before the checkered flag waves and the cars take it. You could be minutes behind and suddenly find yourself on the podium. We've had the leader take massive damage. We've had second place now with an incident. We've had wet tyres accidentally go on the Drago Racing White. Maybe. Anything can happen. No margin is safe until the end of this race, which is more than 8 hours away.
Yeah. Also, I've been wondering, maybe Camille was just filming at the mouth, and I was talking about bullet for back kick. That I think he decided to. I'll look for around a bit. I'll try to have a bite. But it's like 5 a.m. in the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning Poland, so I probably don't know if he's going to be able to find that. As I think the gap between Damon and Parker is going to shrink a little bit with the Porsche Cup car right ahead, and Parker just trying to find the ways to go around the Porsche Cup. I think he's not going to be able to ride at the carousel.
The door remains shut on the way into the carousel for Parker White, which will be deeply frustrating. He's surely going to muscle his way past heading up the hill because he can't afford to wait too long. He's already lost a second and maybe some more to Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, who'd really like to cut that margin down underneath a second and have the advantage of the powerful slipstream down the long Dottingerhur later in the lap. Of course, traffic gives and it takes away, so by the time Damon Woods catches Door Esports Porsche Cup car, he might also be in a part of the track where he is inhibited from being able to go past easily and quickly without time loss.
I think he's going to reach him right after Pepperman going to Asbach, so I think his overtaking opportunity might be at Brüchen. And with that, he's probably going to lose a few tenths of a second. You can see the gap is right about 3 seconds between Parker and Damon, so the American doing a really good job of
now
a
crash for the leading M2 Cup car. Grid and Go Esports have crashed the 005 Simify Esports lead M2 just 20 seconds ago. The 005 towing out of the race lead and back to the pit lane. I just did my spiel about no margin is a safe margin until this race is over. Let's take a look at the replay. The 005 on the Grand Prix circuit. Is the Grid and Go car ahead? And technical issues, and they hit Radix.
Oh dear.
Oh my word, that is not a driver error from Jan Sama. It is a technical problem. Look, he's blinking in and out. He's braking in a straight line. Clearly technical, computer, hardware issues. And at horrible timing too for the other car that was coming along. Simify Esports, Lucas Perez leads.
What is happening in these 2 hours and something of racing that we've been over here, David? It's just gone full lollipop.
It's brutal. This race, this track, and every other thing that can go wrong, like the technical issues there, failures and hardware problems.
Insane, bro.
I've just seen his co-driver disconnect from the server as well. So I think they've all taken that very, very poorly.
Yeah.
Heartbroken, you would be. I don't believe that they did anything wrong. I don't even believe they could have done anything differently there when an issue like that happens.
I wonder if Summer was just trying to break the car in a safe way that maybe the Radix car could have gone ahead without without being involved in a crash, and probably
It's
I don't know.
it's tough to know, but I think what I'm seeing here, Streitmatter connection drop due to upload packet loss. He might have been the one in the car at the time. He's been dropped,
Yeah.
and then as it's towed to pit lane, it's put Summer in. I'm
in the
seeing
car.
Streitmatter actually reconnect at the moment, and that would check out with the type of technical issue we saw, that it would also disconnect them if the computer fell over.
Insane, man. That's completely insane. It's like if I had my N24 bingo card, I think I probably would have filled the bingo card, half of it, pretty much by now. In nearly 2 hours of broadcasting.
Well, one of my squares on my card is rain, and that hasn't been checked just yet.
That might be. Rain is. If I'm able to mark rain, I am sure that I'm probably gonna say bingo and win absolutely nothing.
Taking a
Just
look at
gonna
this
say
gap
the same
closing
thing.
for second and third in GT3. We looked at earlier, there was a bit of traffic for Parker White. The gap was 4 seconds. It came down to 3 seconds. Now it's down to 1.3. And this, at some of the highest speed parts of the racetrack, is already slipstreaming range.
Yeah, I think Parker just got held up. I think by one of the GT4s before the time at carousel, and Damon just took advantage of the fact that he had a cup car in front and just used the slipstream to get closer, just suck in the air and try to shred some time away from Parker White. And now this is why we're seeing this 1.2, 1.3 gap between the American to the Australian.
Once it's under a second, you can almost guarantee Damon Woods will be feeling some slipstream in parts like here, where he's doing over 270 kilometers an hour through the foxhole and then braking and turning up at Adenauer forced. So yeah, everywhere that you go past about 250 k's an hour, that slipstream becomes oh so powerful. There's some parts in the opening part of the Nordschleife heading up towards Flugplatz, heading across towards Arenberg, down towards the foxhole there where the slipstream is strong. Then you get a more continuous series of corners around the lap here, Metzgersfeld, and down into Cullenhard. I've said that without looking at the map, but I am correct. Phew. Miss, hit, miss coming up after this quick flick change of direction. Road's got a nice little bit of camber to it there. And then one of the slowest parts of the racetrack is this bit here into Verseifen. Slow, tightens, difficult braking zone. Definitely feel like Damon Woods is getting just a little bit closer.
I was gonna say easy to lose the rear over Verseifen as Mate Mihalides comes again for Sheza Esports. Going to remain on the car a little bit more, and that puts Sim RC again back in the lead in GT4s.
Yeah, so when they're on track together, the lead is about 20 seconds, but SimRC have 1 lap more of fuel. So you got to forecast a long way forward, but they'll either have a slightly quicker pit stop later on in the race, or they would be very, very lucky if the checkered flag flew 1 lap after Sheza have to make their last stop, and SimRC can motor through, but their rivals need to take a splash and dash. That would be ideal for SimRC. More likely is that 7 lap stints, 50-second stops, that they'd save 8 or so seconds of refueling time across the rest of the race.
Yeah, pretty much as now the leading M2 car comes into the pit lane. Alejandro Sanchez is going to take over from Sander Reed, and I think Tristan is going to take over from Mitchell. So the Spanish connection is going to take over the cars and put some tire in whenever they are done with fuel, and just head out back on racetrack as Tristan was doing a mega job, I think, on the C. If I remember, I really want to call it Sebring 12, but I did have to look into my panel of special events that people partook in and see where Tristan was basically holding his ground on, I think it was on a GT3 car.
Well, these are the full service pit stops for the cars of the Porsche Cup class. A little bit longer than the fuel only stops of 40 seconds. It's a minute and 4 to also take 4 brand new tyres, which they will do as they put 2 new drivers in. Things are looking a little rosier for Coanda Esports, and Grid and Go took their stop a lap ago in 3rd place, so less fuel and dropping a little bit further behind. They replaced Minasi with Ganoso Tustalin, who joins the 002.
Yeah, 35 seconds away from the next car. Probably, I really want to say maybe more, but it's still going to be 35 seconds away from Tristan as they're out, headed into the racetrack. Maybe that gap is going to shrink a little bit, but probably going to stay steady in about a half a minute between the second Coanda car to the Grid and Go one.
018 is the second place car here with Iglesias. Of course, a Glacier moves slowly, but Iglesias is moving very quickly.
But you say Glacier is moving very slowly, but we have to remember that we had Glacier Racing back in the old days, David, and they were quite fast drivers. Especially, I think one of their drivers is even in the stop split with Joni Katila in it.
I think their logo was a polar bear, wasn't it?
If it was, I think maybe it could have been a polar bear with the hint of an ice spur somewhere in between, or a glacier.
Parker White and Damon Woods, 2nd and 3rd. Damon Woods closing a lot of time in the braking zone of the turn 1 hairpin and just slowly reeling this in, hoping to get underneath the rear wing to the rear bumper of Williams F1 Team Gaming. He holds down 2nd place at the moment. And your race leaders are nearly 50 seconds ahead of this. So pretty close for 2nd and 3rd. A couple of other close cars and battles in GT3. Like Sam Coitzet is catching Tim Bennick for 8th and 9th. That number 4 car's coming back through the field and finding a few GT3 cars at the fringes of the top 10 that they can pass. But up here, at 2nd and 3rd, it can be a pretty good feeling to be in Damon Wood's position here, can't it? You take over from one of your teammates, you're set a job to do, and he closes the gap down, he gets closer, his rival and a position just becomes bigger in his windshield, and you know that you're doing your job well.
Yeah, and now you can pretty much strategize a few different things here and there and approach your race in a very specific fashion, and anytime you want to go over and try to have a little bit of a scuffle, you can actually do that. So that's good for Falcon and retain a podium spot that has been. I'm probably gonna try to get the results from last year, but or from some years prior. But it's been quite a while we haven't seen a Falcon battling for the top podium positions over here in a special event in iRacing.
So as we said, still 40 cars running. We might be down to 39 now of the 60 that started. Double dose of GT3 battles on your screen. The Aston Martin Vantage of Team Bennick coming under pressure from one of the fastest cars, but beset by an incident and some lengthy repairs. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, right with that Aston Martin, and they might get it made easy for him. I think Matt Emery sees that car coming, knows how quickly it's caught, and is just not going to get involved with that one. 8th place changes hands. Top of your screen, 2nd place. No action just yet.
But if you think about it, David, looking at at a car that is driving with so much hatred and pace, especially at an hour force, would you try to battle and go side by side, risking an incident and potential heat from the very arduous, fervorous fandom that is riding within the Verstappen Sim Racing crew?
I've never received any hate mail in Dutch. I think in Spanish I have. So yeah, they're active out there, and Verstappen's got plenty of fans, and some of them are a little fervorous. I wouldn't fear for my safety if I was any of these drivers or a commentator. What's going to be interesting is something we haven't seen a whole lot of amongst GT3. Parker White is catching Solpec Precision Racing to put another GT3 car a lap down. A lot of the traffic interaction we've seen has been GT3 cars trying to pass Porsche Cup cars, trying to find a way past BMW M2s. But when you catch another car of the same class, it can either be painless, as they know they're not racing you and get out of your way, or it can be a very difficult overtake and overlapping to make happen. So we'll see. Parker White might be just a little bit nervous about seeing a GT3 up ahead of him.
I wonder how nervous he would get knowing there's a GT3 car in front of him in the twistiest section of the racetrack, because I think he's gonna reach that Solpec Mercedes right about the carousel, and he's gonna go to hole acht and begin the twistiest third of the Nordschleife and try to negotiate the overlap, and potentially could bring Damon Woods into a position where maybe the Australian would think, oh, okay, maybe I have an opening over here, and I'm going to take that opening. As Kieran Harrison is in the pit lane, he's going to field that leading GT4 car, which is going to give the lead back to Cheza Esports. But now, instead of, Kieran driving the car, and we're now going to have Kieran Tunguinese driving the Sim RC GT4.
Great angles, and I think what I can detect brewing here, a bit of 3 wide on the dotting Ahua, 3 wide on the front straight, something like that. It might be about where they catch Solpec, because it's a very, very twisty part of the lap all the way around till we get to that long straight. The corners are never ending through this part of the lap. Brunchin there, ice curve here. No, Solpec run off the road at ice curve. They stay out of the way of Parker White, who can breathe a sigh of relief. Damon Woods also gets through without any time loss. That looked like a mistake, but once they were a little bit wide, I think they realized, I'll just stay out here.
Maybe Fronin didn't want to smoke. Pretty much it, and probably avoid running into any trouble. Sketchy, getting an off-track ice curve, but nevertheless it was effective, allowing both cars to pass without minimal time loss. With minimal time loss.
Yes. Pit stops still unfolding in GT4. Lorenzo Bonda was covering a couple of them. We had Cheza pit last lap. We've had SimRC pit now, and ends up 19 seconds behind the race lead. Fiercely Forward Red have just completed their stop as Full Risk No Push come in, overshoot their pit stall, have to find a reverse back, and they're going to get a driver change.
But actually, now thinking about it, David, think with me. You overshot your pit stall. you had to push back the car, and your team is full risk, no push. Doesn't that sound a little bit contradictory to what your team name says? Huh?
Well, he engaged reverse gear rather than being pushed by his mechanics. There are a lot of racing series where you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to engage reverse gear in the pit lane. You must be pushed back. So it was full risk, but it was no push. So I think actually I've thought with you, I've thought it through, and I think it's logically consistent.
Okay, fair.
Peter Bidet takes over the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Again, I saw a road-going Cayman GT4 yesterday. Gorgeous car. We've got Thibaut Prevost from GT3 in the pit lane. Blue Mercure, we said that they were very quick. Their lap times were looking promising. They are a little off-cycle compared to the other cars on the podium. So they need to be careful that Drago Racing White don't end up bettering them when it comes to the final stint and all of the differences in stint length and fuel carried shake out. They're also kind of battling Sheza Esport for 6th as well in that class. Damon Woods is within a second of Parker White for 2nd place in GT3 there as well. No strategy difference between Williams F1 Team Gaming and Falcon Sim Racing Team, pitted on the same lap. Both brimmed their fuel tank, and they are 3 laps into a 7-lap stint right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm trying to pay attention to the laps Coitert is doing in his race car in comparison to Lionel Vilman in the Stint 1 Motorsport. As we're going to look what happened to the 005 M2 if it wasn't bad already for them. Oh, we're going to look
This is the replay from earlier.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I was like, not again?
No, so we're just trying to work that out because there was contact and damage, and a meatball flag went to the blue and green grid and go car, and it's still there, and that's what's confusing me. It seems like they've left pit lane, gone around, and they have come in again. So grid and go, whether it's a meatball because of connection issues for one of their driver, but it seems like the car was on track. So I think it's a mechanical meatball that they are trying to get to the bottom of. And it's still there after a 28-second pit stop for Grid and Go 005. They are still in 2nd place, and we've changed spots here.
Yeah, Damon going into P2. That's good to know. Good to see that we're still looking forward to see how this one is gonna unravel in this race. Meanwhile, I was looking through the race results over here. The best position for Falcon last year was 9th place, so quite of a jump up in standings in comparison to last year.
Well, 8 hours and 14 minutes to go, Lorenzo. Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue are currently in 2nd place. And if our producer's going to be kind to me, he'll bring up the graphic of the national flags again, because while Porsche Cup might be a Coanda 1-2, Spanish 1-2, GT3 is currently an Australia 1-2.
Are you saying that
the national anthem of Australia? I'm suggesting it's a good time to put your Australian in. Americans are starting to get sleepy. Europeans who have woken up now are still very tired. So if you've got an Australian, a New Zealander, a West Coast American, throw him in now.
In a sense, you're saying Oceania the superior continent for racing.
I would say that. 2 M2s up the road, though, for your race leader. I think one gets out of the way. The other one is going to have to yield. Don't think those are on the same lap. I think that's Radix in 5th and Capivara in 7th, who are 3 laps apart from each other, but together on track.
And pretty much the distance between them is the length of Germany right now.
Well, 26, 52, 78 kilometers apart. Double battles in GT3 again. So Damon Woods has gone up into 2nd place for Falcon Sim Racing Team. Williams F1 Team Gaming trying to stick with him when they reach the Dodingahua. And on the bottom of the screen, it's the outlap for Thibaut Prévost, and he has ended up just ahead of Daniel Ola, who is moving along. So less than a second between them there. BMW on the bottom, leading the Mercedes, who we ride on board with, and you can hear.
Hear the grunt.
Is there any replacement for displacement? Yes, turbochargers.
Turbochargers.
Same livery we were talking about for the M4 GT4. Franchese appears on the GT3 as top of screen. They have a touch and go moment in the Plansgarten before the Stefan Baloff S. Carousel for the cars, bottom of screen. You can kind of hear the underbody scraping at times, and there's kind of different rules for passing tech at the Nordschleife. You've got to have a little bit more ride height. Even then, you hit some of these curves, you bottom out the car in some of these big dips and compressions, and this track is brutal, but I love it, and those who do are fanatical about this place. Max Verstappen, I heard that he thinks it's okay as well. He likes this track.
Yeah, apparently I heard that Verstappen is going to do a 24-hour race. Did you know something about that?
I mean, you must really like it. Commit to that
man.
much. Yeah, fantastic. Looking forward to that one, no doubt. Mountains and mountains of fans at the Nürburgring every year, regardless of who's driving. But it could be crazier this year, you'd almost guarantee it. Falcons still lead after the Dodingahua and the pit straight. So that's positive signs for the pace that the number 44 has, but still 50 seconds behind the race leader, and the fastest GT3 on track last lap was Sam Koitek in the number 4 car in 8th place. So having wrecked out of the lead, they are determined to show us and everybody that they still have race leading pace, and they do, and we'll see where they can get up to. Definitely 7th not out of the picture, and anything befalls anyone else back into the top 5, a probability with more than a third of this 24-hour race to go.
Yeah, I think realistically what they can get, if, of course, we're removing incidents away, we're just based upon pace, could be P6 if, like, their pace is so blistering fast compared to Daniel Ola that they can catch them up quite quickly. And now we're going to see Peter Bieder in the pit lane.
Black flag.
They have black flag.
So they had, they had just pitted, and now they have a black flag. So not clear if that was for speeding on the exit or it was incident point limit stuff. I think the replay you're seeing top of screen probably going to explain that they might just be picking up too many incident points here and have to send a drive through because of it.
Yeah. Full risk, no push. living up to its name. Going full risk, and they got a drive-through because of it. It is what it is. By the way, moving up with the little with the quick topic, like completely out of the context topic. Since you are a flag aficionado and don't look at iRacing,
A vexillologist, you mean?
yeah, pretty much, David Haynes. If we can go into share Esports Blue pickup number 16 car in George Tyler, I was looking through this as we're gonna see what happened to the number 005. We got Summer again, more issues and hard into the barrier. He goes, is that an ice curva that apparently had an issue?
Yeah, the right rear started sliding on the way in, and then it snapped into the wall, and that car was leading. Then they rejoined the race in second in class, and 25 seconds ago that happened. They have just had another monumental crash.
Oy.
Airborne into the Armco is nasty, nasty stuff. That is going to cost them a lot of time. Team RSO have already gone past them into second position in class, and Blocco Motore will be the next in about 20 minutes time to move ahead of them into a podium position if Grid and Go don't turn that around quickly. Yeah. That's
Ramiro just gave food for everyone and maybe some discourse to, you know, print this out and make a meme out of this. I know what I can say. My mind knows exactly what this moment might be, but I'm not gonna say it. But really quickly, I was gonna bring it up with the number 16. You know which flag George Tyler is racing for?
What car is that? Is he in? I'm not gonna look at the
Number
flag,
16.
not the country.
Number 16, P Cup.
Oh yeah. Of course I know. I said that earlier. It's the flag of Norfolk Island, which is an Australian-administered territory in the Pacific Ocean, sort of diagonally halfway between Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Because it kind of looks almost like the flag of, say, Cyprus or some other ones that have a tree on the flag, but that tree is a Norfolk pine, which is native to Norfolk Island and other places of Australia and New Zealand. And something like 2/3 of the population of Norfolk Island are all direct group of people who stole a ship from the Royal Navy. It's all their kids on Norfolk Island.
Interesting. Okay. Good trivia. I would never be able to guess it, so probably my GeoGuessr or my map guesser score would be very low on that one. Or my flag guesser, I think, score would be very low on that one.
There's a documentary from Porsche. Oh, as Damon Woods slides out of the carousel, out of the groove, nearly pops up to the high side and has to do the walk of shame the long way around. Too much speed in, not enough grip. Now they're behind an M2, heading towards highest point of the racetrack. Hold your line, BMW. GT3s have a tiny bit of patience, and we'll work our way through it. But that was nearly the position lost for Damon Woods. He's so lucky. So hold on to that, because ordinarily you'd pop out, the other car in the groove would pass you quick smart.
Oy, oy, oy. That could have gone wrong so easily, man. Not even joking.
Yeah, lucky to keep the spot. That you're not normally able to keep that spot. And Parker White thought he had the spot and then had to brake a little bit as Damon Woods tried to come back down into the groove, which was a little bit cheeky. Almost gets close to like blocking or causing an incident if you are out of the carousel and then try to come back into the groove. We ride on board with Parker White in third place for the moment. If he wants a little bit of revenge, all he needs to do is stay close through Schwalbenschwanz here, and then into Kleiner's Carousel, where Damien Woods will hope to stay in the groove this time. And he does, he's a little cautious with it. Galgenkopf is the top of the hill here. Carry a lot of speed in, open up the descending part, and by this point here you're already doing 220 kilometers an hour. You open the throttle, you point your car directly at the middle of the rear bumper of the driver in front. Wherever they go, you will follow with a nice slipstream. 265 kilometers an hour for Parker White right now, crossing 270 in the slipstream as they rise up the hill past the Touristenfahrten entrance. Damien Woods is doing 266, Parker White is doing 269, an extra 3 kilometers an hour for Parker White. Begins to close a few car lengths down the straight, but not enough and not in time as they reach the Tiergarten and the end of another lap of the combined Gesamtstrecke Nürburgring. 5 laps into the stint, 2 more to go before we expect these cars to pit.
Yeah, and sadly, what's just ended their lap. What is about to end soon is our stint of commentary, right, David? Sad.
Yes, indeed.
Moments.
4 hours of David Haynes. I'll be back. I don't know if there's any more Lorenzo Bonda.
Unfortunately not.
Well, pulling out Lorenzo Bonda fans. He'll be relaxing, maybe getting a little bit more sleep. I'll be back later on.
No, they can. We need more David Haynes in the world, man.
Well, there's just one of me, and no kids. So
yeah, I'm about to get one.
I got a niece though, so I'll try to teach her my skills. We'll see.
Yeah, I can't do much. I'm about to get one at the end of the year, so I gotta take the opportunities I can get.
As I, David Haynes, with Lorenzo Bonda alongside me, begin to shuffle out of the way, 2 very capable voices, Paul Smith and Ewan O'Leary, about to join you with 1/3 of this 24-hour race to go. Intrigue, mystery and jeopardy lies around every corner, including a battle for the lead in TCR WSR Esports, closing in on Scherer Esports. Mikkel Nitscher into the leading car 2 laps ago, I think. Michael Polasek, also a recent addition. And he is the fastest TCR on track, and he's looking for the lead. David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda, thank you for joining us. And here come the British.
Thanks very much. That's never something you want to hear, really, is it? It's time in the morning. No, thanks very much. David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonda with you for the last few hours. We'll be here, myself and Paul Smith, for the next couple, taking you through the morning here at the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Just 1/3 of another great year of racing to go, with 8 hours remaining, and it's getting closer for these leads rather than stretching apart, which is what we do normally see at this time of the night. I'll run through a bit of a recap as to what's happened in the middle 8 hours, if you like, if you're just returning to the stream, maybe waking up this morning as we get further into the morning over in Europe. But Paul Smith alongside me, good morning to you. I know you'll be very tired, but how have you? I mean, I've only had a couple of hours sleep myself, to be honest with you. And absorbed by this race, I've got to say, Paul. What have you been seeing so far with 8 hours to go?
What I've been seeing so far is that I'm personally counting down towards the end of a 24-hour charity stream. So I've had no sleep whatsoever. So yeah, I'm currently delirious, so this is going to be an interesting couple of hours for you, Ewan. But what I am looking forward to is seeing Michael Polasek once again showing why he's one of the very finest TCR drivers out there in the service of iRacing right now. And he pulls out alongside down the Dössinger Höhe, and right at that point, just lose a little bit of connection issues there, but down towards the Tiergarten, WSR Esports taking the lead
back then at the front of TCR, the finest class, if you ask me, Ewan, but not many people do ask me.
No, it's great that we've got a leading battle in a class at this stage in the race, but the fact that it's in TCR, I must say, when I was last here about 8 hours ago, this was a battle that was closing, actually. Michael Polasek was getting into the WSR Esports car. It was about 16 hours to go or so, and I said at the time, this gap is going to come back in favour of WSR Esports at some point, and to be honest, I'm only surprised that it's taken this long for it to actually happen. There's still 8 hours to go. You'd say one of the finest drivers, TCR drivers on the service, Michael Polasek, I would argue the quickest right now, and finally WSR Esports have caught and passed Scherer Esport, but this race seemingly is not over. Seemingly that Scherer car is very quick because they've held off WSR Esports with Michael Polasek and Ross McFarlane, don't forget, who's not slow himself, for such a long period of time. This Scherer car must be, incredibly quick as well, and so this race is not over just yet, although Michael Polasek does seem to be pulling away rather quickly already here.
Well, it was the Scherer car that set pole position in class, so they have got pace in that car for sure. But right now, Michael Polasek doing the job and doing the duties that he needs to do, and to try and pull out a lead there. I mean, it is a stacked car, is that WSR Esports white car. Polasek, you've got Pentila, Stolzenberg, and also Ross McFarlane, as you pointed out. So those are four extremely capable drivers in front-wheel drive machinery. I've raced against all of them, unsuccessfully, I may add, and they're just absolutely incredible, the four of them. So put them all together in one car, and it's a formidable outfit.
Yeah, indeed. The battle for second in GT3 is continuing on the bottom of your screen, but in the meantime, just going to run through, not everything that's happened in the last 8 hours, but I'll try and recap as best as possible for what's happened. If you remember, as it went to the sort of nighttime phase, and we went just past midnight here in Sim, we had a class-leading number 4 car for Verstappen Sim Racing, who had effectively taken over the lead and built up a rather large lead because of various things, not least a penalty for Diogo Pinto that struck just before 16 hours to go, that dropped him just in front of Alexander Spets and Drago Racing. Unfortunately, Blue Mercury Esports disconnected not long after the 16 hours to go mark, and that left Verstappen Sim Racing 1 and 2 all over again. But eventually a 3-driver battle coalesced, basically. The number 3 car was involved within it, as was the Drago Racing white car, and there was one more car in there as well at the front end of the field. Anyway, they were being led at one stage, the WSR Esports car, of course, the number 6 Ferrari. They were being led at one stage anyway by the number 1 Drago Racing cars as they eventually coalesced, the three of them. They were over a minute and a half off of the lead, and they made contact with an M2, I think through miss-hit-miss or around that area of the racetrack, all piled in, varying levels of damage. It split the group apart for good. Drago Racing in the end had enough damage just to drop them behind Falcon Sim Racing team and Williams F1 Team Gaming, who, as we're live now, run second and third. The number 3 car had not very much damage at all, really, although these guys did get quite significantly closer. And the number 6 car was only slightly delayed as well. They were ahead of the WSR car, was only just ahead of Falcon and Williams as well. At this stage, of course, the number 4 car was still leading the race, but then Gustavo Aerial, not long after that, had contact with an M2 of his own, got a meatball, and that drops the number 4 car down to what is currently 10th place. We're actually in a bit of a battle for 8th with Team Bennick and Solpec Precision Racing. So the number 4 car out of the contention for this race win. now. The number 3, the only survivor of those 3 who powered into that M2 through Miss Hit Miss. And later on, WSR Esports, only in the last couple of hours or so, had their own huge crash at Flugplatz in a way that we have seen a couple of other cars do already here today. They have still got a meatball, and that happened 45 minutes ago. They are still repairing it down on pit lane, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, they are out of the running for this race, needless to say. So it gives us the current race situation of the number 3 leading and these 2 chasing. Falcon and Williams, who were battling for 5th earlier. And I was talking to Jake about the fact that it would be a good result to finish in the top 5 for Falcon Sim Racing. Well, at that time, that might have been true, but now if they don't finish on the podium, I think they'll be pretty upset. In the other classes, Coanda Esports are leading the race by a reduced margin over their teammates compared to what it was 8 hours ago. However, they've no longer got the Grid and Go car to challenge. That's dropped definitely into 3rd place. We've just seen that battle change in TCR, but WSR Esports are pulling away there in the lead of TCR. In GT4, Chesney Esport have lost a lot of time. They were leading by 40 seconds with 16 hours to go. Now it's just 18 seconds. And in the M2 class, we're just getting a replay there. Simify leading. Grid and Go Esports got a meatball flag in the very last few moments. So that has dropped them down significantly as well. I mean, I've missed so much over the last 8 hours. There's been so much going on, but unusually, I think, Paul, it's basically all been happening in the top class. The minor classes haven't been having as much drama, nowhere near. We've seen so many lead changes in the GT3s, down to incidents that, you know, we just haven't been seeing in the other classes.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, we've got officially retired 6 out of the GT3 class. We've got that WSR Esports car on pit roads. That makes it 7 that are currently not running from the GT3 class. I mean, currently speaking, there are, I'm just having a look now, 37 cars out on track. The rate of attrition has been high, it's fair to say, and around a track like this, it does thin things out. I mean, it's already thinned out considering the length of the track and the number of vehicles that start the race. But when you lose that many cars, and it's right across the different categories. I mean, we lost 3 from the Porsche Cup class, we've lost 4 from GT4, 5 from TCR. I mean, it's been a bloodbath at TCR and GT3. And the M2s, we've lost 3 so far. So there's been some affected more than others in this race. It's truly been a race of attrition. And I said when we opened the broadcast right at the start of the race, you're not just racing against each other, you're also racing against the track. And I think quite a few people are finding out what the green hell will do to you.
Well, they definitely are, and you know, last year, these things are always really hard to measure, but last year I think the amount of drivers and teams that actually finished the race was upwards of 40, even though it rained, as far as I can tell. The year before that was less, even though it didn't rain, and I think that's right. And this year, it hasn't rained yet, but it's very, very high rate of attrition, as you say. Since the last 8 hours, by the way, you may have not caught all of these retirements. Effect simulations from TCR are out, as are SART and MC. They are out as well. From GT3, the 001's finally thrown in the towel. They were delayed already anyway. Fiercely Forward Gold Cross has retired more recently. From the Cup class, Software Precision Racing are out as well. So 5 retirements for sure. We might have had a 6th with the Grid and Go 005 also retiring to leave us just 38 running at this stage. But it has been a high rate of attrition overnight, that is for sure. We are, though, in the morning, and it feels like a little bit on the home stretch. I mean, the sun rose here, Paul, and we had still 11 hours to go. So we always talk about getting to the morning and then pushing on to the finish, because that's such a big milestone, the sunrise, getting to the morning. But really in this race, it barely showed that they were halfway.
Yeah, and they've been greeted by a murky morning as well when that sun came up. So yeah, they've got a bit of a haze in the air for these drivers to contend with. Not full fog. Fortunately, we're not going to have 4-hour stoppages in this one. That is for sure. But yeah, it's really intriguing. Do you know what I was? I'm reminded of a story that David Addison told me about commentating at the Spa 24 Hours, one of the years when they had the prolonged rain stoppage overnight. And Martin Haven was doing commentary at the time, and he'd just come on as it went to red flag, and he kept it going through the broadcast and all this and the other. David said that he turned up, his producer said, just speak to me through the talk back, so he talks to the producer. Martin then, gleefully hands over to David and says, "Oh well, good luck, filling all this time because we've just had we've still got the red flags here." And David goes, "Well, we've just actually had the call through from race control saying that we're not going to be starting until." Not going to be looking at a start until 10 a.m. So for the time being, we're going to be stepping aside. So join us back then." And he said the amount of 4-letter words that came out of Martin Haven's mouth at that instant because of a stoppage. Fortunately, we don't have those stoppages, so we just have to fill time with the drivers giving us some excellent footage and excellent fighting, like Cooper Webster, one of course, the Porsche Esport Super Cup champion, Cooper Webster, onto pit road.
Yep, onto pit road and taking tyres again for the number 3 Verstappen Sim Racing car. This is the one with only the penalties that have set it back in this race, rather than the full-on meatball which their sister car has had, as Falcon Sim Racing and Williams F1 Team Gaming both come into the pit lane here, and they close into one another on the way into the pit lane. Damon Woods and Parker White, second and third currently in this race. They can just about catch a glimpse of Cooper Webster every time they come down pit lane, but Webster just leaves just as they arrive, almost as if he's sort of disgusted by the fact that they've joined him in the pit lane. He leaves straight away, and there they go, both on their marks and both staying in the car once again. The gap was 50 seconds with 8 hours to go. Actually extended there over the final 2 laps of that stint, but you've got to say it's a big task for Falcon and Williams to close this gap from here, but they do have each other at least to try and help close that in, whereas the Verstappen Sim Racing car is very much on its own. Even the number 4 car, which is off the lead lap, it's not gone back to assist them with draft or anything. That number 3 is totally alone, whereas these two are not, and that might be a bit of a difference here. We'll see if it actually plays any role at all, but it is notable that that's the scenario, and these two are going to be very motivated to try and close that leading gap down in the amount of time we've got remaining.
Yeah, they'll want to be pushing on and trying doing everything that they can to get that gap down. But when you're talking, 52 seconds, 7 3/4 hours remaining of the race, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility. But when you're talking that BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing outfit in the number 3, when you look at the list of drivers that are in that car of Webster, McEwen and Pinto, they're quite handy drivers, I think it's fair to say. They're all of an equal level. They can all pedal that car to such an extreme that it's very difficult to contend with. Now, I'm not saying that these two teams can't do that and can't match and beat them. It's just that it's an incredibly difficult job to do that. What they're relying on is a bit of lap traffic, maybe getting in the wrong place, as we've got that swap around between Falcon and Williams again. So Damon Woods going back ahead of Parker White for now. So Parker seems comfortable in that spot, right in the slipstream behind Damon Woods in that Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car. But yeah, these two are wanting to have maybe a bit of lap traffic just holding up that number 3 car, or that they make a mistake around the lap and loses them a ton of time. So it's a tall order, but 2 drivers that can do it is Damon Woods and Parker White.
Yeah, indeed. We'll talk about them in a moment. One thing I neglected to mention, by the way, in my run through of the last 8 hours, is the fact that the number 3 car did have a spin and a bit of contact with the wall overnight. It happened with about 14 hours to go in this race. They soldiered on for the rest of the stint without messing up the strategy, but it lost them a lot of time, and that's how that 3-car battle with Drago Racing and WSR Esports was created. They were together anyway, just naturally through speed, and the Verstappen Sim Racing car joined them. So if you're wondering why these two teams are so close to Verstappen Sim Racing, that is why. If that had all happened without that moment of contact and whatever, then this race would look very, very different. From the note that Jeremy and Nathan put into the spreadsheet, they must have done the maths on this. I was aware this happened, but I didn't do the maths on the time loss. They say that 30 seconds roughly was lost in total, as they were losing about 6 or 7 seconds a lap, which is doable around here, I suppose, but it does show you the severity of the damage and how badly they wanted to stay on the strategy. But anyway, that has given this gap less than a minute of margin at this stage in the race. There's still 7 hours 40 still to go. Now the gap at the bottom of your screen has been closing for some time. Nicholas Last has been closing on George Tyler in the Scherer Esport car for some time. Nicholas Last, a driver for Maniti Racing in the green and black, and he's going to roar on past here. Last was 2.5 seconds quicker last lap. He's going to roar past on the Dottinger, and that's Maniti Racing up into the top 5. For teams of their ability, the top 5 result in the Porsche Cup class in the top split of the Nürburgring 24 is a good result, especially for Maniti actually, and they make a strong pass to move into 5th. And as I say, Nicholas Last is looking very quick right now as well.
Yeah, looks to be on a mission, does Nicholas Last. Last lap was a 8:09.403. I do wonder if something's maybe up with that Scherer Esport blue car, because it was an 8:12.2. Or maybe they caught a little bit of traffic on that lap, I don't know, but certainly not running at the pace that I would expect of George Tyler. Just touching back on, if it was 6 or 7 seconds a lap that the number 3 was losing, that's equivalent of dropping your pace down to the Porsche Cup class here. So, I mean, these Porsche Cup cars are quick, but to be losing that much per lap is quite significant. Oh, George Tyler all over the place there. That car looking a bit of a handful.
It is a bit at the moment, and that might be why. That might be what's up with the Scherer Esport car. That might be why Nicholas Last found that pass so easy. What that says to me, though, Paul, about that time loss per lap, and yes, it sounds so dramatic because this circuit is so long, but actually, if you scale it back to a normal circuit, that's between maybe 1.2, 1.5 seconds a lap. That is still significant, but it doesn't sound quite as dramatic as 6 or 7 seconds. I think what it says to me, though, is they badly wanted to stay on the regular strategy where everybody does the same amount of laps every time. They run the tank dry and then they pit, and they're getting just short of the hour here at the Nürburgring. What is it about this strategy that they were desperate to go so long for? Because most of the other teams would just offset themselves. I mean, Drago Racing had a bit of contact and they're offset. That's why they keep jumping up to second every so often. They go a lap further into the stint and then they pit. And Blue Mercury Sport, they had to because they had a disconnection, but they're 5th place, offset by strategy. But what is it about running that tank dry every single time that Verstappen Sim Racing were so desperate to keep hold of, I wonder? That's That's what that says to me.
I mean, they'll have worked to this plan from the start of their practicing. They've done a bit of practice, looking at the timings and looking at the fuel numbers that they're using, and saying, right, okay, well, we know from NLS as well roughly what we can look at, and they've worked everything out. Had somebody far cleverer than me or you looking at this and deciding that this is the plan, and if we can, if at all possible, stick to this plan, because it is the fastest way to finish this race. We said earlier, Will Chadwick was saying earlier on our coverage, this is very much a sprint for pretty much every car on this field. It's a sprint, but it's for 24 hours. And so you've got to be on it, you've got to be on the limit, you've got to push it, and that's what appears to be happening out there. And I mean, it's working, obviously, because they're in the lead at the moment, but certainly it's it shows that want and need to be able to stay on that pit plan.
Yeah, really fascinating to see where Atte Karppinen comes out in relation to all of this as well. But he's going to, as the others pit, he's going to continue to filter ahead of a few of them, and then so he obviously has to pit himself and drops back again. But yeah, very interesting at the front of the field. You mentioned that these 24-hour races increasingly are sprints, and that is absolutely true. I mean, these guys, especially here at the Nürburgring, will know how many laps are going to be in this race. I think almost down to the very number, and that is definitely factoring into their strategy. That's why the number 3 went on for as long as it did, even despite the terrible handling of the car for a short while there, with about 14 hours to go. But as I say, that they'll know exactly how many laps are in one of these races. The strategy's so refined, but this has been the first 24-hour race in a little while where I've seen so much trouble for the race leader, and if it carries on like this, eventual race winner. If you think back to Daytona this year, much more refined than this. Spa last year, I mean, the most perfected 24-hour race anybody's ever seen by Redline, as they were then, by 2 of their cars. They were able to fight it out between themselves, between the teammates, on the very last lap of the race, the closest ever 24-hour race to finish here on iRacing. The Nürburgring before that was more refined than this, I would say. But this is the race every year, I would say, where the race winner has the most trials and tribulations, because there's more controllables, I think, certainly at Spa, with no multi-class traffic. But even to a degree at Daytona, I would argue, in recent years, other than the year where it rained for the very first time and nobody quite knew how to deal with it, and there were lots of incidents. But this, for me, is the race where the most things can go wrong, the most things do go wrong. And if you look at the perfect race, for example, which almost never arrives, other than last year at Spa, in a 24-hour race, the number 3 has given up, at least a minute, maybe minutes, but they're still leading by nearly a minute themselves. That says a lot about this race, I think.
Yeah, absolutely does, and it shows the level that the competition is going to. I mean, it was something that we touched on in the first 3 hours of the broadcast, that compared to when this race first ran on iRacing back in 2016, it's the level of competition has risen, but it's not just the fact that the level of competition has risen, it's the sheer volume of drivers who are operating at that level as well. Whereas 10 years ago, because this is of course the 11th running, 10 years ago, you would have a handful of drivers who were able to compete at that level consistently, lap after lap. Neaty car, getting air, and all sorts of out of shape going into the Beloff S there. But yeah, you had that small number that could operate at that level consistently all the time. Now, you basically pretty much 3/4 of the GT3 field can do that. 3/4 of the Porsche Cup cars can do that here. half the GT4s can do that. Everybody has just stepped up year on year in the sim and using those real world tools. I mean, we look at even just recently Cosworth getting into the game with their tools to be able to do data analysis and looking at performance, and things like direct drive wheels becoming more accessible to a greater volume of people across the whole of sim racing. It's people are realising what it takes to become a high quality, successful sim racer, and we're seeing that in bucketfuls in these special events. In Daytona, as you mentioned, this one here today, we'll see it at Spa as well. It's just an incredible level that we get to witness each and every time on these special events.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. They're getting better all the time, these racing special events. Question coming in the racing YouTube chat, by the way, about how many drivers you need for one of these special events. Of course, anyone can race them. You may not be in the top split broadcasted here on racing RaceSpotTV, but you may well be in another split further down the field.
Mm-hmm.
To enter the race, you need to enter at least with one other person. Times were where you could actually enter on your own, but then get disqualified at the end. You do actually have to enter with somebody else now in the actual session. Although I suppose you could do all the driving if you really still wanted to do a long solo race. But anyway, 2 is the minimum. And we do have, I believe, a team doing
16.
it in this race as well.
I was going to say 16 is the maximum. How you'd work that out as a stint plan, I don't know, but there you go. But yeah, there was one team, wasn't there, that I saw that had only had 2 cars, 2 drivers.
It's there may be more, but the one that me and Jake were talking about earlier was the RDV Competition Unity GT4, that at one stage actually overnight got to 2nd, and legitimately as well, but they seem to have dropped back again since. But yes, Baptiste Jimenez is currently the driver. Paul Joffro is the other one. The French team, just 2 drivers. That's the only of their... They've got 4 entries as a team overall through the splits, but that's the only one we've got here in top split. And that's a big undertaking, isn't it? As you mentioned, 16 drivers is too many. In TCR, with the amount of time you can go in a stint, you'd almost be struggling to get everybody through before the end of the race, doing just one stint, never mind doing doubles and whatever. But anyway, nobody's doing that here, but we do have a 2-driver team, and that is such a mammoth effort, isn't it? I would say that, 3 is the absolute minimum I'd want to be doing a 24-hour racing, and even that's quite an 8 hours of driving. Doesn't sound like a lot, I think, when you say 6 hours or 8 hours of driving over the course of 24, you say, oh, that's only a quarter, a third of a 24-hour race. When you're actually in it and you're doing it, it does seem like an awful lot of driving.
I mean, you've got to take into consideration as well, for a sim racing event like this, you want a minimum of 3 in case one person has internet or power outage, or computer decides to spontaneously combust. You want to have at least 2 to mitigate for that third person having issues. You mean 3, sorry, to mitigate that one person having those issues, so you can deal with that, because you can't exactly do that when there's just 2 of you in the car. But it does harken back for me to the old days of things like Le Mans, where you would have 2 drivers per car, and in the case of Graham Hill, when he won Le Mans, he also finished on the podium in the other car as well, because he did a load of driving in that car as well. Martin Brundle did the same as well, back in the 80s and early 90s.
You can't enter in 2 cars in iRacing as much as you can in the real world. I think it's recently it's about 10 years ago, there's been people who are fighting at the front also going into another car and sort of having 2 bullets in the gun, as it were. But no, you can't do that on iRacing, and that's probably for the greater good, I would say.
I mean, I do think, just in general, in endurance racing in general, I think the drive time regulations that have come into play in the last 10-15 years have actually been for the better. It really has been for the better. I think it's drivers and competitors in any sport will not think of themselves. They'll just think of, I need to achieve this, and so they'll cause themselves harm. I mean, I used to play rugby league, and the amount of times that I would have come off the pitch with blood coming out of me and banged up knees, ankles, back, a nose across my face because I've been hit across the nose and that, but you didn't think of anything about it. You just got on with it because it was for the team. You were competing to get your team to win. So competitors don't think of themselves, and that's why I think the whole drive time process that came into play really has helped in the world of endurance racing. Lucas Prada, by the way, sat on pit box. That WSR car has been there for about an hour and a quarter now.
Yes. As far as I can see, Prada got into there 12 minutes ago, so I wonder if he's waiting for the optionals to be done, and he might return again here from 19th overall. He is
just.
Go on.
I'm just going to say, I'm just going to make the point of just finally about the whole number of drivers point of view. When I finished on the podium here in this event back in 2017, just dropping that in there, in top split, we had 6 drivers.
Times have changed, as you were saying, Paul.
Yes, absolutely. Times have changed. The first thing, we don't have the Kia Optima in this race anymore, which that was the one car that I seem to be semi-competitive in. But yes, it has changed a lot since then, for the better, I may add.
No, it's hey, you can take that. You don't need to ever do a top split. Well, it's quite difficult to do a top split.
My only ever top split race in special events, and I got a podium, so I'll take that.
100% record, you know. So you know, even someone like Alejandro Sanchez can't boast that. I bet. So there you go. That's a claim to success. But no, this race has changed a lot down the years. Not least because the Kia Optima is not in this race anymore. Hasn't been for a few years, but we do have a proper TCR class instead now, and we have a proper race in that class this year as well. 6.5 seconds now, the gap between first and second, as Michael Polasek has taken over that lead. Commando 1 and 2 here in the Porsche Cup class. So we're just cycling through the field overall here. No fights going on at the moment, but there's stuff to keep an eye on. We're following the Blue Mercure car a little bit of time ago, actually, and Thibaut Prevost really is catching Parker White. The gap's still nearly 20 seconds, but that is something still to keep an eye on. But no, you're right. On the drive time thing, you're right, because drivers and, well, sports people in general do need to be saved from themselves sometimes. They do want to win so badly that you do have to implement these rules. And you know, there's hardly many more dangerous things in the world of sport, I would argue, than a very tired driver in a 24-hour race. And you know, to people who don't know much about 24-hour racing, it's sort of mind-blowing, really, because you initially hear about it, you think these drivers doing 24 hours, that seems absolutely mental. But no, at maximum, you'd be doing 12 each, with just a pairing, as we have in this race, indeed, as well. But as you say, so many things can go wrong with that. I mean, literally infinite amount of things. You know, you don't even want to begin to list them all. There's so many things that can go wrong, and that is literally just the end of your race at that point. And not least the thing that me and Jake were talking about last night, actually, it's normal etiquette in a 24-hour race is one of the drivers stays with the driver who's driving at all times, basically. The driver who's driving is never left alone just to sort of to let their mind wander or whatever. There's always somebody there to talk to and somebody there if you need it. Nowadays, maybe you might have an engineer, and maybe that's what they have at RDV, but if they're implementing that in the 2-driver team as well, that means when you're off, you're actually never getting any sleep, because when you're off, you're doing the job of engineer as well. So surely they must have at least an engineer with them at some point, because otherwise that they literally are going to get no sleep, or they're going to be leaving the other driver to their own devices overnight, which is not a great idea.
Yeah, it's what's known as suboptimal, isn't it? In terms of leaving somebody to it overnight and hoping that when you wake up in the morning, it's like, oh, we've still got a car in the race. Great, that's wonderful. I mean, you just haven't. You mentioned about the number of different things that can happen out there for teams and for drivers. You just have to look at what happened to the BMW M Team BS competition car. Down the Dottinger Hohe, the car suddenly has a wheel failure, and the car suddenly veers left, wipes out the Team PGZ GT4 car, if memory serves me correct, and basically takes themselves out of the race with that. So, in an instant, whether it be a USB issue, whether it was a power issue on the wheel rim, not wheel rim, but the real base, who knows? But one little thing can suddenly end your race there.
It really does not take much around here, and we've got a lot of retirements already from this race, unfortunately, along similar lines. Alejandro Sanchez makes his way out of the pit lane meantime as the Porsche Cup class leader. Craig King, who I'm going to be commentating at the end of this race with earlier, was saying that first N24 he remembers watching was the MX-5 was in the slower class, and there was no GT4 back in the day. It was GT3, Porsche Cup, Kia Optima and MX-5 the very first year of this race, very first few years.
It wasn't even the Porsche Cup. It was the roof C-Spec.
Oh, of course, yeah. You're right, yeah.
That's telling you. You see, that's you knowing your history, and yeah, the roof C-Spec. I remember that car well, yeah, it had issues out there. Speaking of issues, Matt Emery has had issues out there this lap. He's I saw him flash up as on my timing software as having been running slow, so he's had issues out there as Matt Emery in the Team Bennett number 537 in 10th place in GT3. So as we're looking through the M2s, it's always good to give the other categories as well in this race a bit of airtime, if nothing else. If some of these teams that you see coming into these classes, I mean, you talk the MX-5s, I remember that it was basically in that first year of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, it was always a case of we'd talk about the front view, the front positions, and then we get onto the Dottinger Hohe, and the GT3s go through, the Cup cars go through, the Kias go through, and then right over to this commentator to talk about the MX-5s going down the Dottinger Hohe, and they were going 4-5 wide each lap. It was just nuts. Fantastic to watch and exciting to watch, but yeah, and Team RSO, they were stalwart in that MX-5 class, and it's great to see them still around here in the M2s. And
that rather suits them quite well, I would argue. They won most recently when we had the Toyota GR86. Somebody else asking what has the M2 replaced? Well, a little bit more complicated than that really, but effectively the GR86, which was in the race for the 2024 edition, there were a number of years though without a production car at all, so that changed it rather. So the MX-5 did, I think, the first 4 years of this race, from 16 to 19. Then there were some years without a production car class at all. Then the Toyota GR86 appeared, I think in 22 or 23 maybe. Not entirely sure, but anyway. that is what's the M2's replaced most recently. And I think it's probably for the better. I mean, the M2, I think, fits this race a little bit better than the Toyota GR86 did. Somebody's just mentioning that that in their split that the race has completely changed as they've woken up again, and that is a regular feature of this of 24-hour racing. Of course, if you are wondering what has gone on all throughout the classes throughout the night, especially the GT3 class, which has changed almost beyond recognition in that time, then we'll do a rundown at the top of the hour of where everybody is, and we'll talk a little bit about what's happened overnight, because so much, even for the actual race leading car now, the number 3, so much has happened to that car throughout the day, which dropped them down. At one stage they were running only as fast as a Porsche Cup car overnight because of damage, so we'll talk through all of that in about 15 minutes time or so, with about 7 hours still to go here. We're currently following the Blue Mercure eSport team. It's Gabriel Moretto, just fresh into that car. Well, I say fresh, not sure how fresh he'll actually be, but he is newly into the car anyway. Aidan Mates in for the Fiercely Forward team, and he's going to get out. So, time for bed for Mates, and Felipe Cabrera Loyola is going to go in for a late night shift by the looks of things. The Chilean. I think in Chile it is 1:30 in the morning. I'm not 100% sure. However, that's roughly the time. Maybe it's later than that even, but for Aidan Mates it will be at the very earliest sort of 11 PM if he's on the west coast. It could be very late if he's further towards the east, but anyway, driver change happening there, and Loyola will be making his way back out again for Fiercely Forward Red. I've got to say, not a driver I know too much about actually, but Fiercely Forward a very... Oh, hello. And they sort that out nicely. Fiercely Forward, a very recognisable team, and a slightly rare Chilean driver into the race with just over 7 hours to go.
If only we had a couple of South American producers who would be able to quickly tell us the time in Chile, but there we go. Yeah, it's...
I mean,
I feel sorry because both Hugo Luis, who's away at the moment, and Ramiro have both been working really hard behind the scenes. People don't appreciate what the effort that it takes to produce one of these broadcasts and direct it, and to keep us in check as well. And yeah, it's quite a tiring event as one of these 24-hour races. I used to produce the broadcasts back when I had machinery capable of doing that, but yeah, it's such a difficult job to do, and they do a tremendous job to our producers here at RaceSpotTV. But yeah, we always like to throw them a little wrench in the works and throw a random question of the day out to them. Oh, here's what's happened to Team Bennett then. I said that they'd had issues out there. Matt Emery this is, and coming way too fast into the corner, just misses the barrier, and the rejoin's okay.
I'd say they got away with that, really, based on how it could have been. Matt Emery absolutely got away with that, and is fine to continue. So he goes on. But yeah, a great job by our producer. Big thanks to them both. Ramiro Augustin Cisneros has got about an hour left, and then he can go to bed after producing all night. Oh, Team Bennett have more than just that. Unbelievable! They kept out the wall initially, and then they do smack the wall second time, unfortunately. So that is finally going to drop them down the field. But the Aston Martin looks like it's survived that impact quite well.
I'm also getting flagged car 54 in the M2s is running slowly with a mechanical meatball flag, and here's what's happened to them. Oh, and that's the Falcon car that's involved in there. I think it's safe to say maybe just a little bit of netcode involved in that one, and people are wondering what I'm meaning by that if you're new to sim racing. Basically, everybody's driving from wherever they are around the world, and, well, you cannot change the laws of physics. If somebody's halfway around the world compared to where the server is, it takes time for the signals and the information to come from the server to the client, and vice versa.
Pesky Australians, normally the problem.
Hey, I did not say that, Australia. That was you and O'Leary.
Hey, I can take them on. It's fine. Sven Winter and Matthias Penteler both in pit lane now for the TCR lead. That's how close it is in TCR. These are the two leading cars. WSR going to get out first. Their gap before was about 7 seconds. See what it is now. It will be a little bit less than that. So the gap has just contracted slightly, and Penteler now is up against Sven Winter. No, sorry, the gap has just grown back to 7 seconds, so it was just normalising. We'll see whether Scherer can get back on terms again, but the race is very much in favour of WSR Esports now. And here comes the Yes Motorsports team. They were battling for a podium position earlier. Unfortunately, they're 4 laps down now, but that's Isaac Price, who's no slow driver either. So is that going to help or hinder Winter here in this race? I'm not sure. Well, they're not going to stay together for too long at the moment, because Winter's just changed tyres, and that's going to take a few moments to get up to speed from. But it's still not a very big gap in TCR, and anything, even the smallest bit of traffic like that, could be a factor in the battle for the lead.
I did say that Isaac Price is one of those drivers who's been around the pro scene in multiple titles for quite a while now. I made him sound very old. He's young compared to me, but he's just been one of those that's there and been there and done it and won the t-shirt, and he seems to be a jack of all trades. It's just finding that one thing that he really excels at, and really excelling at that point. But yeah, it's good to see Isaac back out there. It's very easy, and I've been very critical in the past on these special event broadcasts of teams who have an incident and just go, oh well, we'll quit him, and they just quit. I've been very critical of that over the times, because how do you improve as drivers and as a team if you don't face that challenge, that attrition, that thing that tests you? Because if you do everything to the plan, well, you're not really learning anything, because you already learned what the plan is. You've got to be challenged and do things that are and yeah, I know it's difficult and it's demoralising to be running around 4 laps down, but you learn more from being in that position and say, right, well, first of all, how do we adapt our plan? How do we become adaptable? How do we mould it and try and see, okay, what's the best plan that we can pull out at this point now, because we've had that issue? What's the quickest way for us to get to the end? And all too often, and it's not just the pros, it's right through the different classes of and different splits of these races, people are just all too easy, just quit and just say, oh well, there's no chance of winning, so we won't bother. That's not the spirit of endurance for me.
Yeah, well, I agree in terms of staying in the race. I mean, I don't want to say morally it's the right thing to do, because that sounds weird, but that's, you know, that is the spirit of endurance, as you say. What I think they would say is, in the sense of, you know, facing the uphill challenge or whatever, they would argue that, you know, that's not going to help us win a 24-hour race anymore. Very rarely are we going to be able to win a 24-hour race, if ever, anymore, after facing adversity and so on. You know, it's so refined now that it just doesn't happen anymore. I think this race, and we constantly come back here every year and are reminded that actually that isn't quite true anymore. You know, we see Spa at the end of the year. We're going to, or at least I go into the next year of iRacing special events. You see some of the shorter special events as well, and you think, goodness me, this, you really can't afford to make any mistakes anymore, even in 24-hour races. You come back here every year and you remember, oh yeah, you absolutely can, and you can come back and you can still win, because everybody's going to have some sort of trouble over the day, and that is the thing to remember. So, you know, I agree with you. I think, you know, more teams should stay in the race, even if they've had a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, that doesn't really happen so much anymore, other than in the real lower classes like the M2s, where the Capivara racing team have continued on despite getting smashed repeatedly. They're now 9 laps down. Hopefully they do continue, but they've got a meatball to repair at the moment. But in GT3, we've not got anybody running further than 1 lap down, and I think it would be nicer to see them continue. And that's one of the things that has changed, I think, maybe not for the better over the course of the last 10 years since you did this race, Paul, in the top split. If you did end up on the podium and so on, but it feels to me, if you and your team had early issues that dropped you up 3 laps off the lead, you would have tried to get to the end at least and tried to finish up. That I get the sense that that's not really the done thing anymore by a lot of these teams, and that is a thing that's changed down the years. So I think it is a bit of a shame that it has changed in that way.
Well, I'm going to throw this out with another perspective as well. If you park the car and leave the server and don't come back, you're not getting your sponsors' logos on the broadcast. And, yeah, they're the ones who are paying the bills. Let's face it. Okay, sim racing at this level, it's only a select few teams that are able to have sponsors that are paying for drivers to be full-time sim racers. But those sponsors want that airtime, and even if it is just a minute of, say, somebody who's recovering... Well, look at the number 4 car. It's a recovering car. We've shown it so many times because it's charging its way back through the GT3 field, and we're highlighting about the challenge that they're facing and that they're pushing on. And speaking of pushing on, the Coanda, this is something I've never seen in my life, and that's a Coanda car pushing the Verstappen sim racing car.
Not least because it's a Porsche Cup pushing a GT3, but it's the way that these top speeds work now. In the slipstream, in that scenario, the Porsche Cup car is faster in a straight line. Cooper Webster will be more than happy to accept the bump draft down the pit straight as he crosses the line for the last time inside the first 17 hours of this race. Alejandro Sanchez is on a mission at the moment, and he's extended his advantage over his teammate Tristan Iglesias to now 33 seconds. Pretty remarkable, really. But that's another feature of this race nowadays. You go back 10 years, the roof was not very quick compared to the GT3s. The gap in terms of the top 2 classes was very large. I mean, the roof at that time, by the way, was still racing in the IMSA races like Petit Le Mans and that kind of thing. That's how long we were talking. That didn't continue on for too much longer, because it doesn't really fit with the series. Now we've got obviously proper IMSA done sort of properly, you know. But back then it was in those races, and it was the second class here. I remember when the first Porsche Cup car, first generation Porsche Cup car came out, and everyone commented then just how fast it was in a straight line and just how fast it was compared to the GT3s, because it was much closer than the roof was. But nowadays, I mean, you get a slow GT3 driver, or not even that slow, but you get a sort of average GT3 driver, and then you get a professional Porsche Cup team like Coanda or whatever, Alejandro Sanchez here. You'd be quicker in the Cup car. Sanchez would be quicker than most people in a GT3 because of how close these cars are. It takes drivers of this standard in a GT3 to actually even beat these Porsche Cup cars at all. They're unbelievably quick now.
You were touching there about the Cup car being extremely quick in a straight line. Going back to when I raced in the top split of this event and finished on the podium. Did I mention I finished on the podium? Anyway, that Kia Optima wasn't the most aerodynamically efficient car, let's be honest. It also didn't have the most aerodynamic devices on the car either. So, going down the Dottinger Höhe, we were actually faster, top speed, than the GT3 cars. The GT3 cars would see us going past them down the Dottinger Höhe, and they'd be jumping in to try and get our slipstream. And it infuriated them. We found it hilarious, let's be honest, but the GT3 cars hated it, because as soon as we came to any form of corner, we were so much slower than they were. And I one of my all-time favourite GT3 cars is the BMW Z3. Yeah, the Z4, sorry. Just such a good car.
Oh.
And yeah, I do miss my beloved BMW GT3 car of that size in that era.
Yeah, still my favourite GT3 of all time, I must say. Not only in iRacing, but in the real world as well. Just fantastic. Won this race for the final time back in 2020, I believe. I think it was 2021 when that car was replaced at this race. Maybe it was 22 that the M4 raced here for the first time. Anyways, it was around that time anyway. And what a great car the Z4 was. As I say, won this race overall. Before, as the BMW tends to generally. I mean, last year the top 9 were all BMWs. We are going to get a bit more of that now that the WSR Esports car is gone, but they were interrupting a real run of BMWs up the front of the field earlier on. Sadly, they are now gone, but yeah, we're stuck with the BMW M4 as it is. I'm not sure when this BMW is going to be replaced, when BMW are going to bring out a new GT3. Hopefully we get it in iRacing before we do in the real world again. That was nice to have for a little while, but I've got to say, it's a shame it couldn't have been a nicer looking car, let's put it that way.
I want the BMW M4 Touring GT3 car. That's what I want. I want my touring, the estate, if you want to give it the British designation. Or you could always go with the classic shooting brake designation as well. But yeah, the BMW M4 Touring GT3 spec car that's been racing at the Nürburgring this year. Absolutely fantastic, and I love to see it. Something I don't love to see is Team RSO flashed up on my screen as having issues. So hopefully our producer Romero will be able to look back and see what happened there. And also, full risk no push have just flagged up as well on my screen. So things are suddenly happening out there.
It's just that, and they've got a meatball. Peter Burdett has got a meatball there. I wonder if those two incidents are related or separate, but Peter Burdett is the only one who's got a meatball flag as we approach, by the way, 7 hours to go in this race. So it's been a bit of an entertaining last hour, to be honest. So much interest still in this race. So much unpredictability left in this race. David Woods continues to push on here and try and make the pass for the lead, or at least get closer to Cooper Webster so he can challenge for the lead in this race. I've been told in no uncertain terms to leave him and his Australians alone, so I will do that now, but just hope they don't netcode anybody else out of this race. But anyway, let's see what happened here.
Now that's a Coanda car. That was a Coanda Cup car fully into the side of that full risk no push car. Yeah, that's not good. The Coanda, Alejandro Sanchez, by the way, I've noticed has had an incident on this lap as well, going wide and off track. So not going all their own way at the front of the Cup class.
Yeah, I'm trying to identify which of the Coandas it is.
08. It's Sanchez.
Okay.
So this
right, that tells. Okay, I can understand more of the story there. I'm glad Ramiro pulled that a bit further back so we could see that. So the full risk no push car had connection problems there that took them out of the vision of the Koana car for some seconds right leading up to the incident. It's easy to look at the end of that and think, what is the Koana Porsche doing putting the Cayman in the wall like that? But actually, for a good deal of that, they couldn't actually see what they were battling against.
Yeah, and when a car disappears like that on your screen when you're driving, you're suddenly there going, where are they? Where are they? Are they going to reappear? And you've just got that nagging doubt in the back of your mind, and you don't know. And it doesn't matter wherever you place your car on track, somehow you will find that person once they come back into existence for you. Again, unfortunately, it's the nature of racing on the internet that you can have these connection issues. Best thing for people to do is not, an easy thing to do is not race on Wi-Fi. That's an easy thing to try and look at solving there as Sanchez carries on out there. So obviously no significant damage for him to need to come onto pit road, but yes, have a wired connection is the first thing I would suggest as a way of improving yours and everybody else's life out there. I actually remember once racing in one series, and one of the drivers, as he crossed the line, would disappear and then reappear for half a second later, and it happened consistently every single lap that he came across the line. And we kept on mentioning this, going, look, you've disappeared again. Oh, you come back. We mentioned it, and eventually he was able to diagnose it, and it was his telemetry software uploading to a server, and it was taking enough bandwidth out of him that it caused his car to disappear for half a second.
I thought he was trying to do. It sounded to me like someone trying to fiddle with the iRacing timing system there over the line or something. Oh, I did a 9-second lap time at the Northside. How weird. That was good. That was good, wasn't it? Okay, fine. That does make a lot more sense. Another solution, by the way, for having internet problems is to not live in Australia. But there's an easy fix for you.
Seriously?
Sorry.
What's the deal with Australia? It's like it's just come on. They're already down. They're already beaten enough.
It's about the only time they'll be watching as well, Sunday afternoon. It's mostly Australians now. I've got no Europeans to back me up. Oh dear. Anyway, I don't know why.
And you think I'm the one who's been awake for 24 hours?
I mean, I've only slept for 2, but at least I have been asleep. You know. I don't know why I've woken up this morning and chosen violence against Australia, but I just have. Here comes.
Is it just the country of Australia, or is it the whole of Oceania? As we've got that change of position for TCR. Yeah, is it just Australia? Is it New Zealand? Is it the Pacific Island nations? Where does the line stop?
No, I don't really feel any resemblance to any of them. So just something to say, isn't it?
I mean, don't mess with Tonga or Fiji, trust me.
Well,
I've played against Tongan and Fiji rugby players. Trust me, you don't want to mess with them.
I'm sure they've got some big lads in Australia as well. In fact, I've seen they have. So there we go. They keep coming over here and playing in all the rugby league games. I was going to say, but yeah. Anyway, I'll try not to pick a fight with any more Australians or any more Oceanians, or or anybody indeed. But,
are you going to move now into the Asian continent? Is that what you're doing now? You've been into Oceania, you've upset them. Let's move to Asia now.
I'm not going to try and go across the world upsetting people if possible.
I mean, you upset the people in Florida when you said that they should repave Sebring that time.
I didn't say that. But that's just become the truth now. So what can I do? I didn't say that. For anyone who doesn't know the story, I didn't say that. I said it would be a utterly rubbish circuit if it were to be repaved because That's the only thing going for it, in my opinion. I don't like the layout. I do like the place as a historic venue, but the layout is pretty rubbish. That's my maybe
Oh, I
controversial
like
take.
the layout. I like Sebring. It's not a cookie cutter track. It's not a Tilkedrome. It's not one of these.
That's what I mean. That's
boring.
That's the reason why I like it. The layout itself, though, is not You know, I've been on more exciting plane taxis. You know what I mean? On an airport.
I can't believe what. Am I hallucinating here? I mean, I have been awake 24 hours and streaming for 23 hours of those 24 hours. But am I hallucinating here?
No, I just don't like it. It's just one of the things I just can't get on with it. You know, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, everyone must have those things who you know. See, everybody else clearly thinks it's very, you know, something very popular that you just think this is rubbish.
Yeah. You see, I upset a lot of people a couple of years ago when we were broadcasting the Porsche Racespot Super Cup, and it was when we actually had an open vote to the audience with a choice of 4 tracks, and it was, you know, open to vote for the audience to vote on to choose which track that we went to for the 3rd round of the championship, I think it was. And I read out the list of tracks and I said, please, for whatever you do not pick Laguna Seca because it's the most overrated track in the world. It's got one redeeming feature, the corkscrew. That's it.
See, now you know how I feel about Sebring. That's literally exactly how I feel. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Old. Have you ever seen old Laguna Seca on board?
Oh yes,
the old
yeah, I
Laguna
did
Seca?
recently get sent on board.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I mean,
I can understand why they went and added that
Yes.
infield as the number 4. What's happening here? Are they trying to get to their teammate?
I wonder. There's better ways of doing it, though. Yeah, I wonder if they are. I mean, to be fair, Cooper Webster, since we've been here, has been doing a decent enough job on his own. Gap out to 57 seconds. Was 50 when we joined, but I think that is what they're doing.
Well, they're not doing a good job of it if that's the case,
No.
because Cooper Webster is coming through Flansgarten, and the number 4 is heading through Kesselchen right now.
You can't do this, can you?
I wonder if something genuinely has broken, and rather than taking the tour, because it would take the best part of... Yeah, because look, the steering was just hard left then suddenly. I wonder if something's broken, giving it a little wiggle. There you go, that's the classic thing to do when you're not sure about your steering. Just give it a wiggle. Yeah, it's good, it's fine, let's send it. So no, technical problems with Sam Kaito.
Okay. Well, that makes more sense. As we were saying, I mean, a team of Verstappen Sim Racing's pedigree should not be trying to... Yeah, I mean, it's fine to, you know, go and find their teammates again. That I don't have anything against that, but trying to do it in that way would be just so inefficient and not the right way to do it. But anyway, that wasn't what they were doing, it turns out. And so they now continue on in 9th place, trying to catch up to Solkep Precision Racing in 8th, who are still yet to stop on this cycle of stops. They're 2 of 3 off the lead lap now, who are still running in GT3. Team Bennick are the other ones. There's Kevin Dennery leading the charge in 8th there, as Cooper Webster comes into the pit lane. Another cycle of stops for the GT3 leaders. But yes, old Laguna Seca, you were saying.
Yeah, old Laguna Seca was absolutely fantastic, but I could understand why they created that infield section, because going from what is officially turn 2, even though it's the first proper corner, because Americans don't know how to number corners, and then going all the way through then to that kink that heads you up towards the corkscrew. I can understand why you would want to have them maybe being a little bit slower, considering the lack of runoff that is available there. Our colleague Arjuna, of course, is at Laguna Seca this weekend, isn't he? In the pit road for IMSA, so he seems to enjoy going there. I mean, it's all right if you're getting paid to go out and go and visit these venues.
It used to be as local. Well, I'll say local in a very American way that it's still hours away, but local as much as you can be. I mean, if it was my local circuit, I think I might appreciate it more too. But you know, thankfully, because we live in England, or I live in England, there's multiple circuits within 2 hours of me, so that's, you know, it's always a good thing.
I sort of sit in this weird space where it's about an hour and a half to get to Croft. It's an hour and a half to get to Donington, and it's about an hour and a half to get to Alton Park. And out of the three, Alton Park is by far the greatest circuit in the world today, in my opinion. Other opinions are valid and available.
Other opinions are available, yes. So I've got somebody asking in YouTube chat, by the way, what happened to Verstappen Sim Racing Team. I'll just let the GT3 stop cycle through before I do a rundown and just do a bit of a recap or try and recap what's gone on for all the GT3 teams, at least those at the very front. But yeah, out of those, probably say so. It's not great selection, but those are the three nearest me as well. So, you know, Silverstone just a little bit too far away, in which case it would be my top of my list, but it's sort of 2.5, 3 hours away, which again, to an American, really sounds very, very close, but for us, that's really quite a drive.
You see, on my personal stream chat that, by the way, if people are wondering why on earth I'm doing a 24-hour stream, I've mentioned this in the first part of the broadcast. I'm raising money for Macmillan Cancer Support. That's what we're doing. So I'm doing a 24-hour stream, and I'm finishing within 55 minutes time. So when I finish this stint, I'll be finishing on my stream as well. So do head on over to twitch.tv/Smilable. Thank you very much. But they have mentioned Alton Park, nice circuit, but Knockhill is the local 40 minutes away. Knockhill, I will say, and I've been there once. Now, this isn't biased because Peter Mackay let me spend a lot of time up in the Gary Stagg commentary position, up in the commentary tower when I was up there. But it is one of the best venues for spectator viewing, in my opinion. There's very rarely a bad place to view the action from at Knockhill. It is a fantastic venue. Proper, and it's got that proper sort of family feel as much as you can do with a motor racing venue. It just felt like, you know, everybody was happy to see you, and but yeah, thankfully when it did rain, the one race that it did rain for us that day, I was up in the commentary booth, so I stayed nice and dry that day. Yeah.
No, that surprised me actually. I've never been to Knockhill, but the amount of the hills and so on would make you think it'd be a rubbish place to view, because you know, most of the circuit would be behind another hill compared to where you were. But I suppose you could stand on the top of one of the hills and then you might get a better view or something.
But that's it. You get to see, if you stand at the top of turn one of turn one. You can look down through turn 2 into turn 3 down towards the chicane. So you've got a really good view of a good portion of the circuit. If you're... there's covered standing as well there, which some circuits don't have. Knockhill has it. Kind of forced, really, with some of the weather they do get up there. But, again, you go to other parts of the circuit and you can see... quite a good section of those as well. So yeah, it's rarely got a bad place to stand and watch at.
No, absolutely. Well, while we have just completed the latest cycle of pit stops, at least for the leaders, I will just give that rundown here at 6 hours 45 to go, pretty much. because the number 3 Verstappen sim racing car is still leading this race, Cooper Webster. Now the gap at the moment is 20 seconds, but that's because Drago Racing White haven't stopped yet. They will come in at at the end of this lap. That will put Falcon Sim Racing and Williams F1 Team Gaming into second and third. Gabriel Moretto for Blue Mercury Esport will be 4th. Then the Drago Racing car should slip into 5th place. Chesney Esport are in 6th position in front of Stint 1 Motorsport, the final team on the lead lap. Soulpep Precision Racing, the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing team is 9th. And Team Bennick are in 10th position. Now, how did we get to this point? Well, I won't go through absolutely everything, but there has been a lot that's gone on so far. From the very beginning, Verstappen Sim Racing have rather been controlling this race from the very early laps, from the very early hours, I should say. They were able to get clear in an otherwise sort of grouped up GT3 field, really, out the front. Eventually, though, they led by quite some distance, the number 3, by a few seconds or so, before Diogo Pinto got a speeding penalty. That dropped him down behind the number 4, which took over the lead for some time, and they had quite a big lead at one time, but a spin and a bit of contact with the wall meant that, this is for the number 3 I'm talking about now, meant that they lost or dropped to a minute and a half behind their teammates, so the 1-2 was under threat, and Drago Racing and WSR Esports at the time were around. They all ended up in a bit of a crash that took out Drago Racing and dropped them down to where they are now, behind Falcon and Williams. The WSR Esports car was still second, though, survived sort of second best. The number 4 car survived best from that 3-car smash through hit miss. Anyway, it's describing how I take the corner there briefly. Anyway, the number 4 car then continued on to lead, but eventually Gustavo Eru got a meatball at some point overnight in the darkness, sort of quite late in the darkness period actually, and that dropped the number 4 off of the lead lap, really undramatically really, but they dropped away. The WSR Esports car crashed over the top of the hill at Flugplatz just before that as they were running in second place and got huge damage from that. It's given the lead over to the number 3 effectively, and it's given over second and third to Falcon and Williams, who at one stage, by the way, were about 2.5 minutes off of the overall lead. Now they've been as close as within a minute, although Williams has just dropped over a minute off and Falcon are about to with Jonas Rutten. So there's been a lot going on in the last 18 hours, that's for sure, but too many incidents really for everybody to describe. I mean, there's not for everybody. There's been something going wrong at some point. As I mentioned, even the number 3 has had penalty and contact with the wall and losing sort of 6 or 7 seconds a lap for almost an entire stint, dropping them a minute and a half off the lead. And here they are winning the race, or leading the race anyway, with over 6 hours to go. So it's been a topsy-turvy race. There's been a lot happening, a lot going on, and I'm sure there's a lot more to come yet in the final quarter of this race.
36 cars currently rotating around this track, and Ewan, the description that I give for the corner is miss, because that's what I do with each apex around that corner. There is no hitting, that is for sure. But yeah, it's been a real topsy-turvy race. It's been a real race of attrition, and a lot of it is all about survival and getting to the end of this race. And as we've got pitters on to pit road, Drago Racing White with Ati Kalpanen jumping onto pit road along with Solpec Precision Racing. Kevin Desnoyers is onto pit road as well in your GT3 class. So we've been seeing them consistently in GT3 just doing 7 lap stints, 7 lap stints, 7 lap stints, 7 lap stints, all the way through this race. It's only been, as you mentioned there, Ewan, it's only been when there's been issues for teams that they've then come off of that pit cycle. BZR Racing and TCR onto pit road as well. Thought I'd mention them because they looked promising earlier on in the race, but unfortunately dropping down the order in TCR here today. So it does look like it's going to be Shearer getting 2 podium spots in TCR with WSR Esports White. Currently not actually fighting for the lead right now in that class, but we've had plenty of action throughout the field to fill your boots on this one.
Samuel Chogan has come out in front of Gabriel Moretto. A fight for 4th position here in this race. Australia Racing come out in front of Blue Mercure Racing, or Blue Mercure Esport, but only just. So, as the cold tyres begin to warm up for Trogan, this is going to be a pass surely for 4th place. Here comes Moretto. Oh dear! In towards the hairpin. That was super close. The Drago car got earlier on the brakes than the Blue Mercure car was expecting there. Gabriel Moretto only just slipped through on the inside. He's going to get away a little bit because of the cold tyres for Trogan. Still needs to warm up, but that was very, very close to an accident there. And I don't think Moretto was expecting to be able to make the pass, but he just about did. He moves up to 4th place. We'll now try and get away from the Drago Racing car. These guys, by the way, seem to both be quicker than Fobkin and Williams up in front, so we could have a real fight for the podium places in the final quarter of this race.
Certainly could do. That's something that Moretto should have taken into account, though, to be fair. He knows what it's like to be on cold tyres on these this machinery, so you should know that on that opening lap out of pit road with new tyres that he would have to slow down that little bit earlier going into the Goodyear hairpin. And so yeah, he did get caught out a little bit, but no contact made between the two of them, and it was a car width plus 1mm, as I said earlier on. That's all that was left going into that hairpin by Drago.
Yes, it was not comfortable, but Blue Mercure make it through. They, for their point in the race, by the way, were one of the sort of leading 3 as they got away with Verstappen Sim Racing. They were certainly challenging. And as Pinto had that drive-through, they were promoted to 2nd and by some margin as well, but they had a disconnection, sadly. I forget who it was now. I think it was Emanuele Oliveri earlier in the race, but that's dropped them now to effectively fighting for a podium. But again, take that disconnection away. Would they be winning this race at the moment? Only a 1:20 off of the lead. Well, let's not start with those games because we could go on forever.
Drago Racing, the number 1, Drago Racing White, the car that's just been on pit road, did show as being slow going out of Hatzenbach. Please don't tell me that they've had an issue at Hatzenbach, because that corner has claimed so many victims here today. I mean, the most recent one that I can think of is that WSR Esports red car that's still on pit road after 2 hours. They're not going to come back out, but here we go then. This is through Hatzenbach. Cold tyres, remember! Oh my goodness! That's huge!
Jesus.
How well saved! My goodness, you can tell Semi-Matti Trogan is a rallycross driver.
That is one of the saves, I mean, of this race, of any race. That is unbelievable.
I want to see what those hands were like.
Goodness me. I mean, as you say, that corner of Flugplatz has claimed so many victims so far in this race. As you say, WSR Esports the most recent of them. Look at this.
It's that compression. Cold tyres, that compression mid-corner, and Solpec Precision Racing having to adjust their line. It's very difficult to do that because you can't just anchor on the brakes or else you'll go off yourself. You've got to feather the throttle, but my goodness, Sami-Matti Trogan once again showing what incredible car skills and car handling skills that he has. And BZR. Yeah, that's how do you oversteer a front wheel drive? I don't know, but anyway,
just floor it. I don't,
yes.
don't know what that's all about. It seems like a very willing spin. Anyway, that's what's dropped them away. They're a lap off the team in front, by the way, and 4 minutes ahead of the team behind, so I think they'll be fine in TCR. We did see that change for the lead, by the way, in TCR. The gap now nearly 10 seconds again between Share and WSR Esports, so topsy-turvy TCR race to finish up, I think, here. Just depends who's going to be quickest most recently at the end, but there's Sven Winter seems to be the pick of the bunch for the Share Esports team, but how much more driving can he do, both in terms of rules and physically, before the finish? It feels to me like he's going to have to do quite a lot of it if he's going to win here, as the Porsche Cup car there comes barreling down the side of Cody Deef. He's running in 4th place, and he's got 2.5 minutes either side of him as well, but just about got away with it, the both of them there, and there you go, they carry on. But yeah, Sven Winter seems to me to be the key to Share Esports race really here.
Oh, his pace has been sensational as Sven, and he showed it earlier on in the race when I was on at the start of the show. Look at the Dua Esports car up over the curb, launching the car. Now, normally that would cause much need of a change of underpants. In real life, I would imagine it would have caused a sharp intake of breath from Cody D. But considering that he's from down under, he'll be like, yeah, no worries, mate.
Is that your attempt at the accent?
Oh, you want me to do an accent? Okay.
I thought that was your... I could sense a little bit in the mate there. You were trying an accent.
No.
Okay. Fine. You can try an Australian accent if you want. No, I'm not going to stop.
No, I don't want to upset the entirety of the continent of Australasia. So
it's too late.
Unlike somebody.
that ship sailed a very long time ago. Oh dear. Anyway. This is
you've only got 40. You've only got 40 more minutes of me. It's fine. Well, not even that.
30. Yeah, 30. I'll be back later, but all the Australians will hopefully be asleep by then, so then we can really get down to business. But anyway, that's for later on. It won't be that late, will it? But anyway, that will be the final couple of hours of this race. This is getting a bit close, though, isn't it? For GT4 lead now. When I was last in the commentary box, admittedly there were 15 hours to go. However, the gap was between Chesney Esport and SimRC 40 seconds, because at the time Marvin Strel had not long been for a spin, a very rare spin actually, through Verstappen, and I say the gap grew to 40 seconds. Since then, it's been steadily closing for nearly 10 hours now, 8.5 hours since then. And now the gap is only 7 seconds. You never want to be the chased team in this scenario. Must be a terrible feeling of just getting caught again and again and again. And Varga has got to find something here, as have Chesney as a team here, because Conte Guina and the rest of the SimRC team are closing in on them, and quickly as well.
Can I just say how good it is to see SimRC still competing in these top splits of special events. I mean, we've been discussing the history of this event and how we've seen the development of this event, and how 10 years ago we had these different cars that they raced in the C-Spec, the production cars being the MX-5s, the touring car being the Kia Optima, only having 5 cars available in the server as well. I mean, you're looking at now, we've got, 16 compared to then as well. We've got the dynamic track surface. We didn't have that when it first started. We didn't have day-night cycles, so we had the 24 hours of daylight at Nürburgring. Trust me, when you're doing commentary at 2 a.m. on an hour's sleep, much like you've had today, that was a bit disconcerting for the old brain. So yeah, it's incredible how we've seen all these changes happen. But SimRC, they always seem to get into this race and always seem to do well. Of course, a former touring car winner back in 2020 as well, SimRC.
Back in the days when Team Hoisting, well, one of those years the Team Hoisting didn't win, which was, I guess when you look at the history, is perhaps the notable change there. But Team Hoisting not at the front of TCR this time around. It's going to be Share Esport or WSR Esport by the looks of things in that category. As we run aboard here with Matteo Krenzer, he's caught up to Jonas Rutten in the Falcon Sim Racing team. The gap now has gone to over a minute as well, so mark that down as a time, because at 8 hours to go, the lead for the number 3 was 50 seconds. Only an hour and a half later, they've extended it by another 10 seconds. And you know, you look now at the amount of time remaining, you look at the time that they've got to gain, you start to understand what a job these guys have got now. 6 hours, more than 60 seconds to catch up. That's pretty simple maths. Every hour they've got to be gaining 10 seconds, and so that's more than a second a lap. And yes, around here that's not too much per lap, but you are still having to try and catch Cooper Webster and whoever's in that Verstappen sim racing team car, which is going to be very, very difficult.
I'll tell you who isn't going to be catching that time up though, and that's Blue Mercure, because they've had an issue. I just had it flag up on my timing screen that they've had an issue, and again it's out of Hatton back and through floodplaats and heading towards Schradenkreuz, the left-hander before Arnberg. So issues for the 32, and that will give hope, I would imagine, to the Drago Racing white car of Sammy Matti Trojan.
Yes, because he not only had that big slide we saw, but also he'd been dropping back after that anyway. But now the gap only 3.5 seconds. This is what happened to Moretto. Flashing the lights. Oh, goodness! Oh, and he's going to hit the wall hard. That is a massive airborne moment for Gabriel Moretto, who completely miscommunicated there with that GT4. Completely miscommunicated. He has got serious airtime. Have a look at this. Oh, goodness me.
This is where patience is the biggest virtue of a driver around this venue, because that little left-hand kink there, as you head onto that section of the track, you really don't want to be making the move there. If you're already alongside, that's different, because you're able to work together on that one. But if you're not alongside, just breathe off the throttle a little bit, because you're going to be faster than that M2 anyway. Breathe off the throttle a little bit. It works both ways. You don't have to keep it pinned, you know. Losing a second there is well worth not getting a seriously damaged car. Look at the air that it got there.
Unbelievable. Jumping over that curb. And, you know, just wasn't very decisive either, really. Didn't pick a lane and stick with it, but was constantly reacting to the GT4. And they may argue, well, GT4 shouldn't have been moving while we were approaching so quickly like that, because it did seem that like they were trying to stay out of the way as well, which is never a great thing for a lap car to be doing. You should really stay on your line, but as you say, you could lose maybe a maximum a second by just lifting off for a moment and taking your time.
It was a GT. It wasn't a GT4. It was an M2. So it was.
Oh, was it?
It's
Sorry.
not like it's not like it was a GT4 that's a comparable sort of top speed as the GT3s. I mean, the GT3s are a little bit quicker, but it was the M2. So a little bit of patience. If you're not alongside at that particular little king, just hold off and then get on the throttle.
Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do there, but
it's easy for us to say, isn't it? Really, well, let's be honest. They've got a split. Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good me being hypercritical of Gabriel Moretto there. I've got the benefit of sitting here, not in that stressful situation of trying to chase down second and third, the Falcon Sim Racing team and the Williams F1 team gaming team. Not having the Drago Racing white car behind bearing down on me, and not having the stress of having to work through lap traffic. It's easy for me to be hypercritical and go, oh, well, that was silly, wasn't it? He's got a split second to react there, and he's just made that wrong decision. But it's wrong decisions like that that end up costing you majorly, as we've seen multiple times already in this race in GT3.
Yeah, we have. And so, you know, I think you've got a point. It's what I'm saying. Even despite all that, I think you've still got a point on the patience there. As Matteo Coenza catches up to Jonas Rutten now. There was a time where these two would have been worried about getting shuffled off the podium by both those two BMWs behind, but the incidents of the last half an hour or so have really given it back to these two again to fight for second place. But they're not going to fight just yet, I don't think. Not properly. They might exchange place, but they're not going to fight properly yet because they'll still hold on to a bit of hope that they can try and catch the Verstappen sim racing car. Not sure these two being together is going to be any faster and that gives them any more hope than when they were running separately. However, they're going to hold out hope that they can catch the Verstappen sim racing car for the race win here. So I wouldn't imagine there's going to be any sort of extravagant fight, unless I'm mistaken. Is that Rutten? What's that saying to Rutten there? Well, if it was stay behind me, then Matteo Coenza's not listening. He goes down the inside at turn number 1. They are side by side through this first chicane, and this is now where time loss really begins to stack up.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anywhere to make a move, it is the Grand Prix loop of this track because it is nice and wide for you all, and you can really make a move and have that space to make a move like we've been seeing. You want to get your moves done here, ideally, because there's not too many places that you can make that overtake on the Nordschleife throughout the lap. So yeah, it's definitely one that the Falcon car will want to hang on. Jonas Rutten, but Williams F1 Team Gaming, Matteo Kuzna will be wanting to get past and then hopefully pull away in all of this. Same lap pit stop, so there's not any pit cycle difference between the two of them. They're on the same pit stops. It's lap 4 of their stint, so they've got enough for 3 laps yet.
They're still on exactly the same strategy as they set out with at the very beginning, and the same strategy as the race leader, by the way, overall as well. Just a quick note to those of you who are watching us on YouTube, start to make your way to the fourth part of our broadcast if you want to join us for the final quarter of this race, and I would recommend that you do. It's going to be a fantastic finish here from the Nürburgring in the next 6 hours. So if you're on YouTube, switch over to part 4 now, and you can join us for the final hours of this race. And only 20 more minutes of me and Paul Smith as well, so that might be an added what's the word? Incentive?
Incentive?
Yes. So there you go. It's that time in the morning, isn't it? Forgetting rather simple words of the English language. But yeah, it is going to be an exciting finish. Whether we're going to get a battle for the race win or not, overall, I can't promise that. But we'll see what happens between these two here and catching Cooper Webster. I don't think they stand, as I said earlier, I don't think they stand any more chance now than what they were when they were separate. And they certainly don't if they're going to battle the way that they did through the Grand Prix on this lap. That's only just going to cost them even more time.
Yeah, you need to just work together now and get your head down. I mean, their last lap, Cooper Webster did an 8-minute 0.707. Falcon Sim Racing, Jonas Rutten did an 8-minute 2.877. So that's what, 1.1 seconds, rounding to the nearest 10th. Well, to the lowest 10th, should I say. 1.1 seconds slower than Cooper Webster, just on that last lap alone. So that's why Cooper Webster has been slowly pulling away. He's just been banging lap after lap after lap, and he's like a metronome. He just does not stop.
Indeed. It's been pretty remarkable actually to see this morning that the actual pace of that race leading car head and shoulders above the rest, and actually the second fastest car in the race at the moment is Sam Coulthard, who's in the number 4 Verstappen sim racing car. So at this time in the morning they absolutely seem to have it down, whereas earlier they were really being challenged by a number of teams. In terms of actual outright speed, Blue Mercure would actually the closest, but obviously they've got damage now. Thibaut Prevost has gotten into that car now, by the way, as they make an unscheduled pit stop there well, I don't know if it was unscheduled actually, but it's dropped them to 5th place now anyway. They decided to come in and repair the damage, and that was probably the right thing to do. There seemingly wasn't much though. They were only in there for 40 seconds and they're back out again, so they've really gotten away with one there. That crash could have been so much bigger.
Absolutely could have been so much bigger, and it clearly did some damage of some form, and that's cost them that time. So they'll be looking to just get back out there, get up under a run of some sort. They did take a full service though with that, so 40.3 seconds they were stationary for with Blue Mercure. So some work being done there, but clearly not the full repairs that they probably would have needed. But that does promote Drago Racing's Semi-Master Trogan up into 4th place. Now he's lapping similar lap times to the cars in front of him in 2nd and 3rd. So right now I would say your GT3s are pretty much stagnant, to be honest, apart from this battle that we've been watching.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think there are too many other gaps that are likely to come down, really. GT3, so yeah, I think this is where we are now. I mean, this battle in itself will be interesting to watch, but as I say, I'm not sure that it's going to be a proper fight, really, just for the moment. We saw them on the way towards the book curve there. It's a risky overtaking chance, but fans are not willing to take it even as a half chance. He didn't even offer up a nose. He stays behind Rutten through the left